Mr. Speaker,
E te atua kaharawa ka tuku whakamoimiti ati mātou mona karakio ko waihotia mai ki runga i a mātou. Ko waiho i mātou pānga whaiaro katoa ki te taha, ka mihi mātu ki te kiengi me te inoi ati mo te arihitanga i roto i o mātou whakaaroarohanga. Kia mōhio ai, kia whakaiti ai, tā mātou whakahaere i ngā take o te wharenei. Mo te oranga, te mangarongo me te aroha o Aotearoa. Āmeni.
I'm sure members would wish to welcome the Honourable Leonora Kirikiri Tambua, Deputy Speaker and Assistant Minister for Foreign Affairs from the Parliament of the Republic of Fiji, and the Honourable Tina Brown, Leader of the Opposition from the Parliament of the Cook Islands, who are present in the gallery. Two petitions have been delivered to the Clerk for presentation.
Petition of Justice for All requesting that the House urge the Government to create a commission of inquiry into the police investigation and prosecution of Gail Maney, Colin Maney, Mark Henriksen and Stephen Stone. Petition of Rebecca Robin requesting that the House phase out electroconvulsive therapy in Aotearoa and limit its use to rare court-reviewed cases. Those petitions stand referred to the Petitions Committee. A paper has been delivered for presentation. Department of Corrections Long-Term Insights Briefing. The paper is published under the authority of the House. A Select Committee report has been delivered for presentation. Report of the Transport and Infrastructure Committee on the Regulatory Systems Transport Amendment Bill. The bill is set down for second reading. No bill has been introduced. The House comes to oral questions. The first in the name of Scott Willis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Energy. Has he seen reports that the big four electricity gentailers are projected to make $1.86 billion in operating profits for the 6 months to December? And if so, does he think it's fair that households will likely pay more on their power bills, on average, to fund a liquefied natural gas import terminal?
Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Seymour Brown.
On behalf of the Minister of Energy, regarding the first part of the question, yes. Regarding the second part, official advice shows that access to LNG will reduce power bills for households by an average of $50 per year.
Supplementary. Would a liquefied natural gas import terminal be commercially viable without government intervention?
Well, Mr. Speaker, this government is focused on fixing the dry year problem, and the advice that has been received is that this is the best solution to do that. And by putting in place the solution this government has, the advice is very clear that it will reduce power bills for consumers.
Does the Minister accept that funding LNG import infrastructure through a levy on electricity users is effectively a subsidy for LNG-fired generation? And if so, how is this consistent with Aotearoa's binding commitments under our free trade agreements to take steps towards eliminating fossil fuel subsidies?
Well, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Minister of Energy, we're focused on addressing the dry year problem to make sure we have affordable, reliable power for New Zealand households and businesses, that we don't shut down industries and regional New Zealanders and Ironically, if we followed that member's plan, we would be substituting gas for coal.
Supplementary. Why is it that the government is willing to be interventionist in the fossil fuel industry, such as through billions of dollars for LNG infrastructure or the $200 million for gas exploration, but is not willing to intervene on the lowest cost solutions that would provide for the cheapest electricity, like demand response, energy efficiency, distributed energy, pumped storage?
Well, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Minister for Energy, we are focused on fixing the dry year problem, and that is critically important so that we can secure the future of thousands of jobs in regional New Zealanders, so that we can lower power bills for consumers. But the answer is that we need this, plus we need solar, plus we need wind, plus we need hydro, plus we need geothermal, plus we need other forms of energy generation and distribution as well. That's what we're focused on doing.
Supplementary. Does he think that an LNG import terminal may have appeared to be the timeliest proposal simply because the government is running an accelerated procurement process that will see infrastructure fast-tracked with bespoke legislation?
On behalf of the Minister for Energy, we are focused on solving this problem quickly because on this side of the House we understand the urgency of this problem. We saw the impact of the last government's policies where power prices hit $800 a megawatt hour, and their solution was a lake in the middle of the mountains which wouldn't have delivered a single bit of power until 2037. That's not good enough. We're focused on solving this problem today.
Supplementary. What is the Minister's response to Paul Fuge from Power Switch, who advocates on behalf of consumers, who said of the LNG proposal, quote, "This speaks to the power of the oil and gas lobby, which has managed to sell a donkey as a racehorse"?
Well, on behalf of the Minister for Energy, we are focused on making sure we have lower power bills for consumers, and we're on the side of consumers here. We're on the side of industry to make sure we have affordable, reliable power which saves jobs in regional New Zealanders. And if we followed the advice of members opposite, we would be waiting till 2037 until we had a lake in the middle of the mountains, which would then eventually potentially start generating some power. We are focused on fixing this problem today.
Question 2, Laura McClure.
Mr. Speaker, to the Minister for Workplace Relations and Safety, what will the changes to the Employment Relations Amendment Bill mean for businesses and workers?
The Honourable Brooke Van Velden.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Employment Relations Amendment Bill passed its third reading. Once the law comes into effect, businesses will no longer have to be fearful about being tripped up on small procedural steps when trying to move a problematic employee on, or when taking a chance on a new worker because they're afraid of what will happen if it doesn't work out. This bill is about removing fear from hiring. Workers who are wanting to move up the career ladder will be considered for more challenging positions, and they will also benefit from the income threshold for personal grievances policy. When employers are scared to take a chance on an employee in a high-impact role, there are fewer chances given. We're backing businesses to have the confidence to hire.
Supplementary. What reports has she seen on the Employment Relations Amendment Bill?
Mr. Speaker, Business New Zealand said that this bill moves us in the right direction towards a more confident workforce, stronger businesses and more resilient economy. Retail New Zealand said that the reforms will be particularly positive for small and under-resourced retailers who often shoulder disproportionately severe consequences when navigating complex employment procedures. The New Zealand Herald described these reforms as the biggest labour market regulation change in decades, and I couldn't agree more. At the start of this coalition government's term, we inherited significant economic challenges, and that requires bold solutions.
Supplementary. What impact does she expect the Employment Relations Amendment Bill will have on employment and wages?
Mr. Speaker, I know there are many Kiwis who are concerned at the moment about what is on the job horizon for them. They may be searching for a job or wondering whether their incomes will grow in the jobs that they have. This bill will back business to hire with more confidence. When employers can hire and grow, more people get opportunities. That means more jobs and higher paying jobs.
Supplementary, the Honourable David Seymour.
Is it the government's position that higher wages come from investment and innovation, or can wages be risen simply by passing a law saying they should be higher?
Mr. Speaker, it's clearly quite rhetorical, but this government definitely has... Sorry?
Just, answer anyway. Yeah.
Oh, very good. This government believes that it is the businesses out there, not politicians in here, that help grow our economy. That's people who get up every day, who create new jobs for others. That's people getting money from their own back pocket and investing it in their company, or getting people who believe in their dream to invest in their own companies so that they can hire more people and grow. And that's how this economy gets ahead. Not from Labour Party politicians believing that they can just sign new laws and raise wages.
Just remember those, it's actually a government question, so you can't answer quite the way you just did at the end there. We'll go to question number 3, Nancy Liu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my question is to the Minister of Finance and asks, what reports has she seen about the economy?
The Honourable Nicola Willis.
Mr. Speaker, recent data releases are consistent with the turnaround in the economy. The Household Labour Force Survey, for example, showed employment growth of 0.5% in the December quarter of last year, following 5 previous quarters of flat or falling employment. That means 15,000 more people with jobs. In addition, the number of hours worked rose 1% in the quarter, and more people were out there actively looking for jobs.
Supplementary question, what are monthly data releases indicating?
Well, Mr. Speaker, monthly economic data has largely been positive. For example, the performance of manufacturing index for January indicated a healthy level of expansion in the manufacturing sector. And the services sector is also in expansion, according to the Performance of Services Index. The BNZ, which runs these indexes with Business New Zealand, said that, quote, the big question to end 2025 was whether the economy may be turning. Data since then has given us confidence that recent positive momentum can be sustained. The economy is growing.
What are forecasters predicting for December quarter GDP?
Well, Mr. Speaker, economic forecasters are all predicting growth in the December quarter of last year. There are a range of estimates from around 0.5% to 1% growth. I note that the Reserve Bank's forecasts, which have just been released at 2 p.m. in the Monetary Policy Statement, are for growth of 0.5% in the December quarter. The official number will be out in a month's time. I do note that there has been a pattern of significant volatility in quarter-to-quarter GDP data. Looking forward, all economic forecasters are showing growth continuing through 2026.
In supplementary, are there any risks through this outlook?
Mr. Speaker, yes. Forecasters work with what they know, but unanticipated events happen frequently. So yes, there are risks to the outlook both on the upside and the downside. A recovery is evidently underway, with low interest rates providing stimulus to the economy, and members opposite will surely see this as positive news for New Zealand families and businesses. At some point, as the economy strengthens, the Reserve Bank will start the process of normalising monetary policy, easing off the accelerator a little as less stimulus is required to support growth. When to do that is entirely a matter for the Reserve Bank, which will be guided by its mandate and by the data.
Supplementary question, the Honourable David Seymour.
How important is careful spending of taxpayer money by the government when it comes to making sure that there's no more inflationary pressure on the Reserve Bank that could otherwise put up people's mortgages?
Mr. Speaker, critically important. It is the case that the government can make a choice to either manage its own spending in such a way that it does not add fuel to the inflation fire, or conversely can choose to spend at a level that adds more pressure to inflation, leading the official cash rate to be higher than it would otherwise be. It has been the advice of Treasury that government fiscal decisions under the last government did add fuel to the inflationary fire, and that decisions by this government have eased pressure on inflation and therefore supported interest rates to be lower than would otherwise have been the case.
Question number 4, the Right Honourable Chris Hipkins.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. To the Prime Minister, does he stand by all of his government statements and actions?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Yes.
Is the cost of living crisis better or worse for New Zealand families now than when he became Prime Minister?
Well, inflation, as I've said to the member before, has gone from a record high under his level at 7.3% down to 3.1%. That's a much better outcome, and that's happening because you've got a government that understands the economy and is actually managing spending so that inflation's come down, so that interest rates have come down, the economy's growing and people stay in work.
So is the average family's shopping for groceries cheaper or more expensive now than it was when he became the Prime Minister?
Food inflation, as the member knows, is running at about 4.6%. Total inflation is running at 3.1%. Under that member and his economic management plan, food inflation was running at 12.5% and inflation was running at 7.3%. I put our record of economic management against his record of economic management and debacle every single day of the week.
Point of order, Mr Speaker.
A point of order. The Right Honourable Chris Hipkins.
I didn't ask the Prime Minister for, a dissertation on the previous government's track record. Untrue though it was. I did ask him whether the average family's grocery shop is cheaper or more expensive than when he became Prime Minister. He has been Prime Minister for the entirety of that time. He hasn't addressed that.
Well, I think he made an effort to address it by talking about the difference in inflation, but the Prime Minister may want to make another... Hang on, I want to make another comment.
Well, as I said, I addressed the question. Food inflation is running at 4.6%. That compares to 12.5% 2 years ago when you were Prime Minister.
That's right. So is the Prime Minister confirming that it's more expensive for a family to go to the supermarket now than it was when he became the Prime Minister?
What, deflation?
He wouldn't know.
So yes, are you expecting prices to, are you expecting deflation? Is that what you're arguing for?
The Honourable David Seymour.
Can the Prime Minister name a period in New Zealand history when we've had deflation, where prices have gone down for a sustained period, and don't economists recommend that that's not very good either?
I would say I cannot think of a period in New Zealand's history of deflation as the member seems to be wanting to advocate for. What I can say is this is a government that has worked really hard to make sure we don't have wasteful spending. We don't spend $66 billion and triple the debt and run up interest rates, interest bills around the world. We actually get inflation back in the band of 1 to 3%. And that's what this government's done.
Honourable Winston Peters.
Can the Prime Minister put in picture form that if inflation has halved, it's very likely that comparatively so have costs?
That's right. I actually think when you actually think about low and middle income working New Zealanders, they want to be in a low inflationary environment. And that's what this government, that's what this country had been doing for a long period of time until we got the economic vandalism of the last mob who didn't understand the economy at all.
So is the Prime Minister agreeing with Winston Peters the fact that inflation is increasing less fast than it used to means that prices are actually going down, which is not mathematically correct?
That is not what he said. But for the member opposite, no, that's not what he said. For the member opposite to argue for deflation, for the member opposite to say, why don't we take the midpoint of the band up to 2.5%, happy to have more costs labelled on working New Zealanders, happy to borrow more, tax more, spend more. That is economic madness. You ran this country into a hole economically. You've got no economic credibility. Look at that front bench. I wouldn't employ any of them in a lower middle management job.
Enough. That's quite enough. And
Willie, I would. I'd employ Willie.
Just yet.
Because it'd be funny.
Look, career, nothing. This is what happens when you're running out of hopeless.
Mr. Jackson, come. And can I just remind Ms. Woods? The Yeah, nothing will be right. I just remind the government that use of the word "you" has to be a little bit careful. I certainly do not exact any economic vandalism on the country.
No, I appreciate
Supplementary question, Mr. Speaker. So
Supplementary, the Right Honourable Chris Hipkins.
If he didn't intend to lower grocery prices when he became Prime Minister, why did both he and Nicola Willis advertise across the country that they intended to lower grocery prices for New Zealanders?
Look, the member, I don't know why you bother coming to this House every day to ask me questions on the economy. Look, you are the guy that took the keys to the car, you crashed it in an almighty ditch, you stuffed the economy, and we're fixing it up. That's the reality of it. You come here and argue for deflation. I don't know what you're thinking. I don't know what the new policy is. You want to borrow more, tax more, spend more, and you want to hurt working New Zealanders. People you used to care about, but you don't care about them. You didn't back income tax relief for lower middle income working New Zealanders.
Mr. Speaker.
Point of order, the Right Honourable Chris Hipkins.
My question was pretty simple to the Prime Minister about why he told New Zealanders and why Nicola Willis told New Zealanders there's a video of you unpacking the groceries in a kitchen promising to make it cheaper, and the government hasn't done that. The Prime Minister hasn't addressed that issue.
Sorry. We're going to, Mr. Bishop, we're going to hear the point of order again in silence. No, we've got one going on.
Mr. Speaker, my point of order was pretty simple. The Prime Minister was asked why he promised New Zealanders he was going to make it cheaper to go to the supermarket when he doesn't intend to deliver that.
That was the question.
Yeah.
Well, and he then gave an answer that was highly political to a highly political question. Is there any other comments from anyone in the House?
Supplementary, Mr. Speaker.
Supplementary, Right Honourable Chris Hipkins.
Is unemployment higher or lower today than it was when he became the Prime Minister?
Well, the member understands that when a previous government increases spending by 84%, it runs up inflation to 7.3%. It has 12 to 13 interest rate rises, slows down an economy, people lose their job. That's the reality of it. And that's why if you care about low and middle income working people, as all of the parties in this government do, you actually run the economy well, because the people that get hurt are working New Zealanders, and you don't care about them because you trash the economy.
Supplementary question, Mr. Speaker. Was Nicola Willis incorrect in the headline of August 2025 when she said that her new supermarket plan would cut grocery prices?
Well, Nicola Willis has done a good job of making sure fast-track provisions are available for supermarkets who want to enter New Zealand. But isn't it odd for a man who purportedly cares about working New Zealanders, he hurts the economy?
A point of order. Point of order, the Right Honourable Chris Hipkins.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's repeatedly claimed that the government had no plans to cut grocery prices. I've just quoted directly a headline from Nicola Willis just last year saying they were going to cut grocery prices, and he immediately just goes to attacking the opposition. I was asking him what his government's plan is. Are they cutting grocery prices or not?
Well, that is, I think, the point. The question asked about a plan. The Prime Minister was responding to that plan. The House was exceptionally rowdy during that time. Point of order, I'll go to the Right Honourable Winston Peters.
Mr. Speaker, I hope you observed that last so-called supplementary question, which one would expect would be spontaneous from the questioner, but it wasn't. He, in an unparalleled situation in other Western democracies, is standing there in our Parliament, holding up his phone and reading a question that could possibly be prepared by somebody else. That's not how this democracy should operate.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Point of order.
No, I'll respond to that, because I can actually see what he was doing from here. I think it's probably not the most desirable thing, but phones are not prohibited in here. Use them for communication is. He was reading, I think, a Googled headline from a period of time. I could see it from here. But, you know, that speaks volumes for anyone that is watching it. Point of order, the Honourable Nicola Willis.
I proceed with caution because obviously some matters are matters of privilege.
We'll hear the point of order in silence.
Some issues are matters of privilege which can be addressed via that means. However, it is simply wrong for a member in this House to claim that a headline is a quote. The member should know the difference.
That's true.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
That would be a good response and an answer.
Happy to quote directly from the article where Nicola Willis promises to drive down grocery prices.
We've got a perfect demonstration for anyone watching this afternoon that it is election year and tensions and arguments tend to heighten, but behaviour should not deteriorate. That was not a point of order. Are you seeking leave? Because if you're seeking leave, I'll deny it. Question number 5, the Honourable Melissa Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister responsible for RMA reform and ask, what recent announcements has he made about Eden Park?
Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Chris Bishop.
I was thrilled this week to announce the government's making significant changes to local planning rules that have been holding Eden Park back from its full potential. Last year we launched an investigation into whether those rules were unnecessarily limiting Eden Park's ability to host major events. There was public consultation and found that the rules were restrictive, out of step with modern stadium use and were constraining economic activity. The changes we are making will allow Eden Park, New Zealand's largest stadium, to host more major events that bring significant benefits to the local and national economy.
Supplementary question, what do the new settings mean for Eden Park?
Mr. Speaker, under the new settings, Eden Park will be able to host up to 12 large concerts and 20 medium-sized concerts per year as permitted activities without needing resource consent. That's up from 12 currently, which interestingly were not permitted to be from more than 6 different artists or acts. The changes also enable a wider range of events, including exhibitions, displays, markets, fairs and cultural and community events. Concerts can take place on any day, must finish by 11 and can run for 8 hours. That's a significant increase on the current maximum of 5 hours on a weekday and 6 hours on a Saturday. And nighttime sports games will be permitted on any day, including Sundays, provided noise standards are met.
Supplementary question, when can New Zealanders expect to see the benefits of these changes?
Mr. Speaker, the good people of Auckland don't have too long to wait. The changes will be in place in April 2026, just a couple of months away. We know that this will deliver tangible benefits. Over 3 years, the last 3 years, 14 Auckland shows, including Coldplay, not a great band, and Pearl Jam, a very good band, generated $33.7 million for the local economy, nearly 500,000 attendees. There'll be so many concerts, it'll be over to many people to pick who they like. These common sense changes will enable Eden Park to operate like a modern world-class stadium.
Supplementary question, what feedback has he seen on these changes?
If Don McGlashan can sell out Eden Park, I'll be the first one in the mosh pit. No, probably not for Don McGlashan. Mr. Speaker, there's been a significant amount of support for these actions. Unsurprisingly, Eden Park Chief Executive Nick Saunders said it's a historic day for our city and our country. And I also want to quote local Kingsland pub owner Steve Gillette, who said it's going to be a huge difference for local businesses, and I know that the local business associations are very supportive of this. And the good Deputy Mayor of Auckland, Desley Simpson, real boost for jobs, hospitality and local businesses, help secure Eden Park's future as a truly world-class venue.
Question number 6, Taku Te Ferris.
Tēnā koe te pika. To the Minister of Health. Does the Minister agree with the former Minister of Health's statement that, quote, I want to see IMPBs with the ability to have commissioning authority. I will empower local health decisions and Māori health providers with more autonomy than they have had for some years, end quote. If so, why does the Healthy Futures Pai Ora Amendment Bill remove statutory functions from iwi Māori partnership boards?
The Honourable Simeon Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree with the Honourable Dr. Shane Reddy, who was very clear that IMPBs should be providing advice on the health needs of Māori across the country, and they should not be involved in the procurement of health care services. That's why we're strengthening the Hauora Māori Advisory Committee and clarifying the role of iwi Māori partnerships boards. Local IMPBs will continue to engage with local Māori communities about their health needs, aspirations and health outcomes, and provide that advice to the Hauora Māori Advisory Committee. That advice will then support decisions made by the Minister and Health New Zealand's board. This is about putting patients back at the centre, ensuring the voices of Māori communities are clearly heard where they can make the most difference.
Supplementary. Given the removal of statutory functions from iwi Māori partnership boards under this bill, how do decisions such as dismantling Te Ako Whai Ora align with the government's promise to give Māori more autonomy and commissioning authority over their health outcomes?
Mr. Speaker, the government's been very clear that we believe in having one health system and we have a very clear focus on our health targets. And ultimately, that is what will drive better performance and better outcomes for all New Zealanders, including Māori. And I would just point out to the member that when the previous government removed the health targets, vaccination rates for Māori 2-year-olds went from 89.3% down to 64.8%. Our focus is actually on improving immunisation rates, and we're pleased to have seen improvements on all of our health targets.
Supplementary. How does the Minister justify this bill in light of statements from Te Kāhui Hauora o Te Tauihu and other iwi Māori partnership boards that this is, quote, another assault on Te Tiriti o Waitangi and, quote, further proof that the government is not listening and is not interested in equitable outcomes for all?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I say to that member, our government is focused on improving health outcomes for all New Zealanders, and the outcome of the previous government's removal of the health targets had an incredibly poor result on Māori. As I just said, the vaccination rate for 2-year-olds for Māori went from 89.3% down to 64.8%. So whilst the last government was focused on restructuring the health system in the middle of a pandemic, we are focused on improving results for all New Zealanders, including Māori.
Maoria Mena Kapakingi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. How many times, if at all, did the Minister personally meet with iwi Māori partnership boards before introducing the Healthy Futures Paiora Amendment Bill, which removes these statutory functions?
Well, I've engaged with the Hauora Māori Advisory Committee. I've had meetings with independent iwi Māori partnership boards, and I'm happy to answer that question in writing.
Maoria Mena Kapakingi. No. Supplementary question from Tamapota.
To the Minister of Health. Can the Minister let us know what this government has been doing and is doing to improve the 2-year-old Māori immunisation rate?
Well, Mr. Speaker, this government has reintroduced our health targets, which is refocusing the health system on delivery. We've seen an improvement in the outcome of that target for Māori children. It's now up to 68%. It still has further to go. We've also invested in the immunising our tamariki program, which is putting vaccines in the arms of Māori children up and down our country, working with Hauora Māori providers to deliver services across the country in communities to make sure that we're actually getting the outcomes that we need.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the Minister accept that moving iwi from statutory partners to advisors of a minister-appointed advisory committee weakens the Crown Māori partnership under Te Tiriti o Waitangi?
No.
Question number...
Here's the answer. Sorry, Mr. Speaker.
Well, he can repeat it, but just the answer.
No.
Question number 7, the Honourable Barbara Evans.
Vina Kavakalivu, Mr. Speaker. To the Minister of Finance, does she stand by all her statements and actions?
The Honourable Nicola Willis.
Supplementary. Is a youth unemployment rate of 16.5% a sign of a growing economy?
No.
Supplementary. When she says there are 15,000 more jobs, is that a net increase or loss, given there are 32,000 fewer jobs since she took office?
Mr. Speaker, the member is confused in the difference between unemployment and employment. Unemployment is looking at the ratio of those who are actively seeking work and those who are able to find it. Employment measures how many people are in work. The 15,000 figure corresponds to employment, which is to say that there are 15,000 more people in jobs in the latest quarter for which we have data than there was in the quarter before.
Supplementary. How can she be trusted on growing the economy when unemployment continues to rise and the Reserve Bank here today now forecasts unemployment to stay higher for longer?
Because, Mr. Speaker, the actions our government has taken have supported the economy to be stronger than would have otherwise been the case. And the counterfactual is real. It is a government that would have kept taxes higher, meaning that 1.2 million New Zealanders would be $60 worse off a fortnight. It is a government that would not have done any of the savings or consolidations that we have done, which would have meant that fiscal policy would have supported inflation to be higher and interest rates to be higher. It is a government that would have opposed fast-track legislation, which is supporting the creation and sustenance of thousands of jobs.
A point of order, the Right Honourable Chris Hipkins.
Mr Speaker, the current Minister of Finance has no responsibility for actions that an alternative government may or may not have taken had she not been elected to the office of the Minister of Finance. This isn't about what the previous government did, it's about her assertions of what a re-elected Labour government would have done. She A, doesn't know that, and B, has no responsibility for it even if she did have a view on it.
Why is she talking?
And please don't interrupt the point of order when it's being taken. I think the point is that the question itself was one that invited that sort of answer by asking how a minister could be trusted. And I think that's right on the edge of what's reasonable. And I think the answer in that event was reasonable, but we'll go to the next sub.
How can she claim that, quote, inflation is looking largely under control, unquote, when inflation increased for the last 5 quarters and the Reserve Bank has now forecast for it to increase faster?
Because, Mr Speaker, context is everything. It is the case that we have come from a period where inflation was out of the target band for 3 years, reaching a high of more than 7%. It is also the case that the Reserve Bank in their monetary policy statement today say that they think it is highly likely that inflation will be back in band in the next quarter.
Supplementary. Will she take responsibility for any increase in interest rates, given she always has taken credit for bringing them down?
Mr Speaker, as I outlined in my answer to the primary question earlier, it is the case that the government takes responsibility for whether or not our fiscal policy decisions support or hinder the Reserve Bank in its job of fighting inflation. Our first legislative action as a new government was to make it crystal clear that the Reserve Bank's mandate is to fight inflation, and we've consistently been their mate, ensuring that rather than pouring fuel on the inflation fire, we've had sensible fiscal policy, which was not the case under the previous government.
Question number 8, Paulo Garcia.
Mr. Speaker, my question is to the Minister of Immigration. What update can she provide on the active Investor Plus visa?
The Honourable Erica Stanford.
Mr. Speaker, less than a year after it was refreshed, the Active Investor Plus visa has been an incredible success, with a pipeline of $3.39 billion in investment and growing. Already $1.05 billion has been invested, with a further $2.34 billion expected to flow in the next 6 months. Investments are supporting growth across key sectors including tech, healthcare, aged care, horticulture and digital media. And the over 570 applications from around the world show there is strong confidence in our direction, and I'm proud that we have delivered a visa that is attracting incredible investors who want to contribute their capital, skills, knowledge and expertise to support New Zealand businesses.
Supplementary. Why was it important to refresh the visa?
Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, the investor visa introduced last term was overly complex and too restrictive in some places while being too permissive in others. It also didn't reflect the realities of either investors or the investment ecosystem. This resulted in just 116 applications and around $70 million in investment in New Zealand over 2.5 years. This meant that the New Zealand investment sector and businesses were missing out on access to valuable capital. It needed to be completely refreshed, and I'm proud of the work that we've done with the experts in the immigration and investment sectors to redesign the visa. And after only 10 months, we've received 573 applications valued at that $3.4 billion, and this is a game changer.
Supplementary. What feedback has she received on the new visa settings?
Mr. Speaker, we've received great feedback on the new settings. For example, last week, MA Financial Director Enda Stankard said that the $40 million investment in Queenstown's largest hospitality group, which Active Investor Plus played a key role in, was one of the first examples of a serious investment being made and deployed into a New Zealand business. Immigration Advisor David Cooper heralded the changes as a turning point for New Zealand's economy. These policy changes recognise the immense value that these individuals bring and puts New Zealand back on the global investment map.
Supplementary. What difference is the visa making for New Zealand?
Mr. Speaker, over $1 billion invested in New Zealand already, with another $2 billion expected in the next 6 months, provides incredible opportunities for both new and established businesses looking to grow and to employ more Kiwis. The huge success of this visa has already created more higher paying jobs for New Zealanders. For example, Super Energy has received AIP investment from Motion Capital and is a climate change focused venture capital fund. The investment will help support community energy projects installing microgrid solar for schools, businesses and community groups. And with this investment, they've created more high-paying jobs in New Zealand. The $2 billion of investment in the pipeline will do so much more of exactly this.
Question number 9, the Honourable Dr Megan Woods.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Energy. What is the estimated life cycle cost of the LNG terminal compared to the projected levy revenue over the 15 and 20-year life cycles described in his Cabinet paper?
The Honourable Seymour Brown.
Mr Speaker, on behalf of the Minister for Energy, the life cycle cost of the LNG terminal is subject to commercial negotiations. However, I can say that the levy will be designed to cover both the capital and operating cost of the terminal. Independent advice shows that the cost of the levy will be significantly outweighed by the reduction in cost to consumers, who are better off by $50 per year.
Supplementary question. What are the specific significant caveats provided by respondents through the procurement process that led him to caution Cabinet that costs should be considered indicative only?
Mr Speaker, on behalf of the Minister for Energy, there is a procurement process that the LNG terminal is subject to, and as we go through that process, ultimately that will determine the final terms and conditions. In regards to the independent advice, as I said in my primary answer, the cost of the levy will be, the independent advice shows the cost of the levy will be significantly outweighed by the reduction in cost to consumers by approximately $50 per year.
Supplementary question. Is there potential for the gas tax to be even higher for households if the fiscal risk to the Crown identified in his Cabinet paper of delayed levy recovery or cost escalation occurs?
Mr Speaker, the independent advice shows that the cost of the levy will be significantly outweighed by the reduction in cost to consumers, who will be better off by $50 per year. We are going through a procurement process at the moment, which I think is due to be completed later this year. But ultimately, we're doing this to address the dry year risk and lower prices for consumers. And I encourage the opposition to get on board.
Point of order, Mr Speaker.
A point of order, the Honourable Dr Megan Woods.
Mr Speaker, that was a very specific question pertaining to the Cabinet paper and a fiscal risk that was identified in the Cabinet paper, and the fact that there could be through either delayed levies or it being cost escalations. It was asking the Minister if there was a risk to consumers of higher taxes. He didn't address that. He talked about the scheme generally, but given it's specifically drawn from the Cabinet paper, I think the Minister needs to at least address that.
Well, I think he already had addressed that in the previous answer. The Minister may want to make it clearer.
Well, Mr Speaker, as I said in previous answers, this is subject to commercial negotiations. We're going through a process.
Supplementary question. Is the government's backup plan to A, raise the levy, or B, fund from general taxation if the unknown commercial revenue referenced in his Cabinet paper does not eventuate?
Mr Speaker, on behalf of the Minister of Energy, our focus here is on solving the dry year risk challenge, and to do that rapidly. We're going through a procurement process at the moment, subject to commercial negotiations. But what I can tell a member is independent advice shows the cost of the levy will be significantly outweighed by the reduction in cost to consumers, and I encourage the member to get on board.
Supplementary question. What are the other levy-setting mechanisms his Cabinet paper references to recover any escalation in costs with the LNG terminal?
Mr Speaker, on behalf of the Minister for Energy, the government has agreed to go through a procurement approach That is subject to commercial negotiations. We've said there'll be a levy on the industry, that ultimately the detail of that will still need to be designed. But the independent advice, and this is the good news, is that it shows that the cost of the levy will be significantly outweighed by the cost to consumers, who will be better off by $50 per year.
Supplementary question. Why should a family already struggling with their power bill have any confidence they won't be forced to bail out an LNG white elephant through higher taxes just so the minister can look like he's doing something?
Well, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Minister of Energy, what I'd say is we're actually focused on solving the energy challenges this country has, whereas her policy, when she was in opposition in government, was to build a lake in the top of the mountains which wouldn't deliver a single bit of energy till 2037 and put at risk thousands of jobs and power prices hitting $800 a megawatt hour. We're not prepared on this side of the House to do that. This policy will reduce power prices for consumers, and I encourage the opposition, get on board.
Question number 10, Carl Bates.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Tourism and Hospitality. What recent announcements has the government made about supporting major events in New Zealand?
The Honourable Louise Upston.
Mr. Speaker, last week I announced a suite of events covering all the way from the Bay of Islands to Tekapo as part of our government's $70 million major events and tourism package. The events cover sports, food, culture and innovation, running from May to December this year, providing something for everyone and driving economic activity and confidence throughout the country. Tourism and major events are a crucial part of our government's focus on economic growth. More world-class events means more customers, more visitors, more jobs, and of course, a growing economy.
Oh, very good. Supplementary. What events are being funded by Events Boost?
Mr. Speaker, this second tranche includes over 15 events, from the thrill of the solo Trans-Tasman yacht race in Opua to the world-class culinary experiences in Wellington, dazzling Matariki celebrations in Aotearoa, the Deaf International Basketball Federation World 3x3 Cup in Auckland, and epic running festivals in Tekapo and the Nelson Tasman region. These events showcase the best of New Zealand and promise unforgettable experiences for visitors and locals alike. Where there are existing events being funded, investment will support new elements and attract more participants and international visitors to New Zealand. In total, we will be supporting over 70 events, either directly or indirectly through the major events and tourism package.
Supplementary. What benefit does she expect to see as a result of this announcement?
Mr. Speaker, when major events come to town, the economic ripple effect is huge. For example, for every dollar spent on a live performance, $3.20 is returned in benefits to the community. Events don't just bring more visitors and economic benefits, they bring life and energy to our cities and towns, creating vibrant communities and unforgettable experiences. That's why we've invested in an exciting calendar of events, bringing vibrancy to our towns and cities and giving even more reasons for visitors to choose New Zealand.
Supplementary. What feedback has she seen on this announcement?
Mr. Speaker, the feedback's been fantastic. Wellington NZ CEO Mark Oldershaw has said, the funding represents a significant and timely boost for Wellington's events sector. It plays a pivotal role in Wellington's wider economy, boosting jobs and spend across hospitality, accommodation, retail and tourism, while infusing the city with energy, creativity and atmosphere. Tourism industry Aotearoa CE Rebecca Ingram said, I'm delighted to see some of the events I know and love, alongside new events being given a boost. That combination is what keeps our events calendar exciting and relevant. Mr. Speaker, we are setting the stage for an extraordinary year. These events will bring vibrancy to our regions and deliver lasting benefits for communities and businesses across New Zealand.
Question number 11, Tiana Tuyona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Climate Change and reads, has he seen the Copernicus Climate Change Services report recent finding that 2025 ranked among one of the hottest years for the Western Pacific region? And if so, what actions has he taken to ensure Aotearoa is committed to ambitious climate action?
Mr Speaker.
The Honourable Scott Simpson.
Mr Speaker, on behalf of the Minister of Climate Change, no.
Supplementary. Does he accept that reducing emissions in Aotearoa ensures New Zealanders can live in a more stable climate and ensures that our Pacific neighbours are not faced with increasingly severe impacts on their infrastructure, biodiversity, food security, public health and economies?
Mr Speaker, on behalf of the Minister, yes.
Supplementary. How does he reconcile his statement, if at all, that the government remains committed to our domestic and international climate change commitments with the Minister for Resources' decision to shut down the possibility of New Zealand signing up to a roadmap away from using fossil fuels at the annual Global Climate Summit last year?
Well, Mr Speaker, on behalf of the Minister, I'd simply advise the member that the government, this coalition government, stands committed to its international climate commitments and its domestic commitments, as has been previously stated many times.
Supplementary. Did he raise any concerns with the Minister of Foreign Affairs or the Minister for Pacific Peoples when the decision was made to cut $100 million per year from New Zealand's annual Pacific climate aid budget?
Mr Speaker, on behalf of the Minister, I don't have that information to hand, but if the member wishes to put it in writing, I'll provide the answer for him.
Somebody question.
Right Honourable Winston Peters.
Why is he answering a question from someone who comes from Rarotonga to a country called New Zealand?
Just hold on. Do not call out or make any other noises while a question's being asked. Point of order.
Members in this House are equal. For a member of the House to stand up and question whether someone's entitled to ask a question because of their country of origin is pure racism, and you should have stopped him at the beginning.
I most certainly did not hear that in the opening of Mr Peters' question. I will review the Hansard. Who spoke then? What are you saying?
You just said that he was from Rarotonga and he's got Māori whakapapa.
Excuse me. I didn't hear, I said, and I said I'll review the standing orders and I'll take action as a result of that. Mr Peters, if you want to continue your question without any sort of gratuitous comment against any other member of the House.
My question completed, then people will see the logicality of what I'm asking. I'm asking why he's answering a question to do with the country's name from somebody who came here from a country called Rarotonga, a realm country of New Zealand, and decides without any consultation with the New Zealand people that he will change the country's name.
No, that's, sorry. That's not an acceptable question at all. And
Point of order.
And that is I want that to be the last time that those sort of questions are directed so personally at members of this House.
Point of order.
Point of order, Te Anō Tuiana.
Perhaps to assist the House, I would encourage the Minister to look further afield and to recognise the whakapapa of others who also have whakapapa to the Tai Tokerau as well, which would make this question incredibly valid and relevant.
I'm not sure which question you're referring to. Your own question is valid. There's no question about that. We'll move on to... Oh, you got a supplementary? Sorry.
Yeah. Do I ask that question again? Do I get to answer?
Yes,
you didn't really answer it.
Yes, you can.
Okay. Supplementary. Did he raise any concerns with the Minister of Foreign Affairs or the Minister for Pacific Peoples when the decision was made to cut $100 million per year from New Zealand's annual Pacific climate aid budget?
With respect, Mr Speaker, on behalf of the Minister, I did answer that question.
Got lost in the last couple of 5 minutes. Supplementary. Why at a time when rivers are running through homes in Banks Peninsula and the ocean is on the doorsteps of families in Pacific, is this government choosing to funnel billions of dollars into roads and a gas import facility that will lock us into more climate warming emissions?
Well, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Minister for Climate Change, the answer is very simple, because the coalition government takes a pragmatic and sensible approach to climate change issues, and I invite the member and members of his party to adopt the more practical approach maybe of some of their predecessors like Rob Donald and the late Jeanette Fitzsimons.
That's right. Question number 12, the Honourable Kieran McAnulty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the Minister for Infrastructure, does he stand by his statements following the recent the release of the Infrastructure Commission's National Infrastructure Plan?
The Honourable Chris Bishop.
In context, yes.
Supplementary. Does he stand by his statement that, quote, where we can build durable consensus we should, end quote, and if so, will he support Labor's call to require all government infrastructure projects to go through independent assurance via the Infrastructure Commission's Infrastructure Priorities Programme?
As a general proposition, I am in favour of greater assurance. The Infrastructure Commission is not equipped to do all infrastructure projects that go through the Crown books right now. They're a small agency and they would not have the capacity or financial resource to do every project. But it is also true that we have already started a process around strengthening assurance capability inside the government between the Treasury and the Infrastructure Commission, and I'm happy to talk to the member around some changes that we may wish to make there, because I think it's in everyone's interest that we get better value for money from what we spend.
Supplementary. Is the Minister aware that during Scrutiny Week last year, in fact, the Infrastructure Commission indicated they did have the capacity, and in particular they felt that NZTA's infrastructure project should go through that process?
Well, I don't have those comments that they made offhand, but the investor management system run by the Treasury across that basically collates every investment the government's making, which is billions of dollars every quarter. It is definitely true to say the Infrastructure Commission does not have the capacity to do that right now. That's not to say that in the future they couldn't with extra resource, and as I say, we're giving some consideration to how we might get a better arrangement between the Commission and the Treasury, and I'm really happy to talk to the member offline around that. When it comes to the Transport Agency, as a Crown entity with its own balance sheet and with its own funding stream through fuel taxes and road user charges, historically the arrangement has been that they make their own investment decisions in the same way that Kāinga Ora, for example, makes its investment decisions as a Crown entity as well. Is it correct that there are better? Is it true? Is it possible that there are better ways around that? Possibly, and we'll give that some consideration.
Supplementary. Does he therefore disagree with the NZTA commissioned Kanofsky review, which states, quote, NZTA does not have a rigorous independent investor assurance process, end quote, and if so, why wouldn't he therefore take up the Infrastructure Commission's offer to do that work?
I think as a general proposition, it is true that NZTA could have been better in the past and could be better in the future around value for money of transport investments. It is true to say as a country we spend a lot of money on infrastructure, but as the Commission points out, we are in the bottom in the OECD for efficiency of spend, and we all need to do better.
Kieran McAnulty, I'll take three here.
Supplementary. Thank you, sir. Does he therefore agree with the National Infrastructure Plan's recommendation to, quote, align investment expectations with available revenue, end quote?
As a general proposition, yes. We'll be responding to the plan as a government as required by statute in June. But it is true to say in transport that available revenue available demand for transport spending far exceeds revenue. And that is true under this government, and actually was true under the previous government, in which Crown loans, borrowing and capital injections have been put into the National Land Transport Fund at a level at which now fuel tax revenue is about 50% of transport spending, And of course that crowds out capital that could be used for other things, which I think is the Commission's point. And that is something that the country will have to grapple with.
The Right Honourable Winston Peters.
Is spending $228 million on Auckland Light Rail without a single metre or piece of track to show for it an example of good infrastructure spending? The ferries are coming.
The government's views on previous light rail projects are well known. I would just say that one of the ways in which we get into issues like light rail is that promises are made that far exceed capacity to cost or pay, and the point the Infrastructure Commission has 56 billion. Oh, that was the cost, I think, of your twin tunnel plan at the last election across the harbour. The point the Commission has made.
Yeah, just everyone just. It's not across.
It's a serious issue.
Conversation.
The point the Commission has made is that everything has to be paid for, and as a country, we have to prioritise.
Supplementary, the Honourable KiwiPulse.
He at least therefore accept that having NZTA projects independently assessed by the Infrastructure Commission could help give the sector the certainty and assurance that they've been asking for, and help prevent a situation where promises were made to the tune of 56 billion and yet there is no clear plan on how to pay for it. Shall I start the question again?
Well,
no, you finished it.
There's a range of important transport projects underway right now. We're required to, as a government, respond to the National Infrastructure Plan in June. We'll be doing that, and we'll be engaging with the opposition as part of that. I think the Commission's plan is a wake-up call for many people across the Parliament and, frankly, the country, that we've got to lift our game collectively when it comes to infrastructure.
Right Honourable Winston Peters.
Does the Minister agree that the rail sector, which has spent 61 cents in every infrastructure dollar on maintenance and renewals in recent years and is now forecast to spend 75 cents, is the standout example of good asset management thanks to a no-nonsense approach?
The rail sector has done a better job than others when it comes to maintaining its assets. It is also true to say that there is significant catch-up renewal work required in both Wellington and Auckland to maintain what we have in terms of the metropolitan rail network in both those centres, and that is another demand on the Crown books that successive governments have had to deal with and will continue to deal with. It's also the case that the metropolitan rail networks in Auckland and Wellington play a significant role in public transport in both cities, and we're looking forward to CRL opening in the second half of the year, date to be TBC exactly, and we're looking forward to that opening.
I think you've used up all the available supplementaries.
Yes, questions, so I thought I'd try.
Yeah, I do. We're over time. That concludes oral questions. As members leave the House, can they do so quietly? We'll take a few seconds to let that happen before I call an honourable member. Yeah, we're on our way without those conversations. Would some honourable member care to move that the House take note of miscellaneous business?
Mr Speaker, I so move.
The Right Honourable Chris Hipkins.
Mr Speaker, in the last few days and weeks, we have seen an ugly side to New Zealand politics on display in this House, with outright race baiting and in some cases direct racism being expressed in this House. attacks on our Chinese and Asian communities in New Zealand, attacks on our Indian communities in New Zealand, and just today, attacks on whether those who have Pacifica heritage are entitled to ask questions in this House. And what have we heard from the government side on those attacks? Absolutely nothing. And so my challenge to the National Party is absolutely clear in election year. What are they going to do to combat and challenge that racism that we are already seeing in this year's election campaign? Because it is totally unacceptable, and it is totally unacceptable for those who are leading our country to say nothing and do nothing whilst ministers in their own government are doing that to the people of New Zealand. New Zealanders deserve better, and they deserve leadership from their government, and they are seeing nothing. They're quite happy to stand by while members of their own government attack our Chinese community, our Indian community, our Pacifica community, migrants to New Zealand who work damn hard and contribute to New Zealand, and it's an absolute disgrace. Our diversity as a country is one of the things that makes us strong, and our government should celebrate it, not cast aspersions on it. But Mr. Speaker, that isn't what I was going to talk about today. Because, Mr. Speaker, watching the government patting themselves on the back and celebrating a job well done when it comes to supposedly fixing the basics shows just how out of touch they are with the day-to-day lives of New Zealanders. As Kiwis go to the supermarket, they will have Nicola Willis's promise to drive down grocery prices ringing in their ears. Because today we had the government deny that that was ever their goal. They had the government say that actually lower grocery prices were completely off the table, despite the fact that only a few months ago, this very same government was saying that its goal was to drive down grocery prices. They have given up on that. We had the government today saying that unemployment was nothing to be concerned about, which is a slight improvement on what they were saying last year when they were saying that people who lost their jobs shouldn't take it seriously. 160,000 New Zealanders out of work do take that personally, and this government is completely out of touch on the fact that unemployment is hurting. And we saw the Reserve Bank deliver its verdict today. Inflation staying higher for longer. Unemployment staying higher for longer. Interest rates going up faster than they were going to as of November when they delivered their last update. That is all on this government. If the government was responsible when those figures were improving, the government is responsible as those figures are getting worse. This is a government that wants to claim all the credits when interest rates go down, but when interest rates start going up again, oh, that's just the Independent Reserve Bank making those decisions. It is the Independent Reserve Bank making those decisions, but if the government think their actions were what lowered interest rates, then their actions are what is driving interest rates back up again. Mr. Speaker, I'll quote directly from Nicola Willis when she said, quote, "Kiwis are being pummeled every time they shop for food, with hard-working people being forced to empty their bank accounts just to half fill their trolleys." That was back in mid-2023. Well, what's happened after 2.5 years of this government? It's gotten more expensive to go to the supermarket after they fixed it. And what did they say just under a year and a half ago? October 2024, Nicola Willis, or the government declared the era of crushing prices is now over. Well, what's happened since then? Prices have gone up more. Food prices up, electricity prices up, council rates up. What's one of the things driving up council rates? The fact that this government have cut funding for council infrastructure projects, so councils are filling the void by hiking up rates even more. Administered inflation, the component of inflation that the government directly has the ability to control, is one of the main reasons inflation is now back above 3%. And that is directly on this government. It is the bit of inflation they can do something about. It is the bit that they have an ability to directly control, and it is one of the major things driving inflation above the 3% target band. This is a government far more interested in blaming everybody else for the country's problems than accepting responsibility for the fact that they are making things worse.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to acknowledge up and down the country where community has stood with iwi Māori for te treaty o Waitangi. not seen across community, across our peoples, celebrating the centrality of Te Tiriti, like we did at the Wharerunanga, like we did at the Pōwhiri, for our parliamentary colleagues, as well as for community, as well as for Ngaitahu who came to Waitangi this year. Māori and community stand up for Te Tiriti. And as we see the need for dedicated Māori voice in Parliament, I have a members' bill that brings forth the ability for us to entrench that dedicated Māori voice. It is now time for us as community to stand up and address the constitutional inequality that Māori have suffered for generations. Because for 159 years, Māori have been here in Whare Pāremata with dedicated Māori seats. These Māori seats provide a space for inclusion, for also accountability for Māori to our constituents. That is different to the 33 Māori voices that we have in Whare Pāremata today. These Māori seats correct an opportunity for us as community and iwi Māori to be here at the tepu of Kāwanatanga. Dedicated Māori seats are important, and we need to entrench them, Mr. Speaker. Why? Because from a simple majority, this House can abolish that dedicated Māori voice. The dedicated Māori voice that is essential for us to give effect to Te Tiriti o Waitangi. I pay tribute to the many voices over the 159 years that we have had dedicated Māori seats in Whare Pāremata. That representation is tuku iho, and it needs to be dedicated today and now into the future. It's important for us as Aotearoa, if we are going to have a thriving democracy, dedicated Māori representation is required here, today, and also into the future. I hark back to the fact that this dedicated Māori voice is just one man, one vote. No different to any other seat that sits here. Māori have a choice to be on the general or the Māori electoral roll. And in fact, it's getting harder for us too. It's getting harder for us too to be able to change roles, because there are restrictions around the way with which Māori can choose to be on general or Māori electorates. That's the issue right now, is that we seek to entrench these Māori seats so that we have the ability to exercise that dedicated Māori voice in Whare Pāremata. That's the challenge for us as iwi Māori, is that while we might have some 33 voices in the whare that have Māori descent, it is the dedicated and accountable to Māori constituency voice that is required. And so I pay tribute to the way with which we all come with our whakapapa, we all come with our diversity, but at the end of the day, if we don't correct this constitutional error that has hung over our heads as iwi Māori for 159 years, then where are we as a country? This is only a small step to democracy. The entrenchment of Māori seats is well overdue. And the ability for us, just as we did in local government, see the way that community stood up for Māori seats and Māori constituencies, Māori wards in local government, is a tribute to the way that communities are standing up for Te Tiriti. Because ultimately, a thriving Aotearoa benefits from when Māori are at the table. What's wrong with having Māori voice at the table in a dedicated way that is accountable to our people? For good or for bad, I'm at the table too, and I am here in a different capacity. I need the here back to our people, and that's what dedicated Māori seats offer us. So haha te he o tērā. Haha te he o tērā. Because if we want to see the way with which our country and our community can thrive, if we can create a pathway for Māori to be able to be at the table entrenched, motuhake, why can't we do that as a country? Why can't this House all get in behind a members' bill that has been around for a while, but also provide the voter choice for Māori to be able to change the electoral roll? Because we know that there have been changes right now in the Electoral Act last year that will restrict the way with which Māori as new voters can come onto the roll. Time is short. And if we want to see a government that really genuinely upholds Te Tiriti o Waitangi, it's one where Māori seats are dedicated and entrenched.
The Honourable Louise Upson.
Mr Speaker, this afternoon I want to highlight an area where the National Party and the National Government in coalition with New Zealand First and ACT are fixing the basics and building the future, and that of course is tourism and hospitality. Figures out last week on Friday showed overseas visitor arrivals reached 3.51 million people to the year prior for December 2025, an increase of 196,000 people. And that puts us at 90% of pre-COVID levels. That is an extraordinary result in the year. And Mr Speaker, I want to just give you some reasons why we've seen that increase. Why is tourism and hospitality so important? It's our second largest export. Employs 1 in 10 New Zealanders. So when we talk about growing tourism and hospitality, it is growing the employment opportunities of New Zealanders. That's exactly what it's all about. Interesting fact, just yesterday when I was focusing on a workshop with the Wellington Chamber of Commerce, 24% of those who work in tourism and hospitality identify as neurodiverse. So it's also a fantastic opportunity to ensure that a wider range of New Zealanders get employment. So let's just look at the last week alone. A week when the New Zealand International Convention Centre finally opened. Something that we talked about in this House in 2013. And Mr Speaker, I know what an important role you played in that. So to have it open last week, potentially $90 million of economic impact, 33,000 additional international visitors coming from that alone. But also, if you think about the other events we had last week, an amazing event on the water, Sail GP in Auckland, here in Wellington, we had the Women's Amateur Golf Championship, we had the Indigenous All-Stars NRL match in Hamilton. Wasn't that an amazing show? And of course, I have to say it again, what did we announce this week? State of origin, coming to Auckland, coming to New Zealand, moving outside Australia for the first time. And I think, actually, not more than just quietly, big rounds of applause around the House. Because we know, in terms of events like that, it will have a massive impact on the number of visitors coming to New Zealand, only possible because we've changed the rules at Eden Park. We would not have got the state of origin without those changes. So this is a government that is really fixing the basics and building the future. Change by change, investment by investment, making decisions that we know have an impact. If I think about the announcements last Tuesday, an event boost, supporting events across our regions from Opua, Nelson Tasman, Ames Games in Tauranga, an extra boost to the Wellington on a Plate, you name it, another 15 events that will mean more visitors spreading out into our towns, cities and regions, which mean those job opportunities aren't just concentrated in our cities, but they are going to every corner of New Zealand. So, Mr Speaker, when our government talks about economic growth, we are taking the steps day to day, week to week, making decisions that we know will have an impact. And as I said, those results, we are now at 90% of pre-COVID levels of international visitors. And when I set the target a year ago to get back to the 2019 levels by the end of 2026, there were quite a few naysayers. But actually it just shows when you have a clear plan, when you have a tourism growth roadmap and you chip away at it, you work with the industry, you hear the sector, you absolutely roll out the decisions of what they know will work, you back them as an industry, you back them as a sector and support them with government investment, it pays off. And that's exactly what we are seeing. Mr Speaker, when the government talks about economic growth, it's not about economic growth for the government's sake. It is because we know when we have additional visitors, it means that a shop will have more customers, that a cafe will have more customers, there will be more customers going into a visitor experience and staying in a local motel. That means that employer is able to take on more staff, extend the hours of those that they have working for them, lift their wages, and that, Mr Speaker, is what makes an enormous difference to households up and down New Zealand. That is why we are absolutely doing everything to grow tourism and hospitality. That's why we have an ambitious target to increase the number of visitors. And Mr. Speaker, it is working. We are building the future and National is doing it.
The Right Honourable Winston Peters.
Speaker, the time has come for a decision on the future of the Maori seats. It has been said many times, but it's a vitally undeniable fact. The Royal Commission into the electoral system in 1986 stated that with the implementation of MMP it would create a more representative parliament and the original justification for separate Maori seats would no longer exist. This point cannot be ignored. The Maori Party themselves don't want the Maori seats. They say they don't want this colonial construct. They want a separate parliament, separate laws, separate land. They hold the majority of the Maori seats and do not turn up to Parliament, disregard the rules and processes, and show utter disdain for the system that gives them the seats they hold. They represent no one. They have proven the seats they hold are no longer relevant nor serve their original purpose. We have just had the referendum of local Maori wards, with the current Maori seat holders showing how much of a mess they are in. It's proven that the time has come for the public to decide if they are effective, relevant, and if they are needed. The fact is, we currently have a record number of Maori in Parliament and in Cabinet, with 27% of the House having a Maori background, far higher than the often claimed 70% of the country's Maori population. Additionally, the proportion of Maori enrolled in the Maori roll itself has steadily decreased in recent years, from around 60% of Maori voters 20 years ago to now only half of the eligible Maori voters being on the Maori roll. They are voting with their feet already. Between 1854 and 1978, there were only 4 Maori who held a general seat. But since the introduction of MMP, that number has massively increased to be an overrepresentation. The arguments for a separate franchise based on race have become irrelevant. We have legislation ready to go right now. We don't have to wait until the next general election. If we have the support of other parties in Parliament, and we get this referendum completed at no extra cost, no waste of time, if we hold it in conjunction with the general election in November. It's a simple referendum question. Should there be separate Maori seats in the New Zealand Parliament? With a simple yes or no answer. New Zealand First believes the decision should be put to a binding referendum where the people decide, not temporarily empowered politicians. Because we believe in our democracy, and this issue needs to gain a true mandate from the New Zealand people so we can move forward together, united as one. One law, one flag, one vote, one people, all equal. The House of Representatives has the chance to involve the New Zealand people in deciding the future direction of our country together. New Zealand voters are ready to have a voice and a choice. Now, you've just heard from the Greens. It's fascinating how these people come here and claim to be educated, claim to be steeped in Maori understanding, don't even know that over 100 years ago, Sopran Ngata ruled out what you just said. He said over 100 years ago, because the guy, mind you, he got a law degree in 2 years flat. He holds the record for getting a law degree of anybody in this country. And he made the simple, logical point. But here she's shouting now, right? I know her type. She took a very profitable group called the Ngāti, a committee that we set up all those years ago, where the total cost used to be $22,000 a year, and it's now broke. That's her record. I've seen that type before. 4 Maori by Maori. No, 4 Maori for just some Maori. And we're not having that. But Ngata pointed out years ago, and here's a chance for her to learn again. But no, here she is. I'm one of the 4 that made this parliament in all those years from 54 to 78. Only 4 of us made it. And it wasn't easy. And of course, she came here. Guess where she came here? She didn't come here in a Maori seat. But now she wants to entrench it. Even though Ngata said, and he said it so logically, so you entrench it. It takes a simple majority to remove the entrenchment clause, and now you're back to a simple majority to get rid of it. See, logical, plain, buck, formula, all those people understood. And here comes this new breed. Know nothing about the Maori world. Know nothing about the conditions that we had to sacrifice for. Know nothing of the strife that some of us had over all those decades. Know nothing of putting money and time into great causes at great loss to yourself personally. And that's why they talk that way. They are not from the Maori people. They are not for the people of this country. They are for separatism and division, and they scream racism. They scream racism. It is their policy. Oh, and just to make sure that's not quite enough, they're communists as well. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Tama Potaka.
It's among us, we've had a number of motivating and inspiring speeches today, but I'm here to talk about the economy and to focus on values and fundamentals. Values like sustainable development, equal opportunity, reward for achievements and limited government. Fundamentals like fixing infrastructure, sorting out productivity of land and sea, jobs in the regions, matua, certainty for business and responsible management of our natural assets, and that's exactly what we're doing as this government. Across my portfolios, conservation and Māori development, we're making practical investments that unlock economic growth while protecting what makes this country unique. We are not going to rely on the Treaty of Waitangi as a Trojan horse for red tape and green tape. We will not do that. It starts with a simple truth. The environment and the economy go together, but we will manage our conservation estate well because it's 30% of the country. It's 30% of the country, Mr. Speaker, and we are really focused on acknowledging and implementing conservation and the land and the seas that go with it as a cornerstone of economic infrastructure. So what have we done? We've approved concessions that actually unlock jobs, that actually drive the tourism that brings people to the country to watch games like the State of Origin and to go on guided walks, to go and spend money in faraway places, even on State Highway 35 for the member from the Waiariki. We are making decisions that will enable businesses to operate, to employ people, to create jobs into the regions and to invest in infrastructure. Places like Milford Sound, with the Milford Track and Milford Sound Tourism Limited, the Remarkables, the Te Anau Glowworm Caves, and it was great to hear about Ngāi Tahu partnering up with those owners of Milford Sound Tourism to go and fix up that place, a beautiful place, Pio Pio Tahi. But economic growth that is predictable needs that certainty. It needs concession decision-making that has certainty, clarity and at pace, no more waiting for 7 or 8 or 10 years for a decision to be made. Mr. Speaker, these decisions sit alongside the wider work to modernise our conservation system and reduce red and green tape. Mining, yes. Tourism, yes. We are a coalition government of yes, not, no, or even worse, a long maybe. Mr. Speaker, let me turn to Māori development. Because if we want a productive economy, we must work harder, more effectively to unlock the potential of our communities and the potential of our land and waters. Māori land and Māori enterprise, I was just there today, lunchtime, announcing the finalists, some of whom are from Ngāti Hine, the Ngāti Hine Forestry Trust, Otama Mārere Trust up in Bay of Plenty, and of course the Mātai Pacific Iwi Collective, one of the largest kiwi fruit orchards in the country. The 3 finalists of the Ahu Whenua Awards, and know this, Mr. Speaker, over the last 10 years, the amount of horticulture on Māori land has gone up by 50%. Horticulture, aquaculture, viticulture, apiculture, all cultures are going in the right direction to boost this economy. And Minister Jones and others have been an instrumental part of this, Mr. Speaker. Whether or not it's the $200 million in the Stop Bank or the work that Minister Macleay is doing in order to unlock FTA arrangements to enable kiwi fruit from Māori orchards, to enable seafood from all over the waters around our country, to enable places like the Bluff Oceanside Freezing Works, which produces power, seaweed, and a whole range of other goods, including a bit of South Gin, to be exported. That's what we are talking about, Mr. Speaker. Last week or 2 weeks ago, we made an announcement around the Rangi Hamama Oromahoi Trust to give them some putia to lay down some kiwi fruit orchards on Māori land that is underutilised in Northland. That's exactly the space that we want to be in. They will link up to the Matawi and Otawere dams that were put in by the Matua several years ago. Ngāti Hoa and Waikato, their berry farms, their asparagus, strawberries, blueberries and commercial production of horticulture, supporting them with a repayable grant. Rukumoana, Schaufhausen, Lansa, Rapana and Muna Wharawhara, all those people doing hard work in the middle of Waikato, get their land back on track. But that's what we're about, supporting and partnering with Māori enterprise to do good things. The Eastland generation in Kauro, what they're doing on the Kauro, Tuwharetoki Kauro land, absolutely fantastic. It's all part of the geothermal aspirations that we as a government have. And housing supply, I will not go any further than a place like Ōwhata where Ngāti Whakau are building houses 50-10 to the dozen. But the government cannot and will not do everything for everybody. We will partner with those that are credible to support initiatives on conservation land and waters and Māori land to do good things for their community, to build the economy, to fix the basic, to enable jobs and, importantly, to bring our country into the future. Tēnā tātou katoa.
The Honourable Barbara Emmons.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to speak on the general debate. And it's been a really interesting general debate because for once in the last 2 years, you finally have government ministers talking about stuff that they're doing. Now, they must have had a caucus memo or something saying, "Dear National Party caucus, please talk about yourself, your Sincerity Research Unit," because it's quite clear that this has been a change in tactic, because obviously New Zealand is not believing that things are better under the National Party government. Clearly New Zealanders weren't believing it, and every time the national government ministers come into the House, all you hear is a lot of deflection and gaslighting and blaming everybody else, including Donald Trump, including the merchants of misery, including bottom feeders and every other single person that is available in this community to blame except for themselves. So it's quite interesting to see this political strategy change by the National Party to be like, oh, we've got to talk about some good things because people clearly are not believing us. So also what we saw in question time today was the Minister of Finance, who was struggling to defend some of her policy choices, talk about counterfactuals. The interesting thing about her counterfactuals, and it's all backed up by the pre-election fiscal update, I went and found this on my shelf just for today's general debate, to show some different counterfactuals. And one in particular, for the job seeker benefit between June 24 and 26, there is now forecast to be 50,000 more people on the job seekers benefit than when they took office as set out in the pre-election fiscal update. How's that target going? Net debt. Before the election, it was forecast to be $102 billion in the 26-27 financial year. Well, in December 25, when they opened their books, that's now forecast to be $128 billion. Again, I'll just to make sure, because I know numbers can be confusing for that side of the House, that's more. That's definitely more, and that's a rise of just 18% in just 2 years. Another counterfactual, the surplus. When the Minister of Finance realised she couldn't make the surplus within the forecast period under Obergel, she changed the goalpost and bring in Obergel X. That's right. But let's go back to Obergel, because before the election, the forecast set to have our government books in surplus by the 26-27 year. But ever since that government took office, every single year it has been pushed out so much that under the old measure of Obergel, it doesn't even feature in the forecast period. And I acknowledge Treasury for still keeping that figure in, because no matter how much the government wants to change the goalposts or their targets, no matter how much they want to change it, the facts don't lie, and that's the counterfactual which the Minister of Finance failed to address today. The other counterfactual was GDP growth. Before the election, in the pre-election fiscal update, it was meant to be 3.7% by this year. However, it is now only meant to peak at 3%. So again, for a government that is so basically targeting on economic growth, they have failed. They have failed based on the counterfactuals as set out in the pre-election fiscal update. But Mr. Speaker, some members may ask, well, what does this actually mean to the economy? What does this actually mean for the everyday person? What it means is that things have actually gotten worse. Record KiwiSaver hardship withdrawals, almost double in 2 years. People are dipping into their retirement savings because they cannot afford their everyday costs. Business liquidations are up by at a 15-year high. 15-year high. 165,000 people are out of work and want a job. 165,000 people. There are 32,000 fewer jobs since National took office, despite the mumbling or whatever it was that the Minister of Finance was trying to answer today. The unemployment rate, and this is a tragedy for young people, has shot up since 2023. It's up 28% for people aged 15 to 19. It's up 57% for those aged 20 to 24. It's up 54% for 25 to 29-year-olds. It is no wonder why we are having record numbers leave New Zealand to go to Australia, because there are jobs there that are better paid. This government, despite all their gaslighting, they can blame everybody else, but they have no one else to blame for their choices for making it worse, not better.
Yeah, well said, Bob.
Speaker, I take a phrase from a song by Luther Vandross: a chair is still a chair, even if there's no one sitting there. And so we got somebody who drops bombs and then takes off. But I just want to say about the Māori seats. Back in 1867, when they established the Māori seats, those Māori seats were put in place. And the purpose was to break down the Māori organisations who opposed the sale of Māori land. That was the original intent of the Māori seats. It wasn't out of the goodness of Pākehā who were running government since the 1852, out of the goodness of their hearts to give Māori representation in this House. Absolutely not. It was there to suit their agenda. It was there to suit their agenda. And so since then, let's just fast forward to today. The Māori seats are in one of the most powerful positions it has ever been. It has ever been. And that frightens people like Winston Peters and New Zealand First. It frightens them because since 1996, they have had the monopoly over deciding who is going to be the Prime Minister come every election, besides some of the others where they lost 8 MPs back in 1998, you know. So let's just say, because in 1996 they won all the Māori seats. The next election after that they lost all their Māori seats, plus all their Māori members, plus some. And so what we've got is a party who is absolutely threatened by the power of the Māori seats. The Māori seats will be determining who the next Prime Minister is come November the 7th. Every poll, every bit of statistic that is coming out at this particular time is telling not you, Mr. Speaker, but telling New Zealanders and Aotearoa that the Māori seats are in the most powerful position they have ever been in. Why? Since 2023, there have been 14,000 more people enrolled on the Māori roll than on the general. There are more Māori on the Māori roll than on the general roll. Somebody's been telling fibs. Somebody's been telling fibs to the media. Somebody's been telling fibs about the statistics, and these are the real statistics. There is over 303,000 Māori on the Māori roll. Māori on the Māori roll outpopulate Māori on the general roll. And this is the problem that this House is having at this particular time. They're in a quandary. They're in a quandary. Why? It's because Māori have matured so fast. Māori have matured so fast in the last 5 years to give the power that they had and to realise the power that we have in regards to determining who the next Prime Minister is come November the 7th. That's just the reality. That's just the reality. And I can tell you what, there has only been one party in this House that has driven more people over to the Māori roll than any other party in this House. There's no other party that has actively campaigned to put Māori on the Māori roll. In the last 5 years, we have matured in that particular space. We have matured in that particular space. We have matured in this country's democracy, and that frightens people. That frightens people. And it frightens New Zealand First because for the first time, they will not be sitting in that position, deciding who is going to be the Prime. And that race baiting that we saw earlier on today in the House is disgusting. And if that government can sit there and allow people in their government to run that type of narrative, and it runs just about every day in question time, you ought to be ashamed of yourselves. You ought to be ashamed of yourselves. And my thing is also to the opposition parties, we've got to rule out that type of partnership. We've got to rule out that type of partnership. People have to now start standing up for people. Standing up for people. One seat, wonder, she reckons. I got 17,000 votes, 70,000 people put me here. I wonder how many put you here. Nobody knows who you are, who you represent. You don't have one. We should be running a referendum maybe on list seats. I don't know. Maybe on age. I don't know. We can have a list of things we can run a referendum on. But one of those referendums should not be about removing Māori seats from this parliament. And that's the only reason why you want to remove Māori seats is because they become more powerful than they ever have been. More powerful than they ever have been. And that's what scares this House. That's what scares this House. We are here with 100% mandate Māori votes. 100%, I can tell you that right now. 100% of the people that voted for me have whakapapa Māori. Absolutely. That is a fact. And we have the mandate to represent those communities. So my thing is to this House, National, rule it out. Labour, rule it out. And let's get this rubbish out of this House and ensure that the rights of Te iwi Māori under Te Tiriti o Waitangi are entrenched. Kia ora tātou.
Ryan Hamilton.
Mr. Speaker, it's a real privilege to speak in this general debate. There's been a lot of yelling this afternoon, and gosh, it's I guess it gives me cause to just reflect. Mr. Speaker, I've been here, relatively new politician, only a little over 2 years, and can only but see the cracks falling through the opposition. Mr. Speaker, we had Chris Hipkins today yelling in his general debate, in his question time, asking about deflation and throwing toads of racism on us. I like Orawari, but he's going, so I won't be able to talk about him. Mr. Speaker, we heard the Prime Minister's maiden statement. We were reflecting on that last week. I got to speak to that. I enjoyed hearing Kerry McNulty. McNulty, thank you for that, sir. I enjoyed your leadership pitch. Obviously, Chris Hipkins is struggling and you're making a leadership pitch. I actually really like Pene Henare too. He's got a lot of mana. I've enjoyed playing parliamentary rugby with him and disappointed to see him go. But obviously, he's seen the light, Mr. Speaker, and people are leaving and cleaving. Rawiri Waititi, I quite like the man. I would have a drink with him. But unfortunately, his party is dissolving before his eyes too. I can't even remember how many people are left in the Te Pāti Māori now. Is it 4 or 6? Is it 6, Tom? Is it 4? Is it? No, there's a few that aren't quite sure. Mr. Speaker, I guess my point is that New Zealand's tired of the fractionated politicking, and if they want a government that provides stability, then they will look to a national-led government with our coalition partners. Mr. Speaker, a little bit of history lesson here I saw from my friend Dan Bidwell put on his socials. 1972, Labor inherits a surplus from National. 1975, Labor bequeaths a deficit to National. 1984, Labor inherits a deficit from National. 1980, Labor bequeaths a deficit to National. 1999, Labor inherits a surplus from National. 2008, Labor bequeaths a deficit to National. We go to 2023, Labor bequeaths a deficit to National. And Mr. Speaker, and once again, we're coming in, we're cleaning it up. And I look across to the opposition and they sit there completely unrepentant and they point the finger, but they don't realise that only a little over 2 years ago, they were the ones interfering with KO, rising debt, allowing unruly tenants, politics crumbling, no localism, hospitals, let's undertake a reform in the middle of a pandemic, infrastructure falling apart, no law and order, ram rates high, education, kids not even at level. Mr. Speaker, it was a complete mess. And I remind the thousands of viewers that have tuned in right now, Mr. Speaker, that this national-led government with our coalition partners has had a heck of a job cobbling together that mess and putting it together and building the future. Brad Redmond said we always talk about them, but Mr. Speaker, we've got plenty to talk about, but it's about context. It's about just reminding people how far we've come in such a short space of time. Mr. Speaker, I'm really privileged to sit on the Environment Select Committee, and we've got the RMA reforms coming through over the next few months. Submissions have just closed, and there's going to be, I think, over 1,000 submissions from some very, serious stakeholders in the community, councils, NGOs, and we look forward to digesting those and making sure we come up with some really robust criteria, because this is a once-in-a-generation change. In fact, it was implemented in 1992, so it's nearly 2 generations, depending on how quickly people breed, Mr. Speaker. But the thing is, it's going to be huge, it's going to be exciting. We're saying yes to productivity in this country. We're saying yes to enablement. And as Tama Potaka said, we're getting rid of the red tape and the green tape. We just want to get stuff done. It's just got too hard, Mr. Speaker, in this country. Mr. Speaker, very quickly, I look forward to the opening of the Garden Arts Festival in Hamilton Gardens this Friday in Hamilton. 49 artists, 800 49 acts, 800 artists, balloons over Waikato kicking off, homegrown, going to attract 30,000 people. It's all happening in New Zealand's fastest growing city. But Mr. Speaker, can I just close by providing a message to all New Zealanders? In fact, to all New Zealanders, to all Māori, to all Indian, to all Filipino, if you want a stable government that backs you, that will support you, then vote for this national-led coalition government, Mr. Speaker, because we're all about fixing the basics and building a future that's going to be bright, that's going to enable prosperity, where safety is paramount, education is esteemed, and Kiwis are adored.
Mr. Speaker. Kia ora, Mr. Speaker. Well, that was a dud. I mean, that speech was an absolute dud. The one opportunity that members of the government get as a backbencher to contribute in the general debate, and they spend most of the time talking about us and not talking about the real issues. There is a cost of living crisis happening in our country, Mr. Speaker. You wouldn't think that the members opposite are even aware of that, because they have not even referred to that. Because for many whānau all around the country, cost of living is not theoretical. Cost of living for them is when they get the bills and they see that they can't make things add up. When they get the power bill and they know that it's on the rise, on the rise, on the rise, and with a gas tax under this government, that will continue. When they look at the rent and the mortgage payments and realise that it is simply unbearable for them. When they see that the grocery bills are stocking up and it's not a $60 a week shop for households around this country, and when they perhaps, if they have a petrol vehicle, look and see that what's left in the tank after payday, is that going to last them to the next paycheck or not? There are families in our community that are living day to day, week to week, and this is a government that is making it extremely difficult for them to make ends meet. And transport is a direct cost of living issue. Fuel, maintenance, insurance, parking, all of those things that drivers and owners need to turn their mind to. And so the simple question, Mr. Speaker, in the transport space is, are we as a country investing in transport in a way that lowers the pressures that are on households, or is it actually the government that is adding to the pressures in households in terms of what's important? We've heard recently about changes afoot in the money stream when it comes to the roads of National Party significance. You know, this was a government that went to the last election and talked about the fact that this was something that was to be pitched as nation building. But when the focus is on building at any cost, New Zealanders are the ones, Kiwis are the ones that get stuck with the bill at the end of the day. Just last week in this House, we were talking about the fact that the cost or the shortfall is now at around $56 billion for the roads of National Party significance. $56 billion. Last year, Chris Bishop gave a speech and snuck in there that it was a $30 million sort of cost overrun where this money was going to go, now ballooned out to $56 billion. And the government need to be very clear in that space around how at the moment that $56 billion, which they are prioritising, they are prioritising the spend on roads, and roads are important, but they are prioritising the spend on roads to the tune of $56 billion, despite what the Infrastructure Commission has said as recently as yesterday. Is the government going to increase transport taxes to meet that particular shortfall? Are they going to add debt, looking around $40 billion, to meet that particular shortfall? At the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, it is households who are going to carry that particular cost, because it's a government that, when it looks at its priorities, have placed all its priorities in the wrong place. In transport, what was really interesting yesterday with the infrastructure plan for the country, a 30-year blueprint, identified that transport was a key player in that particular space. Question time today, we heard via my colleague, the Honourable Kieran McAnulty, whether or not the government is prepared to put those mega transport projects through a process of independence to see whether or not they stack up. Because the suite of RONs that are on the books at the moment, many of them only scrape through because the benefit and cost ratio have been changed in terms of how they're to be assessed by a different discount rate, but also the length of time is quite different as well. And so what's really important is hearing from the government about how keen they are around actually wanting to do something a little bit different. Because it's very clear that simply burying one's head in the sand and saying we're going to continue to deliver this suite of projects and programs where the Infrastructure Commission has clearly said that they don't stack up. You need to go back to the drawing board. This is about priorities. This is about where this government is choosing to place its priorities for households all around the country. For households who are doing it tough right now, Mr. Speaker, what we need to have hope. We need to have hope in a government that actually is going to get the basics right in a sense of knowing what is the need. And cost of living pressures is right up there right now. You talk to anyone in the community, they know that them and their neighbours are doing it tough, but the reality right now is under this national government, they don't care. They have the priorities in all the wrong places, and that's simply not good enough.
Tom Rutherford.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today with a heavy heart for my home of the Bay of Plenty. On the 22nd of January, severe weather triggered catastrophic landslides in Mount Maunganui on Mawao, Welcome Bay, Papamoa and surrounding communities. 8 lives were tragically lost. Jackie, Sue, Lisa, Max, Sharon, Marnes, Austin and Yao Fang. Lives that mattered, taken far too soon. To those grieving, to those displaced, and to those who still feel anxious every time the rain sets in, we stand with you. The shock of that day will not disappear quickly. Recovery will take time, but you are not facing it alone. Mr. Speaker, I want to acknowledge the extraordinary efforts of our first responders, fire and emergency, police, St John and civil defence, who worked in dangerous conditions to search, recover and support families. I also acknowledge local iwi, marae, businesses, neighbours and volunteers who opened homes, provided food and simply showed up for one another. In the worst of times, the very best of the Bay of Plenty was on display. People are asking hard but fair questions. How did this happen? What warnings were in place? And could more have been done? Those questions deserve proper answers. The government is establishing an independent inquiry to examine exactly that. It will engage directly with families, operate transparently, and take the time needed to get this right. We owe our community clarity, accountability, and practical steps to reduce risk of this happening again. Mr. Speaker, in the middle of all of this, I married my best friend Hannah. It was a week of deep sadness and personal joy side by side. It reminded me that in public life, as in private life, what matters most is the people beside you. And for me, that person's Hannah. People say marriage is about finding someone you can live with. Well, I didn't do that. I found someone I don't want to live without. And Mr. Speaker, even in difficult times, Parliament does not pause. And nor should it, because communities rebuilding after a disaster need more than sympathy. They need a government focused on doing the basics well. Next week, the Labour Party will deliver its State of the Nation address. That is part of democracy. But New Zealanders, especially those trying to rebuild homes, businesses and lives, will judge all of us on results, not rhetoric. When Labour left office 2 years ago, inflation had reached 7.3%. Mortgage costs were biting hard. Crime was trending up. Educational achievement was declining. In over 6 years, government debt had increased by $120 billion, leaving annual interest costs of more than $9.5 billion a year, money that now cannot be spent on hospitals, schools or roads. By contrast, the National Party got stuck in to fix the basics. We slashed wasteful spending to bring inflation down and ease pressure on interest rates. We delivered tax relief for the first time in 14 years and introduced family boost to help parents with the cost of childcare. We restored law and order, banning gang patches, strengthening sentencing and driving down ram raids. There's now 38,000 fewer victims of violent crime in New Zealand. We put classrooms back to basics, 1 hour a day of reading, writing and maths, and cell phones out of classrooms to get rid of distractions. We removed burdensome regulations for farmers, we cut red tape to make it easier to build, and fast-tracked major infrastructure projects that will create jobs and unlock growth. And we are not stopping there. We're going to grow the economy through new trade opportunities, strengthening KiwiSaver, investing in roads, schools and hospitals, and making it easier to build homes in New Zealand. Mr. Speaker, the people of the Bay of Plenty understand resilience. They understand responsibility, and they understand that recovery requires action. This is what our government is delivering, fixing the basics and building the future. Labor offers more tax, more spending and more excuses. We offer discipline, growth, safer communities, better schools and a stronger economy. We keep choosing practical solutions over ideology, and we will keep choosing responsibly over recklessness, and we will keep choosing what is best for New Zealand.
Mr. Speaker, submissions on the Arms Bill have now closed, and I would like to take this opportunity to give a huge thank you to everybody that was a part of the process and gave their arms submissions to the Justice Select Committee. I did ask the Justice Select Committee to extend that process by an extra few weeks, recognising that it was meant to actually close in the middle of January, right at the time when the outdoors people are enjoying the outdoors and enjoying their summer break. We had the extension through till mid-February, and that would have allowed more people to submit and have their say, and I'd like to thank them for taking that opportunity. I also acknowledge the fact that we have a 6-month Select Committee process for the Arms Bill, and that is something that has not been afforded the firearm community for a very long time, including the 3-day submission period that they had back in 2019. And Mr. Speaker, we had early public consultation that shaped what this bill was going to look like to ensure that the people who use firearms within our community, the law-abiding people, actually have a say in the law that is going to define how they operate. It's important, Mr. Speaker, that licensed firearm owners are heard. And I have seen on social media many comments from people saying, why should I bother? I've never been listened to before. Why should I listen? Why should they listen to me now? And it's really important, Mr. Speaker, that everybody feels that they can contribute to democracy and they can feel that they will be heard. And I will say to them that the submissions that they have put in today, over the last few weeks, will be heard, will be read, and I implore the Select Committee to actually go through those submissions and pick out some of the niche issues that the licensed firearm owners have raised, because by the committee doing their job and fixing those niche issues, listening to the community on how to make it work better, means we will have once again the best firearm laws in New Zealand, just like we previously have had. The thing is, though, Mr. Speaker, when we look at the current Act, it's over 40 years old. It's had so many bits and pieces added and taken away from it, it's become very hard to understand. And I have had numerous professionals say to me they have struggled with it. It's been confusing for licensed firearm owners, it's been inefficient for New Zealand Police, and totally ineffective at stopping criminals. Public safety and respect for licensed firearm owners are not in conflict, they actually go hand in hand with each other. Mr. Speaker, one issue that I know some members are concerned about is the proposal to create a new firearms regulator independent of police. Licensed firearm owners understand why the separation matters, but for others it comes down to something quite simple. We need to allow New Zealand Police to focus on crime, on gangs, on criminals and the misuse of firearms. And the regulator will need to focus on clear guidance and consistent administration. This is what both these agencies will be good at. So by separating them, we can ensure that we have a robust system. But passing the Act is only part of the job. We are also working on regulations which will define how it's going to be implemented. It's an opportunity to build a modern professional regulator from the ground up.
Mr. Speaker, I've spoken about the committee, and I look forward to, when they hear oral submissions, them engaging with the real-world examples that will be brought up for them. Submitters from the firearm community want laws that keep the public safe too, and their contribution will be extensive. And when it comes to sports shooting and exemptions, Mr. Speaker, it's easy to get worked up about semi-automatics or even about registry issues. But ACT believes that a sports shooting exemption can be done safely. Competitive shooting is one of the safest sports in New Zealand. It operates under strict range and safety condition, and I implore again the committee members to listen to those making submissions with open minds. Be prepared to be persuaded by evidence. Mr. Speaker, this bill is about balance. It's about safety, it's about fairness, and it's about practicality. It's not scapegoating licensed firearm owners anymore. It's about ACT fixing what matters for those who work, enjoy, have sport, and want to put food on the table for their families. And I encourage the committee to thoughtfully engage in that respect. It will continue to keep pushing for improvements through this process and beyond. We can do it, and we can do it together. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Dr. Deborah Russell.
Mr. Speaker, as Ramadan begins, let us remember the 51 New Zealanders who were killed in a mosque. Ramadan will end around about the time of the anniversary of that killing, and I trust that each of us really understands the need to remember them, to respect and honour their memory, and to respect and honour what we must do to keep all of us safe. Mr. Speaker, as I stand and speak today, I also speak in the shadow of the storms that have crossed this country in recent weeks and years, and very sadly remember people who've lost their lives in storms. I think since about 2023, since the Auckland anniversary weekend floods and the Cyclone Gabrielle floods, and now with the Cyclone Gabrielle floods, and now with the recent storm of the terrible landslide in Mount Maunganui, seems to be around about 30 New Zealanders have lost their lives in storms. I want to pay particular respect to Tom Rutherford, who has been dealing with that in his own community, in the middle of that, having his own wedding planned as well. It must have been a joyful day, Mr. Rutherford, but also a very hard day as you were dealing with the strains in your community. And it's not just the lives that are gone, it's the families who are devastated, the homes that have gone, the livelihoods that have gone. This is no longer just storms, Mr. Speaker. This is climate change. It's not just weather, it is climate change. And it is climate change that is exacting a toll on our country, that is driving costs in our country that will have long-term costs for all of us. Professor James Renwick at the University of Victoria, a specialist, has said that actually there are no more storms than there were when we were kids, but they are much more intense. There's much more water in them. That's because of the warming climate. So that the storms we face will have much more severe consequences. And here he says, a Cyclone Gabrielle kind of storm in another 30 or 40 years, you could have rainfall amounts that are 50% higher than we saw with that storm, mega flooding everywhere or anywhere a storm hits, terrible slips and deaths. It's coming for us. The costs of climate change are real, and they are not in the future, they are here now in our own communities. It is us now who are having to deal with it. And it actually has cost the New Zealand government an extraordinary amount. Now, there's an analysis from Sapere, the economics consultancy, and it says, really, that we're pretty good at dealing with disasters. We get in there, we put the recovery funds in, we help our community, we help our citizens. In fact, we've spent something like about $33 billion of government money on recovery in the last 15 years. But what we are not good at, the report goes on to say, is planning for the future, is planning our resilience for the future. And that is what this government must do. Otherwise, it will cost us even more. Now, their own Ministry of the Environment has said in their long-term insights briefing on resilience to hazards, it says hard choices are unavoidable. We must stop hiding our head in the sand and pretending that climate change will not cost us. We actually need to do two things. We need to participate in the worldwide effort to get emissions down, but we also need to build resilience at home. But what did that government do? There was a $6 billion fund for resilience that was sitting there, put aside by the previous government, used to recover from Cyclone Gabrielle and the Auckland anniversary winds, but also there was $3 billion for resilience. And what did that government do? It folded into tax cuts for landlords and tobacco companies. That government is not being serious about climate change. That government is taking some short-term wins and it is imposing long-term costs on all of us. The cost of living is hard at the moment. It will get worse if we do not deal with the effects of climate change. It is time for them to stop hiding and to get serious and get real, and let's make the hard choices.
The time for this debate has expired. I call on private and local order of the day number 1.
Aotearoa Community Housing Trust Variation Bill, first reading.
I move that the Aotearoa Community Housing Trust Variation Bill be now read a first time. I nominate the Social Services and Community Committee to consider this bill. Mr Speaker, it's a pleasure for me to bring this bill to the House, and I want to acknowledge the constructive engagement and support that I've had prior to bringing this bill to the House from across the various parties that make up this chamber, because this is precisely the practical, community-focused measure where Parliament is at its best and where we can work together. I'd also like to acknowledge the tenants in our OCHT, as you'll hear me refer to it as we go through this first reading, Mr Speaker, the tenants in our houses that live across Christchurch and Banks Peninsula. I think what they've showed through their lives of what an exceptional model we can offer here is. I'd also like to acknowledge the Christchurch City Council and to acknowledge the team at OCHT, to Kate, the Chief Executive, and to Darren, who heads the board, and their exceptional team of property managers who work tirelessly every day for the betterment of their tenants. This is a modest bill in technical terms, Mr Speaker, but it has significant implications for communities right across Te Waiponamu, the South Island. Its core purpose is exceptionally simple. It's to remove an outdated geographical restriction in the Aotearoa Community Housing Trust founding deed so that a proven high-performing community housing provider can respond to housing needs beyond Christchurch and Banks Peninsula while keeping those communities as their primary focus of work. OCHT was established by the Christchurch City Council in 2016 to manage the Council's community housing portfolio and to help address housing supply and affordability challenges in our city. Since then, it's become one of the largest non-governmental providers of community and affordable housing in the South Island, with a strong track record of building and managing quality homes. OCHT exists to bridge the affordability gap that the private market cannot reliably fill, whether this is in ownership or in rentals. It provides social and affordable rental housing for people at different stages of their life and at different points on the housing continuum, from those with the highest housing need right through to low-income working households who are struggling to get by in the private market. In doing so, it delivers exactly the kind of integrated housing response we say that we want to see more of across this House. A system that stabilises people, supports our families and strengthens our neighbourhoods and our communities. Over recent years, demand for OCHT's model has grown beyond the Christchurch boundary. When I was Minister of Housing, I had a delegation of South Island, or largely Canterbury mayors, who came to see me. And Mayor Phil Major demanded to know why it was that they could not expand this model beyond Christchurch City and Banks Peninsula. I reminded the Mayor it was his trust deed and it was within his purview to fix that, and that is exactly what we're here doing today. And it's a great delight for me able to see this work through and to bring this bill as a local bill in order for us to make this change so we can move it, we can expand this model beyond the boundaries of Christchurch City and Banks Peninsula. They've asked local councils outside of this area have explicitly asked OCHT to help provide and manage affordable housing solutions in their areas. The Greater Christchurch Partnerships Joint Housing Action Plan identified the need to expand the model to serve the city's regional neighbours, and Christchurch City Council has voted to back this move, and I want to congratulate the council on that. The Trust's current deed has a clause that limits its work to this area, and the deed's own amendment provisions prevent changing that core purpose. And that's why we're here in the House with a piece of legislation. Legal advice is clear that neither a standard deed variation nor an application to the High Court is likely to succeed in varying the Trust's purpose to expand its operating area. In other words, the object of this bill cannot be achieved other than by legislation, than by this bill. And this is why we're here. Its purpose is to vary that trust deed so it can expand. It does this by replacing the key purpose and geography clauses so that the trust can provide social and affordable rental housing and associated services in Christchurch and Banks Peninsula, and in, quote, other areas as determined from time to time by the trustees. So it gives the trustees the ability to expand beyond that geographical boundary, and in doing so it also updates relevant provisions, including definitions, the wording of the board appointment panel clause and the winding up clause so they align with the expanded operating geography, including ensuring that if the trust was ever wound up, remaining assets would go to organisations in any area where the trust had provided that service. So this is a pragmatic enabling bill. It does not change the Trust's charitable purpose, its governance model, or its accountability to its founding community, the people of Christchurch and Banks Peninsula. It does not create a new entity or in itself alter funding arrangements. Its job is simple but critical: to take the legislative padlock off the gate so that a strong community-owned organisation can respond to the housing need that councils and communities up and down the South Island are asking for. And I do again want to acknowledge Kate Kearney, the Chief Executive of OCHT, and the Trust Chair Darren Evans for their clear strategic way they have set out the case for this bill. In explaining why this change is needed, Ms Kearney said that when the bill is passed, it will unlock the potential to help many more communities tackle the affordable housing challenge while strengthening our core operation here in Christchurch. Darren Evans, the Trust Board's chair, said the bill offers a practical way to address the urgent housing needs in other regions while ensuring OCHT grows as a strong asset for Christchurch. And these are critical things for us to realise, that this can be a win-win for Christchurch and the South Island. Not only will the South Island get an excellent social housing provider providing a range of options, but it will strengthen OCHT's operations within the Christchurch area. So these are the voices of the people on the ground doing the work. They're telling us why this legislative change is needed. Because the OCHT neighbourhoods are microcosms of all of our communities. They include older people living on fixed incomes and young families starting out, key workers and apprentices, people between jobs, many New Zealanders, new New Zealanders and long-time residents who have been part of their suburbs for decades. They include essential workers such as healthcare assistants, retail staff, cleaners and hospitality workers, the people that make our communities run. And Mr Speaker, one of the things that we have seen OCHT do over the period of time the last few years has been very willing to innovate. In government, Labor was proud of the thousands of new houses that we introduced. To around half of them were introduced by our community housing providers, and OCHT was a critical partner we had, and many thousands were added to the stock over our 6 years in government. And not only were they all income-related rent subsidy homes, but we also had innovations like affordable rentals. We saw OCHT move into the progressive home ownership space. We've just had some of these hit the market in Christchurch, and to see different ways in which people can access home ownership has been hugely encouraging. So I want to see this innovation not only up and down the South Island, although I do occasionally wear an eye patch and can be a little parochial when it comes to that, but across the country. And I think we do need to see what OCHT can do when the padlock to the gate is removed and we can see them move beyond Aotearoa and Banks Peninsula.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. The Honourable approve.
Mr Speaker, I rise on behalf of National very much in support of the Aotearoa Community Housing Trust Variation Bill at this first reading. Mr Speaker, it goes without saying that when Dr Megan Woods' email landed in my inbox asking for our caucus to support this bill, it was an absolute no-brainer, so I acknowledge the member for her advocacy of this. It is a focused and enabling piece of legislation, which is what we like to see. It's not a bill that creates a new policy framework, and nor does it attempt to redesign the housing system. Instead, it's making that targeted change that the member spoke about to remove that geographic restriction that's been held in place for 10 years, and it no longer reflects the reality of that burgeoning housing need in Canterbury and indeed across the South Island. Mr Speaker, the Aotearoa Community Housing Trust was established by the Christchurch City Council in 2016 to manage its own community housing portfolio and to address the affordability challenges that had emerged around Christchurch and Banks Peninsula following the 2011 earthquakes sequence of events. Mr Speaker, at that time actually worked for Sir Bill English, who was not only the Finance Minister but also held the social housing portfolio, and I distinctly remember the meetings with the Council and his ardent support for the transfer of these assets to a community housing provider, which he has always said and always maintained, and thus has proven to be true, are far better managers of social housing than a government department. So here we are 10 years later. We've seen this trust develop into a mature, well-governed and financially robust organisation. Mr Speaker, I've actually, as a local MP, engaged a number of times with the Trust over the years, given as much as I am the MP for Selwyn. There are parts of Selwyn which border Christchurch City Council, particularly in Yorkhurst and Templeton, and I've always found the management of the Trust and the way they treat their people, their clients, has been absolutely Class A. It is now the largest provider of community and affordable housing across the South Island, has already been acknowledged, and they do manage thousands of homes and support thousands of tenants, and as I just said, with real care and real conviction. It has demonstrated that it can deliver at scale, manage its assets responsibly, and partner effectively with local government as well, which is also key to its success. And that is why I think other communities have begun to ask whether or not that particular expertise can be applied beyond the current boundary. And we know that housing pressure doesn't stop just at council arbitrary boundaries or borders. In recent years, those districts neighbouring Christchurch in particular, as I said in my patch in Selwyn and Matt Ducey country up in the Waimak, they've experienced massive population growth. And the MP for Selwyn will always tell you that Selwyn is one of the fastest growing districts in the country, and as we know, while growth does bring opportunity, it does bring pressure on infrastructure and services, and particularly housing supply. And it is, of course, goes without saying, in those fast growing communities, we do on occasion, and increasingly so, see households that fall through the gaps. And so they may be working families, they may be older people, they may be individuals on modest incomes who can at times earn too much to qualify for the traditional social housing, but not enough to compete in that increasingly tight and expensive private rental market. So these are challenges that councils alone cannot address by themselves. And at present, Aotearoa Community Housing Trust is prevented by its deed from operating outside of the Christchurch and Banks Peninsula boundary. And that restriction can only be removed by an Act of Parliament, and this bill does exactly that. It's really important, I think, also to outline what the bill does not do, and I think they're really positive in just saying that. It doesn't require the trust to expand, it doesn't mandate projects in any particular district, it doesn't redirect funding away from Christchurch, and it doesn't dilute the trust's core mission. Any further expansion will obviously be undertaken carefully in partnership with the local councils and their communities, and in a way that protects the Trust's commitments to its home city. And the Trust itself has been very clear that its focus on Christchurch will not be weakened and will not deviate. So from the government's perspective, Mr. Speaker, it's a bill that fits very much with our own approach to housing. You know, we've been clear that tackling housing need across the country is going to require a mixed delivery model. And whilst Kāinga Ora plays a critical role, it cannot and should not be the only provider of housing. Experienced community housing providers, or also colloquially known as CHIPs, are essential partners, particularly where they have strong local connections and proven governance and the ability to deliver effectively, like Aotearoa Community Housing has proven. The government's new housing investment plan makes it clear that community housing providers and CHIPs will play a central role in delivering both social housing and affordable rental homes under this new framework. And it also makes clear that providers who can demonstrate capability and scale and sound governance will be well placed to contribute. Alongside that, we've taken steps to strengthen the chip sector itself, and that includes clear and more consistent funding settings, improved operating support and better access to finances, all for the public benefit. The aim of those changes is straightforward, and it gives providers confidence and certainty that they need to plan and invest and deliver homes more quickly and more efficiently to those that need it. This bill, of course, complements the wider program by removing the unnecessary legislative barriers that we've all outlined already today. It allows this particular proven provider to respond where communities are asking for support and without forcing outcomes or preempting local decision making. It's also avoiding duplication, so that rather than each district having to establish new structures from scratch, this bill will actually enable them the possibility of sharing expertise and achieving economies of scale, and of course therefore delivering better value for money. I, like the previous speaker, also want to acknowledge that this proposal's been supported widely locally. It's emerged through the Greater Christchurch Partnership and has the backing of Christchurch City Council, which will remain as the Trust's key strategic partner. And so therefore that gives a lot of confidence to us that the changes proposed in this bill will be responsible and deliberate and well governed. It's a really tightly drafted bill. It's appropriately limited. It amends the Trust's charitable purpose only to the extent necessary to remove that geographic restriction. It doesn't alter the Trust's not-for-profit status or its accountability arrangements. So, Mr. Speaker, we all know housing affordability is a complex challenge. There is no single solution, as no one sector can solve it alone. And whilst this bill's not necessarily the silver bullet, it is a very sensible and enabling step. It allows that successful model that we've seen for the last 10 years to be applied more widely where communities are asking for it, to support those people in need of supported and permanent housing in Canterbury. And so for those reasons, Mr Speaker, I'm really pleased to be able to support the Aotearoa Community Housing Trust Variation Bill at its first reading, and I commend it to the House.
Mr Speaker.
Kahurangi Kara.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I rise on behalf of the Greens to support this bill. I commend the Honourable Megan Woods for bringing this really important issue to the halls of power. Everyone in Aotearoa deserves to have access to safe, warm and affordable homes. Supporting community housing, organisations like the Aotearoa Community Housing Trust is one of the ways we can meet the gaps that leave people living in cars, tents and under bridges. Housing security is a huge issue in Aotearoa. We know that the rates of homelessness are getting worse and many whānau face housing insecurity. The decisions of this government are making things worse. That's why we need to empower our communities and organisations to create housing solutions that we need, because we can't rely on Luxon's government to take the housing crisis seriously. At a time when so many are needing community-focused housing, this bill is a welcome move. It means more housing across Canterbury being built with the wants and needs of our communities in mind. Aotearoa Housing Community Trust is a non-for-profit and Christchurch's largest community provider of community and affordable housing provider. Thank you to the crew, past and present, at the Aotearoa Community Housing Trust for your care and manaaki and practical solutions that meet the needs of our community. This bill is a simple change to the trust deed to allow the trust to provide social and affordable housing beyond just Christchurch and Banks Peninsula. It's important the trust works in collaboration with community housing providers already in these expanded areas. Luxon's government has cut 212 kāinga order developments this term, including in Canterbury. In Christchurch, the Holy Trinity Church saw a need and filled a gap left by cruel government decisions. The church welcomed homeless community members to live in their parking lot. They were in tents, sheds and cars and had access to some services. Last year, the Christchurch City Council kicked them off without anywhere for them to go. So it's really good to see that the council is involved in housing solutions for community members. I visited some of the homeless community who were kicked off the church land by the council. They have set up again in other areas of Christchurch and they support each other and keep each other safe. The Christchurch City Mission and other community housing supporters like Housing First have said that the law changes, especially to emergency housing, is making it harder for people to access the support they need so they're not left out in the cold. Our Christchurch community cares about each other. We are seeing this right now through the state of emergency, with neighbours checking on each other and mucking in on the ground. Please, everybody in Christchurch, find that up-to-date advice on official Christchurch City Council sites. The Green Party supports this bill, and we say thank you again to the Aotearoa Community Housing Trust and look forward to hearing success stories of our community members in warm, safe, dry homes.
Simon Court. Thank you. The ACT Party supports this bill and commends the member, Honourable Megan Woods, for bringing this legislation to the House. Just to set out the purpose of the legislation, it amends the trust deed of the Aotearoa Community Housing Trust to allow it to provide affordable social rental housing and services outside of Christchurch and Banks Peninsula, where its current trust deed limits it to operate. It will enable the trust to operate nationally rather than being confined, subject to its existing governance and finance arrangements. Why is this important? Well, the taxpayer spends about $5 billion a year on housing and housing support for New Zealanders. It spends over $2 billion on Kāinga and another $2 billion or more through accommodation supplement to people who qualify. And it turns out that despite successive governments' best efforts to channel $4 to $5 billion through the state to house people, actually governments can't solve all these problems because they're not close enough to the people and communities where housing is needed and those important support services are needed. And the ACT Party firmly believes in devolving decision-making, funding to those closest to the problem. That is something that is in the core of ACT's DNA. Major areas of change that this legislation will introduce are to amend the trust deed to remove geographic restrictions, as I mentioned, and expand the trust housing model in line with the Greater Christchurch Partnership Joint Housing Action Plan. This amendment does not alter the trust's charitable purpose beyond its scope, and Christchurch City Council's approval has been sought and obtained for this material change, consistent with existing financing arrangements. Expansion of the trust services and delivery is intended to improve its financial resilience by diversifying income sources, because greater scale is needed to deliver economies of scale in providing housing for people in need by spreading administrative and management costs across a larger housing portfolio. Any operational growth outside Christchurch is intended to strengthen rather than dilute outcomes for Christchurch residents who currently participate in the Trust's activities. Now, all of this is important, but there's something going on behind this, which is for decades and decades, the Resource Management Act and other legislation has artificially created scarcity in the price of land, made it too hard to plan and zone for development, made it too expensive and difficult to consent and connect the infrastructure to service land, which means for many people they're experiencing housing hardship and household costs being far too great when it comes to paying rent or servicing a mortgage, simply because the regulatory system, the planning system has said, we all want you to live in cities, we want to make it hard to develop new land, even though it might be a paddock growing nothing but rusting farm machinery and thistles, couldn't possibly allow people to live there when they should really be living close to a bus stop. And all of these ideological constraints have been manifested through the resource management system, leading to New Zealanders in places like Auckland facing a cost of buying a home roughly 10 times greater than their annual salary. Housing affordability is not just an issue for people who earn low incomes. Even in our biggest cities, it can be a problem for people on good incomes, on two incomes, who rightly feel that they should be able to get onto the housing ladder, actually bank some wins in terms of building an asset base, create equity in a home. Now, This bill will go a long way towards providing support and services for people in immediate need. But the long-term fix is replacing the Resource Management Act with a system based on property rights that makes it easy to build, easy to deliver infrastructure, and ultimately will make generations of Kiwis much, much wealthier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Andy Foster.
Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure to rise on behalf of New Zealand First to support this bill, and I want to start by congratulating Megan Woods, congratulating the City Council, Christchurch City Council, and congratulating the Aotearoa Community Housing Trust, or OCHT, for the bill which we've got in front of us. And I also want to say congratulations to OCHT for the great work that they do. Mr. Speaker, they were set up in 2017. It was quite an extensive process to get to that point. And I think you can see from the process that they went through that it has a very, very strong community and service ethos. The Trustee Appointments Committee, right back in those days, shows that. That's had included the Rata Foundation, the Methodist Mission, Canterbury District Health Board, and Age Concern Canterbury. The trustees are a mix of independent trustees and city councillor trustees. Started as 4 and 3, it's now 6 and 3. And as you've heard, Dale Evans is the trust chair, and Kate Kearney has been the CEO throughout the entire journey. And I think together they and their team do an absolutely fantastic job. So what's the job that they do? They build, they maintain, and they manage a large and growing portfolio of safe, warm, dry homes for people on low incomes. It is, I think, now the biggest portfolio of houses, I think, outside of KO in the country, certainly in the South Island. By 2023, they had built enough homes to replace all of those that they had lost in the Canterbury earthquakes, and of course they are still going. They provide support services for tenants who need them, and their occupancy, according to their latest annual report, is running at over 98%, and that's pretty impressive. They also provide a pathway to home ownership through a progressive home ownership scheme. So I think this is a really great operation, and they also provide integrated communities. And financially, with government support, obviously accommodation supplement and IRS are critical. It more than washes its own face. It made almost a $6 million surplus last year. Mr. Speaker, Christchurch and Wellington had the largest social housing portfolios in New Zealand outside of Aotearoa. And when I was the Mayor of Wellington, we recognised that we had a problem with our portfolio, that financially it was basically going into an abyss and we had to do something about it. Previous administrations hadn't done that. And one of the organisations that we spoke to get their experience and their knowledge was OCHT, because they had a lot of experience which really helped us on the journey that we needed to make. And it was great also to work there with Megan Woods as the Minister of Housing to start that journey for the Wellington City in establishing its own housing trust to start digging itself out of a very, very large hole. I also met, Mr. Speaker, with OCHT as an MP and as New Zealand First housing spokesperson, and they were very, very clear of their desire to expand their geographical remit, and that was about 18 months ago, so they've been on this journey for a little while. And I also met with the Selwyn District Council a couple of times, and they said that they noted that they didn't actually have any Aotearoa houses in their entire district, I think is the case, or the virtually none. I'm getting the nod there from the local member. They had no houses in their district at all, and they say, well, hang on, you need to look after us as well. I did point out to them that trying to evict the good folks from Upper Selwyn Huts at the same time, many of whom would have then ended up on the social housing register, wasn't the smartest move, and they kind of realised that a little bit late in the piece. That council's definitely changed since those times a few months ago. Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate also the Christchurch Mayor, Phil Major, the Christchurch City Council, and it's also its neighbours, Selwyn and Waimakariri, for the way they've been working together in the Greater Christchurch Planning Partnership. And that's both on transport and on urban development, and housing is obviously a very, very important part of that. One of the things they did say specifically was they wanted to investigate the ability to extend OCHT's remit beyond Christchurch City and the Banks Peninsula, and that is exactly what this bill is about doing. And I also noted when I met with OCHT is that they said that they'd had, and this was 18 months or so ago, that they'd had approaches from the likes of Ashburton and the West Coast saying, please, can you come and help us and provide social housing in this area? This bill will enable that, and I think that that is a great thing to do. And look, if I can just finish off, Mr. Speaker, by, if I can find it again, I won't do that, but they certainly signalled in their annual report in 2025, this is very, very clear that this is exactly the pathway that they wanted to go down. but they were reaching out to government, so this is what we're seeing in front of us at the moment, so that they can deliver the fantastic service that they're delivering at the moment for the people of Christchurch, which includes now the Banks Peninsula, and that they can deliver that in a much wider Aotearoa, potentially across the South Island. That is a fantastic thing. It's common sense, Mr Speaker, and New Zealand First is delighted to support this bill.
Takata Ferris.
Tuana hau mema pare mata o te taitonga ki te tautoko I te pire nei. Me te mihi tonu ki a Megan nāna tēnei pire I hāpai ki te whare. The Aotearoa Community Housing Trust is the largest provider of community and affordable housing in Te Waipounama. That's not a title, that's a track record of houses built and whānau housed. And today this house, our whare here, faces a simple question of will we back them or not? And yeah, it sounds like we absolutely will. We were fortunate enough to spend some time down there last year with GM Rob Hardy, and he took us through all of their operations, and truly quite a significant and well-run organisation. So, matua Rob, tēnā koe, and to the team. At the census 2023, over 100,000 people were living in severe house deprivation. And that trend is moving in the wrong direction, unfortunately, with negative impacts compounding year after year. Affordability has slipped beyond the reach of thousands of people, and when incomes cannot keep pace with rents, the inevitable burden and shortfall lands with community providers like the Aotearoa Community Housing Trust. We owe them a debt of gratitude. For 3 decades, we've not built enough homes in the right places at achievable price points. Regional supply gaps have accumulated, particularly where population growth has been the strongest. Expanding the trust is how Aotearoa closes that gap faster and also provides opportunity for the rest of Te Waipounama. The bill removes the outdated geographic handbrake that has confined the trust to Aotearoa and the Banks Peninsula alone, and to all of our whānau who were affected by the floods recently in those locations. E mihi ana, e mihi ana. Housing need does not stop at a boundary line on a map, and neither should good proven solutions. We know Māori are overrepresented in housing hardship. Many of our people live on the edges of Aotearoa and Banks Peninsula in areas where growth is outpacing supply. It reflects where whānau experiencing housing hardship actually are. This proposal did not appear overnight. It grew from the greater Christchurch partnership, including mana whenua, because durable solutions are built with communities in mind, not imposed on them. Smaller regions often lack the workforce, the capital, the organisational structure and scale to deliver housing at pace. The Trust has that capability in droves, and if we delay the expansion, we create bottlenecks, we slow construction, and we leave whānau waiting. This bill enables partnership with iwi and hapu in new regions, and that will enable many opportunities for many iwi around Te Waipounama who have set out on papakainga development, much like Ngāti Kuia, who only next week will launch or open their latest papakainga development. So we completely support the bill. The bill enables partnership with iwi and hapu. As I've said, it enables housing to be shaped by kaupapa Māori and centred on whānau wellbeing, not just on balance sheet. This is how true intergenerational stability is created. The Greater Christchurch Partnership Joint Housing Action Plan identified expansion of the Trust as a priority. And this bill turns that strategy into action. It operationalises a regionally backed iwi-inclusive solution. And that's what smart government should do and should look like. Community-based providers have proven they can build, manage and sustain housing and housing development. So let's back them and make sure that the Aotearoa Community Housing Trust gets the resources that it needs. And it is true to say that the answers are already in the communities. So all we need to do, e te whare, all we need to do is back them, fund them, trust them, get out of their way and watch them deliver. Nō reira, ki ngā whānau ki roto o tautahi, tēnā koutou, kei te pika, tēnā koe, huri noa, tēnā tātou.
Speaker.
The Honourable Dr Duncan Webb.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. This is a good bill, a relatively simple one, so I won't spend too much time on it, but I will, if I may, just reminisce, because I like to think that I had a small part to play in the creation of the Aotearoa Community Housing Trust. I think it was in 2015 when I and a team of other socially conscious lawyers sued the Christchurch City Council for not consulting on rent increases for its housing portfolio. What it demonstrated was that the politicisation of social housing was a bad idea, and having different councils coming and going, as Andy Foster said earlier, wasn't good for the maintenance of the houses, wasn't good for ensuring that rents remained affordable, and wasn't good for the people who occupied those houses, or indeed the people of Christchurch. So, in its wisdom, and it was a good move, the City Council placed its entire social housing portfolio into the management of the Aotearoa Community Housing Trust. And that's essentially the legacy issue that the Trust created, because it was a City Council asset that was placed into the Trust. And it kind of was a very sensible thing to say that if we're placing our assets into this housing trust, then it's to be used for the benefit of the people of Christchurch, including Banks Peninsula, that owned that asset. And that was the right thing to do at the time. But in fact, homelessness and housing affordability does not recognise municipal boundaries. And as is well put in the Select Committee report, there are advantages to be gained in terms of scale and just in terms of opportunities for making people's lives better by expanding that in appropriate circumstances. So this is just an evolution of something I like to think I started, but at least had a bit of a role to play in making housing solutions, particularly for the people of Canterbury, better. Absolutely endorse this bill. Congratulations to the member for promoting it, and I hope we'll see it through this House as soon as possible.
Dr Hamish Campbell.
Excellent. Before I start talking on this bill, I do just want to take a moment to acknowledge the flooding that has gone on in Christchurch and particularly Banks Peninsula. Although the rain has gone, there's still massive amounts of water around, and it's impacting those around the Heathcote River, around Little River, and also Aotearoa. And I do just want to wish my colleagues, Mark Mitchell, the Minister of Emergency Management, and my colleague, Dr Vanessa Wienick, the local MP, very well, as they're there to do their utmost to support those communities that are affected. I also want to take this time to actually thank the team at the Aotearoa Community Housing Trust, specifically the hard-working Chief Executive, but also the other 55 other staff who help provide housing across the city. You all do an amazing job and should be proud of the work that you do and you have done in the past. With that said, Mr Speaker, I do rise to speak in strong support of the Aotearoa Community Housing Trust Variation Bill. And it's great to be able to stand in this House, and I think we've had every support from every party represented in this House. This is a straightforward piece of legislation, but it is a very important piece because it empowers one of the most successful housing providers to do what they do best, provide quality, affordable housing to those who need it the most. The Aotearoa Community Housing Trust has already proven its value as one of the largest providers of community and affordable housing in the South Island. And this bill ensures that the expertise is no longer restricted by outdated geographical boundaries. And I will just also point out this stops the need for needless duplication for other community housing providers to have to be stood up in those very, very close by surrounds of Selwyn and the Waimakariri. To understand why this bill is necessary, we must look at where the trust has actually come from, how it was formed. Of course, we've heard that it was established back in 2016, so 10 years ago, and the trust was designed to manage the social housing and the Christchurch City Council's housing portfolio to address the issues of supply and affordability of housing. Of course, since then, Banks Peninsula was added to that, but it has become a central part of our social housing in Christchurch, and I have had many great interactions with the team as we've helped some of our local residents into housing. It is a registered charity providing and clean, warm houses. It has a clear charitable purpose, ensuring that surpluses are reinvested back into the community. Because of that success, we're now in a position where that trust model can be spread out, not just for Christchurch, but for a greater regional solution. The core purpose of this bill is to amend the deed trust. It's not overly complicated, but it has restricted the trust area of operations to the limits of Christchurch and Banks Peninsula. We're not standing here today on a whim. It is in a direct response to the Greater Christchurch Partnerships Joint Housing Action Plan, which was adopted in December 2023. This partnership includes the Christchurch City Council, Selwyn and the Waimakariri District Councils, and it identified a clear need to expand the trust successful model. And I do just want to acknowledge some of the most popular mayors in New Zealand do come from that area, and that of course is Phil Major, Dan Gordon and Lydia Glidden. So I do just want to thank them for the work and leadership they do in Christchurch, Selwyn and the Waimakariri. We have seen rapid growth in the areas. After the earthquake, of course, Christchurch has gone through a rebuild, and we have opened up land for housing in the Waimak and Selwyn, and that has had a great effect on the local region, but unfortunately there is going to be demand for community housing with that population growth. So simply beyond just building more houses, this expansion makes a strategic and financial sense. It extends the operations of the trust. They'll be able to achieve economies of scale, just diversify their revenue streams and enhance overall trust financial sustainability, which is good for the trust. It's good for the tenants and ultimately good for all of New Zealand. So therefore, Mr. Speaker, I commend this bill to the House. I look forward to it being passed. This is the only way in which we can fix this problem. By doing so, we can actually extend the Trust's good work, not just to the boundaries of Christchurch, but to the surrounding areas and beyond.
Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's great to have an opportunity to stand and speak in support of this bill as well. It's been good to hear so much support for this bill and what it will enable the Aotearoa Community Housing Trust to do. Now, we know that they are the South Island's biggest non-government community and affordable housing provider, maintaining more than 2,400 homes and serving more than 2,700 community and affordable housing tenants across Christchurch and Banks Peninsula. And as a number of members have in their contributions, I did also want to acknowledge the adverse weather that Christchurch and Banks Peninsula have experienced over the last couple of days, and hoping that as that weather eases, so the recovery can start to take place for those people as well. Now, since 2017, the Aotearoa Community Housing Trust has returned more than $136 million in lease payments and about $29 million in annual operating surpluses to the Christchurch City Council. So, on behalf of Council, Aotearoa Community Housing Trust has invested more than $55 million improving council-owned units and more than $70 million of its own capital into more than 360 new homes. So these are very important for us to have in Christchurch, where I'm lucky enough to be the Member of Parliament for Christchurch East. We have a number of Aotearoa Community Housing Trust properties, and the work that they do in our community to provide warm, dry homes for tenants and members of our community cannot be underestimated. Now, we also know that we're facing severe homelessness issues across New Zealand, and we see these particularly in Christchurch East. I've spoken in other speeches that I've made in the House recently about some of the issues we've seen with people moving back into parts of the Bexley Red Zone, an area that was deemed to be unfit for people to live in post the Christchurch earthquake, and now has people living in tents and cars and vans. We've also seen people moving into doorways of New Brighton and also Hampshire Street. And just this week, I spoke with a parent who, on their own with 6 children, was moving into a tent in a friend's backyard in Christchurch East because there simply wasn't a home available for them and their children. So we really ought to be doing everything we can in this House to work constructively together to find solutions to address the very real homelessness challenges that we see. Because I know that these situations exist beyond Christchurch East, beyond Christchurch and beyond Canterbury. They exist around the country, and that's why the opportunity to bring the experience, the expertise and the capability of the Aotearoa Community Housing Trust into action to solve these issues is so important. So I want to acknowledge colleagues Dr. Duncan Webb, who in his contribution alluded to the role he had played in the important conversation around community housing in Christchurch, and also to my colleague, the Honourable Dr. Megan Woods. It's our duty to do all we can to address homelessness. This goes some way to addressing that.
Tim Costley.
Renowned Cantabrian Tim Costley stands up. The Honourable Cam Brewer just accused me of thinking that Canterbury was the name of a sporting brand, but I have heard of it. In fact, my father is a Cantabrian and he would love to know I'm speaking on this bill. Of course, this bill will no doubt end up in the Governance and Administration Select Committee, and we've received a number of local bills over this term of Parliament. And I think many, including Mr Brewer, will be thinking of the Alan McLean Trust Variation Bill, which was another trust from Canterbury that provided housing, and it's been well traversed in this House. And I don't want to use up too much of the House's time to go over that one again, but we all remember those stories. And I guess one of the questions that a bill like this raises, notwithstanding the great work that the Trust does, but do we need to keep using up the House's time to go over these bills and these variations that maybe could have been handled in another way when there are other great bills that we're waiting for? I think of the modern slavery bill in the name of Greg Fleming. I think of the life jacket bill that Cameron Brewer is promoting. To see people wearing life jackets saves lives in our water. There are some great bills coming through the biscuit tin. The tin where every non-executive member can put in their one idea and it gets drawn out. And there are some great bills on the order paper. And yet we stand here doing this. And this is not to say that this is not a good bill, that this is not a good thing to be doing. In fact, I would say it's a great thing to be doing. It demonstrates that the government doesn't have to hold the answer to every problem that we face. It is great to see a local charitable trust set up by a council that is providing housing for almost 3,000 people, 2,400 long-term sustainable rentals in Canterbury. But it's a great model, and it shows us that the government doesn't have to. Yes, we're building more houses. Yes, we're making it cheaper and easier and faster to build houses. We're speeding up consents. We're getting more building products. But actually, there is a community responsibility, a community approach to tackling a lot of these issues, and it's great to see that. But the question continues to be raised, and I will ask as we work through the select committee process. Can we fine-tune this so that we don't have to keep coming back? This is not the first time in the 10 years that this trust has existed that we've had to come to Parliament. They wanted to clarify the first time that Banks Peninsula is part of Christchurch. Now we're saying it's broader areas. I like the fact that in part one, it uses the phrase other areas determined from time to time by the trustees. We're not just saying, well, it's Matt Ducey territory, it's down around Rangiora, or it's Nicola Grigg and James Meagher territory as you work your way south. But in fact, we are putting the onus on the trustees. Well, if we trust them to make these decisions, why wouldn't we trust them all the time? Do we need to have this bound in an act of Parliament rather than trusting the trustees to do what they've been put there to do? I always think we're better to write, and this was the advice I had when we set up the Missing Wingman Trust, which is the charity that supports Air Force families when someone's killed, injured, wounded or ill. But the advice that Mark Sinclair gave us, a great lawyer in Palmerston North, he said, make the deed broad and then pick good trustees and trust them to make good decisions. And I just think we should be looking at those kind of issues as we continue to come up against these. We just had the Auckland Future Fund. Now, because of the supermajority in that bill, they needed an act of Parliament to set it at a 75% majority. Otherwise, by law, it would be only 2/3. We had the Takapuna ice cream bill. It had a more technical name, but effectively it allowed them just to make a small commercial money to upkeep a building at the Takapuna Yachting Boating Club But again, we just keep coming back to Parliament using up this time. So I think it's a fair question. The other question I'd like to ask, I don't want to drill into the nitty gritty. Everyone's talked about what a great thing this trust is. Let's take that as read. But I just noticed in part 4, which is the replacement clause for 25 part 2, 25.2, it says that the assets of this trust, if the trust is wound up, can be given not just to Christchurch and Banks Peninsula, but any other areas for which the trust provides services. And I think that Cantabrians, represented by people like Hamish Campbell, like Vanessa Wienick, would want to know that if the majority, which it says it will be, the majority of assets will be held within Christchurch, that's where all the houses will be, shouldn't the majority of assets, if they were at one point in time funded by ratepayers, be going back to that area? Have we got the right settings in place to provide some surety, some assurance to ratepayers and to anyone involved with the trust that they will be returned, in that case, back to the right place? So I think there's a couple of questions. Broadly support it. I think there's some work to do in Select Committee, but I commend this bill to the House.
Very good.
Members right apply.
I'd like to thank colleagues across the House for the contribution they've given and for the broad support we've got for this issue. It's much appreciated. I think a number of issues that have come up in the course of this debate that will be useful when we go to Select Committee to tease out. I think that one of the things that we've heard is the appreciation across the House that people hold the Aotearoa Community Housing Trust and the long history that many members have with it. Duncan, I can beat you. 2007, 2008, I organised carloads of tenants down to the council chamber to protest about council rate rises. I think in Christchurch we were the first city in the country to have social housing. In the 1930s, it was our city that pioneered councils providing social housing. It's something that we hold dear to, and it is critical to who we are as a city. I think the question that we had raised in the last speaker's contribution about are there other ways to do this is a fair question. I would like to point out and really congratulate the Trust on, this was their last resort measure. They wanted to find a way to amend their trust deed through other ways. They sought legal advice. Their advice was that going through the High Court or seeking to amend it in other ways wasn't a goer, and this was their only option. But I think it's something that should be drawn out at Select Committee. I think the question around assets and where they go, believe me, wanting to make sure the citizens of Christchurch are well served were top of mind when putting this in place. The purpose of that clause in the bill is that, for example, if social housing is built in Ashburton or Timaru, and then or in Rangiora, and then the trust winds up, those assets wouldn't then revert to the ownership of Christchurch City Council. They instead would revert to ownership in the communities in which those assets rest. Making sure we've got that watertight and making sure that where assets belong to a community, if for some reason the trust was wound up, that they would stay in the community for which they've intended, is the intent of that clause to ensure that that is the case. And we nearly got there. We nearly got there in the spirit of bipartisanship. But I do have to point out any claims that this bill is evidence that we don't need central government in terms of the provision of social housing. I'd like to point out that in our time in government, that more community houses were built than any community housing provider houses were built than in any point in history. It is not either or, it's and. It's about kāinga ora and working with the community housing sector. If we're going to solve a housing crisis, we have to do that. We have to put in place the provisions that we can have innovations like we've seen. We've put in place the upfront funding, the long-term contracting to give the abilities for these organisations to leverage their balance sheet. And this is the kind of innovation that we want to see continue, that we want to make sure endures, and that we want to see spread across the South Island. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Aotearoa Community Housing Trust Variation Bill, first reading.
The question is that the Aotearoa Community Housing Trust Variation Bill be considered by the Social Services and Community Committee. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. I call on Members' Order of the Day number 1.
Jury's Age of Excusal Amendment Bill, third reading.
Kyle Bates.
I move that the Jury's Age of Excusal Amendment Bill be now read a third time. Mr. Speaker, this bill has now completed its passage through the House, and I'm pleased to rise at the third reading to reflect on what it seeks to achieve, how it has been improved through parliamentary scrutiny, and why it deserves the support of this House. This has always been a modest bill, but also an important one. It proposes a straightforward update to the Juries Act 1981 by raising the age at which a person may automatically be excused from jury duty from 65 to 72. It does not compel service, it does not remove discretion, it does not diminish compassion or common sense. What it does is it brings our jury system into closer alignment with the realities of modern New Zealand. At first reading, I spoke about the changing nature of age, work, and the contribution people make in our society. At second reading, I addressed the practical pressures within our justice system and the unintended consequences of the current law. At this final stage, I want to focus on what this bill says about civic responsibility, fairness, and confidence in our system of justice. Let me now begin by acknowledging the Honourable Paul Goldsmith, whose engagement in this issue was critical from its origin. It was during a visit to the Auckland High Court, back when I was hopping around the House on crutches, Madam Speaker, with the Minister of Justice, that the court staff raised with us, in very practical terms, a difficulty they were experiencing in assembling juries. They spoke about the volume of age-based excusals and the administrative burden that followed them. That conversation stayed with me, and it ultimately led to this bill being drafted and introduced. I thank him for his support and his willingness to listen to officials on the front line and his encouragement to bring a practical solution to this House. Madam Speaker, this bill rests on a simple proposition that civic duty does not expire at 65. When the age-based excusal rule was first introduced, it reflected a different time. Life expectancy was lower. Workforce participation among older New Zealanders was markedly different. Expectations around retirement and public contribution were not what they are today. Put simply, the law has not kept up with those changes. Today, many New Zealanders in their late 60s and early 70s are working, volunteering, caring for family and whānau, running businesses and contributing actively to their communities. Many hold positions of responsibility that require judgment, patience, and experience. Yet under the current law, we tell that same group that they may automatically opt out of one of the most fundamental civic roles in our democracy, simply based on their age. We provide a legal cover that says it's okay not to participate. That inconsistency matters. Jury service is not simply an administrative function. It is one of the ways in which the public participates directly in the administration of justice. It is how community values, common sense, and lived experience are brought into the courtroom. A jury system that unnecessarily excludes a large and growing cohort of capable citizens is weaker for it. This bill does not, however, force anyone to serve where they cannot. Let me be absolutely clear about this, Madam Speaker. Grounds for excusal based on health, caring responsibilities, employment pressures, or personal circumstances remain unchanged. They apply at every age. Compassion and direction remain central to the jury system. I should say discretion rather than direction, Madam Speaker. What changes is the automatic opt-out, which currently applies, as I say, purely based on age, regardless of capability, capacity, or willingness. The automatic threshold is what this bill updates. The Select Committee process has been an important part of the bill's journey, and I want to acknowledge the work of the Justice Committee and thank my colleagues for their engagement. The committee considered submissions carefully, tested the assumptions in this bill, and ensured that it was drafted and implemented in a way that was fair, clear, and workable. Some submitters raised some thoughtful concerns. They asked whether efficiency alone was a sufficient justification, Madam Speaker, for change. They questioned whether public confidence in juries could be affected, and those concerns were listened to, and they deserved to be taken seriously. The committee's response, which I support, Madam Speaker, was to ensure that this bill remained balanced and proportionate. The amendments recommended by the committee practically are focused on the transitional provisions to ensure clarity for those who receive jury summons and avoid confusion during the implementation of the change. The committee ultimately recommended the bill unanimously, and I thank members across the parties in this House for the constructive way in which they approached that task. Madam Speaker, one of the most encouraging aspects of this bill's progress has been the support it has received from across the House. Let me acknowledge my colleagues on my own side who have supported the bill consistently. I also want to acknowledge members from other parties who engaged openly with the proposal, tested it through debate and committee scrutiny, and indicated their support as the process unfolded. In some cases, members and parties have been prepared to reconsider their initial position in light of the evidence and the submissions received. That is exactly how this House should work. We often say that Parliament is a place of debate, but it is also a place of learning. When members are willing to listen, reflect, and, where appropriate, change their view, the legislation we produce is stronger. This bill reflects that, Madam Speaker. It also speaks to fairness. At present, the effect of the law is that a relatively shrinking pool of younger New Zealanders carries a disproportionate share of jury service. They are essentially being asked to shoulder a responsibility that should be shared more evenly across society. By modestly widening the pool of New Zealanders who are expected to serve, we make the system fairer, not just more efficient. There is also the issue of reflecting our society. Juries should reflect the communities they serve. That includes age diversity, and senior New Zealanders bring with them perspective, patience, and life experience that can be invaluable in complex or sensitive cases. Their presence strengthens deliberation and enhances the legitimacy of verdicts. Madam Speaker, this bill does not diminish anyone's contribution. It affirms it. It does not say that people over 65 have not done their share. It says that where they are able, they are still valued participants in our democratic institutions. That is a positive message, not a punitive one. As this House considers the final passage of this bill, I also note that it aligns sensibly with other age thresholds in public life. We already recognise that people can and do serve in demanding public roles well beyond the age of 65. This bill simply ensures that jury service is treated with the same respect and realism. In closing, Madam Speaker, I want to thank the court staff who first raised this issue with me, the officials who provided advice and data, the submitters who engaged constructively, the Justice Committee for its careful scrutiny, the Honourable Paul Goldsmith for his support and early engagement, and colleagues across the House who have supported the bill and strengthened it through debate. Madam Speaker, this is a careful, measured reform. It modernises the law, it improves fairness, it supports the effective functioning of our courts, and it reinforces the principle that civic duty is shared, ongoing and valued. Madam Speaker, I commend the jury's age of excusal amendment bill to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Honourable Dr Duncan Webb.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And, members' bills are a real opportunity to change New Zealand for the better. It's a privilege to get a members' bill into the House. And, that member over there has a members' bill that will change New Zealand, it will transform New Zealand. It will, in fact, save lives. That's Cameron Brewer's members' bill about life jackets. This bill, however, changes the age of excusal for jury service. If you scan the whole of New Zealand and you think, how can I make New Zealand better? How can I transform New Zealanders' lives? Here it is. Replace 65 years with 72 years. That's it. And you know what? Paul Goldsmith, Honourable Paul Goldsmith, must be a bit lazy because that's the sort of thing you do in a revision bill any day of the week. But he's like, oh, look, you do it for me. See if you can get that, put that in as a member's bill. I can't be bothered doing my own admin. So that's what we've got. It's not a bad bill. It's a little bit lowbrow. It's like, is that really the best you can do? We're going to vote for it just like we would if it was part of a revision bill. But really, you had an opportunity to transform New Zealand and that member chose to replace 65 years with 72 years. We'll support it. Good on you.
Dr Lawrence Yunnan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Green Party does support the jury's age of excusal amendment bill. We would like to thank the member Carl Bates and also as well as the conversations that we've had in scrutinising this bill, both at the Select Committee stage and also in the Committee of the whole House. Like the previous speaker said, that this is a bill that, although it does change the age from 65 to 72, but it does fulfill a niche in terms of what we're seeing in the judicial system, particularly when it comes to juries. It is important to note, however, what this bill, the misunderstanding I think some of the submitters had around this bill is when you are at 65, automatically you are not eligible to perform jury duty. That's not the purpose of the age of excusal, nor the purpose of this bill. If you are 65 or now if you are 72, simply it means that if you would like to be excused from jury service, you could without having to give a specific reason or additional evidence for. But if you would like to continue participating in jury service, you can continue to do so even though you are 72 plus. I think that's a really important clarification to be made about this bill. It is also important to note that there's additional things that's currently facing juries, and I do agree in some ways with the previous speaker, the Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb, in the sense that when it comes to juries, we do have a bill currently going through the House, the Regulatory System Courts Amendment Bill, which already touch on certain quality of life improvements to the jury service. And this is something that could have been a part of that, but we haven't quite seen that bill yet. But in those kind of things, we're also seeing other system improvements, such as the ability to have the initial selection process for juries being conducted electronically as opposed to everyone having to be physically in a court scenario or court precinct. It also allows those who are potential jurors to only be called when required as opposed to all jurors being called at the same time. All of those are important. Fundamentally, what we're not seeing in this bill, and I really hope that there is additional room for or scope for improvements when it comes to jury service, is the kind of diversity that we are seeing within the core body. Because understandably, when it comes to jury service, we want to see a broader representation of our communities within that, particularly in a trial scenario. And while we are able to have maybe more pool of jury service to pull from when it comes to a bill like this, it doesn't necessarily correct the fact that younger people and people of color, Māori, Pacifica, are less likely going to perform in or participate in jury service because of additional barriers such as a lack of remuneration if you are a jury, and an inability to take time off work or etc. So I think there are more scope for us to look at if we want to look at a really equitable situation and scenario when it comes to the way that our jury service, which is incredibly important and core part of our judicial democracy as well. That is something I think I'm hoping for future, members or for future ministers to consider as part of the broader update in terms of our juries. But overall, this is a bill that the Greens support, and again, there is really not much more that we can say about this bill other than the fact that we want to thank once again the minister for proposing it.
Tom Rutherford.
Oh, Madam Speaker, thank you very much. And it gives me a privilege to rise and speak on behalf of the jury's Age of Excusal Amendment Bill in the name of my friend and colleague, Carl Bates. And I want to actually protect the name of Carl Bates after some of the shade that was thrown on him from the Honourable Doctor, the Dr. Webb over there on the far side, down the back. He said that this wasn't an important piece of legislation, or that, you know, this change that Carl Bates was bringing to the House wasn't imperative. But actually, Madam Speaker, this is exactly what members' bills are intended to do. They aren't to be the biggest grandeur to change the world in this Parliament. They are to sort out things on the edges, make pragmatic, reasonable changes to make New Zealand a better place to live, to work and to play. And that's what this piece of legislation does. It says no longer at the age of 65 can you be excused from a jury. It increases that to 72. Now, members opposite might say, oh, well, you know, where are your priorities? Or you know, there are much bigger things to focus on. Well, actually, I think this is a really good change, and it is a really good priority, and I credit Carl Bates for doing that because we have people living longer in this country, and serving on a jury is one of your fundamental rights and responsibilities. A jury of your peers, if you were to ever find yourself in the court and you want to look across at that jury, hypothetically, if you were 68 years old, for example, and then you didn't see any other 68-year-olds on that jury, you might go, well, that's not necessarily a jury of my peers per se. And so that's why, you know, this change by Carl Bates is a very, very pragmatic change. And I know my colleague Grant McCullum, he's going to have a lot to say about this with a bit of lived experience, about a bit of lived experience from Grant McCullum. He's going to have a lot to say on this, Madam Speaker, because you know, something really close to home for him. But I just credit Carl for listening to the feedback he had received on it, listening to concerned members of the community who raised this with him, and him not dismissing it, but actually saying, hey, we need to do something about it and we need to change it, and I'm going to introduce a members' bill, and I credit him for him and for getting it drawn out of the ballot. Madam Speaker, on the Justice Select Committee, we had a number of submissions on the legislation, almost all of them in favour of the change. Some people questioning the rationale around moving from 65 to 72 and why was 72 set as the number. Some people saying, do we need to have a figure altogether? Others saying, you know, could it have been 67? Could it have been 70? Could it have been 75? There were a range of views shared on the committee to us as members of the Justice Select Committee. Ultimately, 72 was considered because that's and I'm going to check with my colleague here, but I believe it's because it's the Ombudsman's retirement age, right? And so, and for judges as well.
Judges should be judged.
Well, Stuart Smith's going to take a call if he's going to keep interrupting, because I think it sounds like he's got a lot to contribute on the debate as well. I might yield my call to him if he's interested. Yeah, no more leave. No more leave. But no, he is. You are correct. You are correct. 72 decided because it's the Ombudsman age of retirement, but also for judges as well. And Stuart Smith's quite correct in that space. And that's why, Madam Speaker, it was really important to listen to the feedback that we'd received on the Justice Select Committee from the people who'd taken the time to write the submissions and then actually present orally and in front of the committee as well, and to hear what they thought about this change and how it would impact them. Some of the feedback we also received was around what would it mean for those people who get their call-ups to come onto juries, for example, because I think Lawrence Sunan was referring to it a little bit in his contribution, but at present, you don't automatically get excluded now if you're 65 or 66 years old, for example. You don't automatically get excluded. But as soon as you receive that letter in the post, if you say, actually, nah, not really that interested to do it, you can go back and say straight away, I'm 66 years old and I'd like to be excused. No other reason needed to be given, and you're excused, full stop. We actually think on this side that actually people who are 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, actually even people beyond that age as well, are actually really cognitively in a really good position and can be engaged and involved. And many people actually over the age of 65 have retired and actually in many cases have more free time on their hands to potentially be involved in the judicial process and to serve on our juries. And so I think that's a really good point. And I can understand the rationale that Mr. Sunan was trying to make with his contribution. But what we're trying to say is we're now lifting it to 72. So if you get a letter and you're 68 years old, you won't have any reason to be able to decline it unless, obviously, Madam Speaker, we've got considerations in our system around people have work and other personal commitments. They've got health. If they've got health issues or health challenges, then of course they can apply to be excused. But we've also got to remember that we want to ensure that our juries are a jury of our peers and that they are wide-ranging and they are diverse and they represent the New Zealand population. And so it is really important that when people receive their jury summons, that they consider it, and if they can, they make it possible to serve on a jury. And I want to speak about first-hand experience because 21 years old, I got a jury summons. Would you believe it? 21 years old, I'd only been in the system for 3 years, and I got a jury summons. And so I went down to the Wellington District Court on the day I had my summons, and I thought, well, there's no way they're going to pick a 21-year-old. And then my name got drawn and I moved from the back of the courtroom and walked my way up to the jury box, and I didn't get challenged. I didn't get challenged, Mr. Webb. I saw you in the dock, but I didn't get challenged. I didn't get challenged. But I sat on that jury for a week. I sat on that jury for a week. And what I have to say is that was one of the most fascinating and enlightening experiences I've had to date, because I sat around that table. I had formed my views of what I thought was based on what was presented to us by the lawyers and in the court, and it was interesting to listen to the contributions of the 11 other people who were on that jury with me, and we reached a unanimous verdict in that situation. But I think it's really important for New Zealanders to be a part of being part of that process. Now, Ricardo Menendez-Marchi says talk about the bill. Well, this is literally what the legislation is about around serving on juries in New Zealand and the experience for people. Because it's really important when New Zealanders get their summons in the post to actually take that responsibility seriously. Take that responsibility seriously, because it is this is your responsibility as a good New Zealander in this country. And that's why I think it's really important that we move the age of excusal, as we're doing with this legislation, from 65 to 72, Madam Speaker. That's why I think it's really important that when New Zealanders are out there day to day, that they know that if they are to find themselves in the court, in the dock, that they will look across to the jury and see a jury of their peers. based not on an excusal solely based on age at 65 anymore. Now, Madam Speaker, it is important to know that if you are, let's say, 73 or 74 and you get your jury summons in the post, you will have a right under this change to apply for the excusal. But there's no obligation. If you're 73 or 74 years old and you receive your jury summons, you can still perform your duty on the jury. And I say to those people, it's really important that you do so. It's really important that if you are available and you want to be involved in the process, that you take it and you turn up to court on that day. Madam Speaker, we've got lots of challenges in the court space that we are working through as a government around ensuring that victims can get access to justice as quickly as possible. It's a really big priority for us. And one of those things we can do is by speeding up the process and making accessibility to justice quicker and fairer for New Zealanders. And that's what this piece of legislation does. It says no longer will we exclude people who are 65 years old. No longer will we give them an easy out to say, I do not want to serve on a jury of peers across New Zealand. We will now say that if you are 72 years or older, you will have the ability to apply for excusal. But what we're saying, Madam Speaker, is it's really important for New Zealanders to take their jury service duty seriously. And if you're 65, 66 or a few years older and you get your summons, then we say to you, please do turn up to court. Please play your part in the judicial process and please be a contributing member to the New Zealand society. I credit Carl Bates and I thank him for his work in this space and I commend the bill to the House.
Jamie Arbuckle.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise on behalf of New Zealand First to support the jury's age of excusal amendment bill, and this is the third time I've had the opportunity to speak to this bill, and firstly to congratulate Carl Bates for seeing this through the process of the House, through the Select Committee process with the Justice Committee. The way you proceeded with this bill was something spectacular, really. It was well presented to the committee, and when we did receive, Madam Speaker, those 31 submissions, the committee was able to analyse those and go through, and as we've heard already from some other speakers, the majority of those submissions were in favour of the bill. But it is also, Madam Speaker, as we went through the Committee of the Whole process, I think that night of the Committee of the Whole was one of the more enlightening debates that we do see in this House, and there was obviously that debate around the reasoning for landing on the age of 72. And I remember Tom Rutherford, I believe, fiercely debated the different ages, whether it was 66, 67, 68 and so on. But in some ways, whether through the submission process or through the Committee of the Whole process, where we've landed and where the sponsor of this bill started with the age of 72 is where we've landed on. But there was discussion around the age of 70 and, as I say, those other ages that it could have been. But 72 did tie into some ages around the Ombudsman's previous appointment, and that there has survived that contest of discussion through Select Committee and the Committee of the Whole. The Justice Committee, as I said, we took the time, analysed those submissions, and apart from one change that the committee did make and that also survived through the Committee of the Whole process, is this only applies after the date the bill commences. So people watching at home and that have already been summoned, they will still go through the process as if that they've received. It won't be till this gets through royal assent that the new excusal date of 72 will actually apply. Through the reasons for excusal, there is that thing of being 72 now, where you won't be able to excuse automatically if your age is under that. But it is heartening, Madam Speaker, that there is plenty of other reasons, and there is the reasons around medical or health issues and personal circumstances. And just recently, my son actually received his first summons to be on a jury, and unfortunately, where he is in his life at the moment, he is moving. So he's moving from where he's been living in Nelson to Christchurch, and unfortunately, because of that move, that was actually a reason to be excused from the process. So it just shows that there is reasons, and for people that are in between that age of 65 and now 72, where you will be asked to sit on the jury, if you have medical conditions or health conditions, that is still a reason to be excused from the summons. So there is, I'm trying to explain there, Madam Speaker, still a mechanism there for people. I've also, as I brought up in the first reading, had the experience of being
Sorry,
summoned.
I have been trying hard not to interrupt the member, but there is a lot of noise going on downstairs in this house on both sides and lots of chatter. I would just like, I know there's a special occasion coming up, but I'd just like to have the speaker being able to be heard in terms of the speech that we currently have.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I realise this speech is probably one of my magical moments, and most people have tuned in so much, but yes, we do have probably a more magical moment happening at 5:45 today. But Madam Speaker, my experience was the times I've been called to be on a jury service as well is unfortunately being either a Marlborough District Councillor and having to be excused on those grounds, or in my last experience is actually now standing here as an MP and actually realising that too you would be excused from being on the service. I did, Madam Speaker, have some concerns I raised in the first reading around the section 15 bracket 2 bracket AA, what's around the particular occasion where you can be excused from jury summons, and then section 15A bracket 2, what's where you're permanently excused. And I think through the first reading that was a little bit unclear what those sections and how those sections actually worked. Again, through the clarity through the Justice Committee, being able to understand someone can, on a particular occasion, for a health condition, as if we go back to those situations, being excused or permanently being excused. So in the situation now, someone, once they reach the age of 72 and beyond, they could actually, let's say a 74-year-old could on a particular occasion ask under section 15.2 bracket AA on that particular occasion be excused, but you could also be permanently excused if you go through the other section 15A2. Madam Speaker, a lot of the discussion I've heard, and it's great that on both sides of the House there is support for the bill. It does give some trust and confidence, and we have heard, Madam Speaker, around giving some, I guess, juries a balance, and there is, I believe, good sense in having people from all age groups on a jury service. So of your peers, and when you're on a jury and you've been summoned, actually having a range of age groups. And we've heard in Tom Rutherford's case there being 21, or in my son's case he would have been a very similar age to being someone that is more experienced and life experienced, and that in a jury service can be a great element for that panel to actually have some older, experienced people on there. Madam Speaker, the bill, as I say, has gone through the process. New Zealand First does support through the readings. There has only been minor changes, as I say, through the select committee process. And I think on that, Madam Speaker, I will commend the bill to the House.
Laura McClure.
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of the jury's age of excusement amendment bill third reading. I see the House is getting nice and full ready for Georgie's speech, and some of them are probably wondering why government members are filibustering 10 minutes out of a member's bill speech. So what? so what is happening? for the.
She won't. Laura's got a very important.
We all know. For those up in the gallery, it's quite common on Members' Day for the government to attempt to slow down business and for the opposition to speed it up. But I'm about to throw a spanner in the works because I have a members' bill that I'd really like to get read for its first reading that's been drawn from the tin. So I'm going to be relatively brief in this. Look, I support this bill. Listening to all the contributions, I've thought about my parents. My mum's 65 and dad's 72. And I think about that time that they have, other than taking care of my kids, what kind of contribution they could make to being on a jury. And they're at that time in their life when they do have a little bit more time and their contribution is really valuable. So this bill doesn't say that you have to 100% do it after 72. You can still excuse it. But basically after 65, you can't just say, well, up to 72, you can't just say, oh, because I am actually now 65, I don't want to be considered for jury duty. So there may be things like physical ailments, you may have an awful lot going on, you still actually could be employed. So there may be reasons in which that you might actually think this is a good idea. I want to say that I think while this bill may seem a little bit inconsequential to some people across the House, it is really important because our ageing population is changing. Yeah, I'm not looking at you, Duncan Webb. Just thinking about some people that are heading to retirement in this House that might find themselves on a jury at some point. But actually, look, this is an important thing because the boomers are coming through, you know. They've got more time. People are living longer. People are more able, and I think it's really just fit for purpose. So I commend this bill to the House, and I wish the member well in her maiden speech that is coming right up.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's quite different to be hearing the members from the government side do anything other than just saying I commend this bill to the House. And it's interesting to have just heard the Ag Party member admit that perhaps they were doing a bit of filibustering, which is interesting because we just heard the National Party MP talk about how important this member's bill is, which you would think that therefore they would want in their best interest if they thought this bill was really important to make it an expedient process so that it can actually become law. The Green Party is supporting this bill. With our colleague Dr. Lawrence Husunan already explained our rationale. I do agree, though, with the comments from the Honourable Duncan Webb around the realities that actually if you're a government MP and you're thinking about a member's bill to put in the biscuit tin, and you know that this is something that the government could do really easily, and I'm assuming, based on the contributions from the 3 coalition party members, that the numbers are there, that perhaps you would think of something a bit more substantive. Dr. Lawrence Husunan already covered the fact that at the end of the day, this isn't about automatically excluding people, but just simply giving people that option based on age and extending that to 72 above and beyond what already exists. For that reason, we think that this bill is non-controversial and we're quite happy to continue supporting it. But I do note that members' bills can be used to do far more than minor tweaks. As compared to what others may have mentioned. We have had significant reforms that have been brought by members' bills, including legalising same-sex marriage, for example. That was a members' bill, and I think I do encourage members from the government to be a little bit more ambitious when it comes to the members' bills that they're proposing. But I agree with the contributions from my colleague from the Green Party, and I commend this bill to the House.
Ingrid Leary.
Madam Speaker, I have the pleasure
I just would like the member to know that the debate will be interrupted, and when it is, the member is entitled to complete her speech at the next.
I'm sure I don't have that much to say on this very, very important bill, Madam Speaker. But there is, as you have rightly said, Madam Speaker, a bit of excitement in the House, and for people who are picking up on that at home, it is because we have the presence of a large number of people, particularly union friends in the House, to support Georgie Dancy. But I do not want to take away from the man of the hour, Carl Bates, who has this terribly important bill. There's only so many times we can talk about changing the age of 65 to 72 or 72 minus 65. And the threshold, and we've had that well traversed. So I just want to pick up on a quick point that was made, quite a serious point actually, by the Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb. When I think about the number of hours that we have spent as parliamentarians and the taxpayer money for something that really could have been tidied up in an omnibus bill, it is great to see the level of process that has occurred with this bill, and I wish that would happen with all bills, Mr. Speaker. But when we look at the urgency that's been afforded to things like the Employment Relations Amendment Bill or other pieces of legislation that are hurtling through the House under urgency, and then we see the disproportionate amount of time spent on a member's bill, I do question whether we have that balance right. Having said that, I do congratulate the member, A, for getting the bill drawn and for convincing the Minister that it wasn't his job to tidy this up and to let him do this bill. It has been very thorough and it does serve an important purpose. So no disrespect to that member, but I think that it behoves the House to think a little bit more carefully about what we spend time on and what we don't spend time on. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I will leave my comments and commend this bill, congratulate Carl Bates, and also wait with bated breath and congratulations for our latest, newest Labour member, Georgie Dancy.
Thank you. As agreed by the Business Committee, we now have the maiden statement to Parliament by Georgie Dancy.
Ka tangi te titi.
Well, I guess that applause means it's all over. Thanks very much.
My time hasn't started. Ka tangi te titi, ka tangi te kaka, ka tangi hoki a hau. Ti hei mauri ora. Ko ranginui ti runga, ko papatua no ko te raro, tina koroa. Ki te koini Māori, nā waihono e te po, pai mārere. Ki nā mate, haere, haere, haere atura. Ki nā ora, tātou kua tai mai nei, nau mai, haere mai, ki parimata. E te taha o toku mama no ingarangi o ku tupuna, e te taha o toku papa ko tūwhari toa te iwi, ko rauhatu te hapu, ko noku hau te marae, e noho ana o ki kirikiri roa ko Georgie Dancy toku inua. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Tēnā koe, Mr. Speaker. It is an honour to stand as a member of this House today, and I come here to work hard for all New Zealanders. Mr. Speaker, my dad was born in New Zealand, but he left when he was 3 years old for the UK. He met my British mother in the 1980s, and she said to him, "You've got a New Zealand passport, let's move there." So my dad returned home at the age of 40. My sister and I were born soon after, and we are forever grateful that Mum dragged Dad back to his whakapapa. My upbringing, Mr. Speaker, was very British. I know this because most of my known family were in the UK, and at school I was teased for saying yogurt instead of yogurt. My journey, like many New Zealanders, into my Māori whakapapa started as an adult. It's a lifelong journey of learning, whanaungatanga and kotahitanga. It's feeling whakamā when you're asked to do your pipiha and then doing it anyway. Along the way, I found out that I have some quite impressive tupuna, one of whom is Harry Danzy, the second Race Relation Commissioner in New Zealand in 1975. Matua Harry held the belief that New Zealand would find our own unique culture, drawing on the strength of both Māori and Pākehā. Well, it's 50 years later, and there's still a lot of work to do in that space. As I enter this space, I will work hard towards a New Zealand where Te Tiriti o Waitangi is honoured, where Māori have tino rangatiratanga, and where there is a true partnership between Māori and the Crown. Mr. Speaker, when I was 8, we moved to Katikati at the foot of the Kaimai Ranges. School holidays were spent packing beer sticks and salamis in my stepdad Bill's venison salami small goods business. I don't remember talking about politics with my parents, but what I do remember are long conversations about the financial stability of the business. What I learnt was that owning a small business is hard, and that it took constant work to keep the business afloat, support employees, while also supporting our whānau. I must have forgotten the hours of conversation about the business, because 20 years later, against the advice of my mum, I bought my own business, a gym, under the franchise Body Fit Training. It wasn't long before my family conversations revolved around the business. We were determined for our business to thrive. We wanted it to be a great place to work for our 10 staff, while also being financially stable. We were the first gym in New Zealand to become living wage accredited. Thank you. Gym communities are a good example of the benefits of small business. They create jobs, build communities, bring locals together and give them a sense of belongings, while also supporting health and well-being. Mr. Speaker, when I was 22 years old, 3 important things happened to me that have shaped my life. These events were a turning point. They set me on a path of service, and 17 years later have led me to this place. The first thing that happened was that I got a job as an English and drama teacher at Te Amutu College. What really struck me when I started teaching was that students didn't enter my classroom on equal footing. Those who hadn't had breakfast, those who had parents who hadn't had success in mainstream education, and those who lived in households with addiction present, they often didn't do as well as the other kids, no matter how hard they tried. I had never seen this kind of inequality before, and it was really jarring. What I have seen on the front lines of education in this country is that one size does not fit all. We need different pathways to success for our rangatahi and our tamariki. I want to see a system that supports all learners, a system that celebrates the uniqueness and gifts of our neurospicy kids, one that provides a wraparound social support for our most vulnerable, and a system that recognises creativity and the arts as a cornerstone of being human. The second thing that happened to me was that I attended my first political event. It was a women's meeting at a local hairdresser with the then Labour candidate for Hamilton East, Sahai Orgard. As a young person at the time, it was the first time I had seen someone like me represented in politics. It showed me that representation matters, and a diverse parliament is crucial to our success as a country. The third thing that happened to me was that my head of department and mentor, Kathleen West, asked me to join the union, the Post-Primary Teachers Association. I became a delegate, and then like what usually happens in volunteer spaces, I went to a few meetings and ended up being the national co-convener for the youth wing of the Council of Trade Unions, the CTU. Growing up, I don't remember any discussion of unions, and Base Camp Venison Salamis was certainly not a unionised workplace, but I do remember the way my parents treated their workers. They recognised that beyond the workday, their workers had families to support, hobbies, goals and dreams. However, unfortunately, the way our system is currently set up encourages employers to value profit over people and use the employment power imbalance to exploit workers. We need strong employment laws that balance the scales within the employment relationship to ensure that all workers get a fair deal. Over the past 15 years, I've worked in the union movement, eventually becoming a leader of a union. I even met my wife at a union conference. Any success that I have had within the union movement, I attribute to the bold leadership of people like Erin Palaksuk, Yvonne Oldford, Field, Rachel McIntosh and Annie Newman, and the thousands of courageous, everyday workers I had the fortune of meeting. Most recently, I've worked with Etu Union, and in this mahi, I've had the privilege to advocate for some of our most vulnerable workers, security guards and cleaners. I am devastated that this government does not value the work that these hard-working people do by repealing fair pay agreements. Letting the market decide does not work. In a competitive industry where employers must bid for contracts, it becomes a race to the bottom for employee conditions and wages. This government has taken a range of policies and laws that have made life harder and more expensive to be a worker in New Zealand. Widespread cuts across the public sector are linked to rising unemployment and a reduction in effectiveness of government services. The cancellation of pay equity has left over 100,000 workers underpaid. One of the sectors who have had their pay equity claim thrown out by this government are care workers. These are the workers who care for our elderly, those that work with our disabled people, and those who support those struggling through poor health and mental health and addiction. These workers are essential to our communities, yet they are undervalued for the exceptional work that they do. Well-paid workers with steady jobs put down roots in our towns and cities. And in a fast-growing city like Hamilton, good jobs are vital to support local business, contribute to the economy, and grow the contribute to the community and grow the economy. There, I got it. Mr. Speaker, I am in this House as a voice for all the people who live in Hamilton, Kirikiriroa, a place which has been my home for 20 years. My elevator pitch for this epic little city is that it's not too big and it's not too small, and it has the most playgrounds per capita of any city in New Zealand. Innovation is a big theme in New Zealand's fastest growing city. 3 recent projects, the Ruakura Inland Port, the Waikato Regional Theatre and the Pacifica Whale, were born under the 6th Labour government, initiatives which gave us jobs, built community and grew the economy in the Waikato. But at a time where homelessness is growing in Hamilton and it's getting harder and harder to afford to live, I want to see a Hamilton where everyone has access to secure, dry homes, whether they're buying a home, finding an affordable rental, or accessing state housing. A Hamilton where the government takes serious action on climate change and builds infrastructure that is resilient and future-focused. Mr. Speaker, I am proud to be Labour under the leadership of the Right Honourable Chris Hipkins. To the Labour caucus, To our President Jill Day and members of New Zealand Council and the wider Labour movement, thank you for putting your trust in me. To the Right Honourable Adrian Rurafe, former Speaker of the House, he kōtuku rerenga tahi. You put the people we represent first. I'm honoured to follow in your footsteps and aspire to serve with the extraordinary values, dedication and leadership you have shown to our motu. To the members of Hamilton East and West local electorate bodies who have volunteered and donated over the years of my candidacy, thank you. To Norbert and Yenny Abel, Wendy Lee, Gayleen Bobsian, thank you. To Hayden Munro and Holly Snape for getting me through the 2022 by-election. To previous Waikato-based Hamilton MPs, some of whom are here today, thank you for your wisdom and your araha. Finally, to my family. To my dad, who would be so proud of seeing me here today, even though he spent many years delivering leaflets for the Conservative Party in London. To my mum, for teaching me resilience by example, kindness by action, and love without condition. Thank you for your constant belief that I could do more than I ever imagined. To my stepdad, Bill, and my bonus parents, Libby and Jeremy. To my sister, Kushla, for being the only person that I can truly rely on to give an honest critique of my outfit. To my children, Fallon, Johnny and JJ, who give me hope every day and a vision for a future where all New Zealand kids are loved and can thrive. And finally, to my gal pal and wife for life, Ruby, for giving me the courage to go to mahi every day and fight for our communities. I leave you with a whakatoki that has been used to describe the actions of my great-grandfather, Roger Danzy, a captain in the Māori Battalion of World War I. He served our country proudly overseas. This whakatoki is a strong message of encouragement, urging one to be courageous, determined and persistent, never giving up in the face of adversity, no matter how difficult the struggle. As I start my journey in this house, for as long as I am privileged to be here, may I walk in the courageous footsteps of my tupuna for a fair and just society. Kaue e mate whike, mate Aotearoa. Kia ora.
The House is adjourned for the dinner break.
Live coverage from the House of Representatives will resume at 7:30 p.m. Until then, some of today's earlier proceedings will be repeated.
Mr. Speaker.
E te atua kaharawa ka tuku whakamoimiti ati mātou mona karakio ko waihotia mai ki runga i a mātou. Ko waiho i mātou pānga whaiaro katoa ki te taha, ka mihi mātu ki te kiengi me te inoi atu mo te arihitanga i roto i o mātou whakaaroarohanga. Kia mōhio ai, kia whakaiti ai, tā mātou whakahaere i ngā take o te wharenei. Mo te oranga, te mangarongo me te aroha o Aotearoa. Āmeni.
I'm sure members would wish to welcome the Honourable Leonora Kirikiri Tambua, Deputy Speaker and Assistant Minister for Foreign Affairs from the Parliament of the Republic of Fiji, and the Honourable Tina Brown, Leader of the Opposition from the Parliament of the Cook Islands, who are present in the gallery. Two petitions have been delivered to the Clerk for presentation.
Petition of Justice for All requesting that the House urge the Government to create a commission of inquiry into the police investigation and prosecution of Gail Maney, Colin Maney, Mark Henriksen and Stephen Stone. Petition of Rebecca Robin requesting that the House phase out electroconvulsive therapy in Aotearoa and limit its use to rare court-reviewed cases.
Those petitions stand referred to the Petitions Committee. A paper has been delivered for presentation.
Department of Corrections Long-Term Insights Briefing.
The paper is published under the authority of the House. A Select Committee report has been delivered for presentation.
Report of the Transport and Infrastructure Committee on the Regulatory Systems Transport Amendment Bill.
The bill is set down for second reading. No bill has been introduced. The House comes to oral questions. The first in the name of Scott Willis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Energy. Has he seen reports that the big four electricity gentailers are projected to make $1.86 billion in operating profits for the 6 months to December? And if so, does he think it's fair that households will likely pay more on their power bills, on average, to fund a liquefied natural gas import terminal?
Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Seymour Brown.
On behalf of the Minister of Energy, regarding the first part of the question, yes. Regarding the second part, official advice shows that access to LNG will reduce power bills for households by an average of $50 per year.
Supplementary. Would a liquefied natural gas import terminal be commercially viable without government intervention?
Well, Mr. Speaker, this government is focused on fixing the dry year problem, and the advice that has been received is that this is the best solution to do that. And by putting in place the solution this government has, the advice is very clear that it will reduce power bills for consumers.
Does the Minister accept that funding LNG import infrastructure through a levy on electricity users is effectively a subsidy for LNG-fired generation? And if so, how is this consistent with Aotearoa's binding commitments under our free trade agreements to take steps towards eliminating fossil fuel subsidies?
Well, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Minister of Energy, we're focused on addressing the dry year problem to make sure we have affordable, reliable power for New Zealand households and businesses, that we don't shut down industries and regional New Zealanders. And ironically, if we followed that member's plan, we would be substituting gas for coal.
Supplementary. Why is it that the government is willing to be interventionist in the fossil fuel industry, such as through billions of dollars for LNG infrastructure or the $200 million for gas exploration, but is not willing to intervene on the lowest cost solutions that would provide for the cheapest electricity, like demand response, energy efficiency, distributed energy, pumped storage?
Well, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Minister for Energy, we are focused on fixing the dry year problem, and that is critically important so that we can secure the future of thousands of jobs in regional New Zealanders, so that we can lower power bills for consumers, But the answer is that we need this, plus we need solar, plus we need wind, plus we need hydro, plus we need geothermal, plus we need other forms of energy generation and distribution as well. That's what we're focused on doing.
Supplementary. Does he think that an LNG import terminal may have appeared to be the timeliest proposal simply because the government is running an accelerated procurement process that will see infrastructure fast-tracked with bespoke legislation?
On behalf of the Minister for Energy, we are focused on solving this problem quickly because on this side of the House we understand the urgency of this problem. We saw the impact of the last government's policies where power prices hit $800 a megawatt hour, and their solution was a lake in the middle of the mountains which wouldn't have delivered a single bit of power until 2037. That's not good enough. We're focused on solving this problem today.
Supplementary. What is the Minister's response to Paul Fuge from Power Switch, who advocates on behalf of consumers, who said of the LNG proposal, quote, "This speaks to the power of the oil and gas lobby, which has managed to sell a donkey as a racehorse"?
Well, on behalf of the Minister for Energy, we are focused on making sure we have lower power bills for consumers, and we're on the side of consumers here. We're on the side of industry to make sure we have affordable, reliable power which saves jobs in regional New Zealanders. And if we followed the advice of members opposite, we would be waiting till 2037 until we had a lake in the middle of the mountains, which would then eventually potentially start generating some power. We are focused on fixing this problem today.
Question 2, Laura McClure.
Mr. Speaker, to the Minister for Workplace Relations and Safety, what will the changes to the Employment Relations Amendment Bill mean for businesses and workers?
The Honourable Brooke Van Velden.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Employment Relations Amendment Bill passed its third reading. Once the law comes into effect, businesses will no longer have to be fearful about being tripped up on small procedural steps when trying to move a problematic employee on, or when taking a chance on a new worker because they're afraid of what will happen if it doesn't work out. This bill is about removing fear from hiring. Workers who are wanting to move up the career ladder will be considered for more challenging positions, and they will also benefit from the income threshold for personal grievances policy. When employers are scared to take a chance on an employee in a high-impact role, there are fewer chances given. We're backing businesses to have the confidence to hire.
Supplementary. What reports has she seen on the Employment Relations Amendment Bill?
Mr. Speaker, Business New Zealand said that this bill moves us in the right direction towards a more confident workforce, stronger businesses and more resilient economy. Retail New Zealand said that the reforms will be particularly positive for small and under-resourced retailers who often shoulder disproportionately severe consequences when navigating complex employment procedures. The New Zealand Herald described these reforms as the biggest labour market regulation change in decades, and I couldn't agree more. At the start of this coalition government's term, we inherited significant economic challenges, and that requires bold solutions.
Supplementary. What impact does she expect the Employment Relations Amendment Bill will have on employment and wages?
Mr. Speaker, I know there are many Kiwis who are concerned at the moment about what is on the job horizon for them. They may be searching for a job or wondering whether their incomes will grow in the jobs that they have. This bill will back business to hire with more confidence. When employers can hire and grow, more people get opportunities. That means more jobs and higher paying jobs.
Supplementary, the Honourable David Seymour.
Is it the government's position that higher wages come from investment and innovation, or can wages be risen simply by passing a law saying they should be higher?
Mr. Speaker, it's clearly quite rhetorical, but this government definitely has... Sorry?
Just, answer anyway. Yeah.
Oh, very good. This government believes that it is the businesses out there, not politicians in here, that help grow our economy. That's people who get up every day, who create new jobs for others. That's people getting money from their own back pocket and investing it in their company, or getting people who believe in their dream to invest in their own companies so that they can hire more people and grow. And that's how this economy gets ahead, not from a Labour Party politicians believing that they can just sign new laws and raise wages.
Just remember those, it's actually a government question, so you can't answer quite the way you just did at the end there. We'll go to question number 3, Nancy Liu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my question is to the Minister of Finance and asks, what reports has she seen about the economy?
The Honourable Nicola Willis.
Mr. Speaker, recent data releases are consistent with the turnaround in the economy. The Household Labour Force Survey, for example, showed employment growth of 0.5% in the December quarter of last year, following 5 previous quarters of flat or falling employment. That means 15,000 more people with jobs. In addition, the number of hours worked rose 1% in the quarter, and more people were out there actively looking for jobs.
Supplementary question, what are monthly data releases indicating?
Well, Mr. Speaker, monthly economic data has largely been positive. For example, the performance of manufacturing index for January indicated a healthy level of expansion in the manufacturing sector. And the services sector is also in expansion, according to the Performance of Services Index. The BNZ, which runs these indexes with Business New Zealand, said that, quote, the big question to end 2025 was whether the economy may be turning. Data since then has given us confidence that recent positive momentum can be sustained. The economy is growing.
What are forecasters predicting for December quarter GDP?
Well, Mr. Speaker, economic forecasters are all predicting growth in the December quarter of last year. There are a range of estimates from around 0.5% to 1% growth. I note that the Reserve Bank's forecasts, which have just been released at 2 p.m. in the Monetary Policy Statement, are for growth of 0.5% in the December quarter. The official number will be out in a month's time. I do note that there has been a pattern of significant volatility in quarter-to-quarter GDP data. Looking forward, all economic forecasters are showing growth continuing through 2026.
In supplementary, are there any risks through this outlook?
Mr. Speaker, yes. Forecasters work with what they know, but unanticipated events happen frequently. So yes, there are risks to the outlook both on the upside and the downside. A recovery is evidently underway, with low interest rates providing stimulus to the economy, and members opposite will surely see this as positive news for New Zealand families and businesses. At some point, as the economy strengthens, the Reserve Bank will start the process of normalising monetary policy, easing off the accelerator a little as less stimulus is required to support growth. When to do that is entirely a matter for the Reserve Bank, which will be guided by its mandate and by the data.
Supplementary question, the Honourable David Seymour.
How important is careful spending of taxpayer money by the government when it comes to making sure that there's no more inflationary pressure on the Reserve Bank that could otherwise put up people's mortgages?
Mr. Speaker, critically important. It is the case that the government can make a choice to either manage its own spending in such a way that it does not add fuel to the inflation fire, or conversely can choose to spend at a level that adds more pressure to inflation, leading the official cash rate to be higher than it would otherwise be. It has been the advice of Treasury that government fiscal decisions under the last government did add fuel to the inflationary fire, and that decisions by this government have eased pressure on inflation and therefore supported interest rates to be lower than would otherwise have been the case.
Question number 4, the Right Honourable Chris Hipkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the Prime Minister, does he stand by all of his government statements and actions?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Yes. Is the cost of living crisis better or worse for New Zealand families now than when he became Prime Minister?
Well, inflation, as I've said to the member before, has gone from a record high under his level at 7.3% down to 3%, 3.1% that's a much better outcome. And that's happening because you've got a government that understands the economy and is actually managing spending so that inflation's come down, so that interest rates have come down, the economy's growing and people stay in work.
So is the average family's shopping for groceries cheaper or more expensive now than it was when he became the Prime Minister?
Food inflation, as the member knows, is running at about 4.6%. Total inflation is running at 3.1%. Under that member, in his economic management plan, food inflation was running at 12.5% and inflation was running at 7.3%. I put our record of economic management against his record of economic management and debacle every single day of the week.
Point of order, Mr Speaker.
A point of order. The right honourable Chris Sippins.
I didn't ask the Prime Minister for, a dissertation on the previous government's track record. Untrue though it was. I did ask him whether the average family's grocery shop... Whether the average family's grocery shop is cheaper or more expensive than when he became Prime Minister. He has been Prime Minister for the entirety of that time. He hasn't addressed that.
Well, I think he made an effort to address it by talking about the difference in inflation, but the Prime Minister may want to make another... Hang on, they want to make another comment.
Well, as I said, I addressed the question. Food inflation is running at 4.6%. That compares to 12.5% 2 years ago when you were Prime Minister.
That's right. So is the Prime Minister confirming that it's more expensive for a family to go to the supermarket now than it was when he became the Prime Minister?
What, deflation?
He wouldn't know.
So yes, are you expecting prices to, are you expecting deflation? Is that what you're arguing for?
The Honourable David Seymour.
Can the Prime Minister name a period in New Zealand history when we've had deflation, where prices have gone down for a sustained period, and don't economists recommend that that's not very good either?
I would say I cannot think of a period in New Zealand's history of deflation as the member seems to be wanting to advocate for. What I can say is this is a government that has worked really hard to make sure we don't have wasteful spending. We don't spend $66 billion and triple the debt and run up interest rates, interest bills around the world. We actually get inflation back in the band of 1 to 3%. That's what this government's done.
Honourable Winston Peters.
Can the Prime Minister put in picture form that if inflation has halved, it's very likely that comparatively so have costs?
That's right. I actually think when you actually think about low and middle income working New Zealanders, they want to be in a low inflationary environment. And that's what this government, that's what this country had been doing for a long period of time until we got the economic vandalism of the last mob who didn't understand the economy at all.
So is the Prime Minister agreeing with Winston Peters the fact that inflation is increasing less fast than it used to means that prices are actually going down, which is not mathematically correct?
That is not what he said. But for the member opposite, no, that's not what he said. For the member opposite to argue for deflation, for the member opposite to say, why don't we take the midpoint of the band up to 2.5%, happy to have more costs labelled on working New Zealanders, happy to borrow more, tax more, spend more. That is economic madness. You ran this country into a hole economically. You've got no economic credibility. Look at that front bench. I wouldn't employ any of them in a lower middle management job.
Enough. That's quite enough. And
Willie, I would. I'd employ Willie.
Just yet.
Because it'd be funny.
Look, career, nothing. This is what happens when you're running out of hopeless.
Mr. Jackson, come on. And can I just remind the... Sorry, Ms. Woods? Yeah, nothing will be right. I just remind the government that use of the word "you" has to be a little bit careful. I certainly did not exact any economic vandalism on the country.
No, I appreciate
Supplementary question, Mr. Speaker. So
Supplementary, the Right Honourable Chris Hipkins.
If he didn't intend to lower grocery prices when he became Prime Minister, why did both he and Nicola Willis advertise across the country that they intended to lower grocery prices for New Zealanders?
Look, the member, I don't know why you bother coming to this house every day to ask me questions on the economy. Look, you are the guy that took the keys to the car, you crashed it in an almighty ditch, you stuffed the economy, and we're fixing it up. That's the reality of it. You come here and argue for deflation. I don't know what you're thinking. I don't know what the new policy is. You want to borrow more, tax more, spend more, and you want to hurt working New Zealanders. People used to care about, but you don't care about them. You didn't back income tax relief for low and middle income working New Zealanders.
Mr Speaker.
Point of order, the Right Honourable Chris Hipkins.
My question was pretty simple to the Prime Minister about why he told New Zealanders and why Nicola Willis told New Zealanders there's a video of you unpacking the groceries in a kitchen promising to make it cheaper, and the government hasn't done that. The Prime Minister hasn't addressed that issue.
Sorry. We're going to, Mr Bishop, we're going to hear the point of order again in silence. No, we've got one going on.
Mr Speaker, my point of order was pretty simple. The Prime Minister was asked why he promised New Zealanders he was going to make it cheaper to go to the supermarket when he doesn't intend to deliver that.
That was the question.
Yeah.
Well, and he then gave an answer that was highly political to a highly political question. Is there any other comments from anyone in the House?
Supplementary, Mr Speaker.
Supplementary, Right Honourable Chris Hipkins.
Is unemployment higher or lower today than it was when he became the Prime Minister?
Well, the member understands that when a previous government increases spending by 84%, it runs up inflation to 7.3%. It has 12 to 13 interest rate rises, slows down an economy, people lose their job. That's the reality of it. And that's why if you care about low and middle income working people, as all of the parties in this government do, you actually run the economy well, because the people that get hurt are working New Zealanders, and you don't care about them because you trash the economy.
Supplementary question, Mr Speaker. Was Nicola Willis incorrect in the headline of August 2025 when she said that her new supermarket plan would cut grocery prices?
Well, Nicola Willis has done a good job of making sure fast-track provisions are available for supermarkets who want to enter New Zealand. But isn't it odd for a man who purportedly cares about working New Zealanders, he hurts the economy?
A point of order. Point of order, the Right Honourable Chris Hipkins.
Mr Speaker, the Prime Minister's repeatedly claimed that the government had no plans to cut grocery prices. I've just quoted directly a headline from Nicola Willis just last year saying they were going to cut grocery prices, and he immediately just goes to attacking the opposition. I was asking him what his government's plan is. Are they cutting grocery prices or not?
Well, that is, I think, the point. The question asked about a plan. The Prime Minister was responding to that plan. The House was exceptionally rowdy during that time. Point of order, I'll go to the Right Honourable Winston Peters.
Mr Speaker, I hope you observed that last so-called supplementary question, which one would expect would be spontaneous from the questioner, but it wasn't. He, in an unparalleled situation in other Western democracies, is standing there in our Parliament, holding up his phone and reading a question that could possibly be prepared by somebody else. That's not how this democracy should operate.
Point of order, Mr Speaker. Point of order.
No, I'll respond to that, because I can actually see what he was doing from here. I think it's probably not the most desirable thing. The phones are not prohibited here. Use them for communication is. He was reading, I think, a Googled headline from a period of time. I could see it from here. But, you know, that speaks volumes for anyone that is watching it. Point of order, the Honourable Nicola Willis.
I proceed with caution because obviously some matters are matters of privilege.
We'll hear the point of order in silence.
Some issues are matters of privilege which can be addressed via that means. However, it is simply wrong for a member in this House to claim that a headline is a quote. The member should know the difference.
That's true.
Point of order, Mr Speaker.
That would be a good response and an answer.
Happy to quote directly from the article where Nicola Willis promises to drive down grocery prices.
We've got a perfect demonstration for anyone watching this afternoon that it is election year, and tensions and arguments tend to heighten, but behaviour should not deteriorate. That was not a point of order. Are you seeking leave? Because if you're seeking leave, I'll deny it. Question number 5, the Honourable Melissa Lee.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister responsible for RMA reform, and asks, what recent announcements has he made about Eden Park?
Mr Speaker.
The Honourable Chris Bishop.
I was thrilled this week to announce the government's making significant changes to local planning rules that have been holding Eden Park back from its full potential. Last year we launched an investigation into whether those rules were unnecessarily limiting Eden Park's ability to host major events. There was public consultation and found that the rules were restrictive, out of step with modern stadium use, and were constraining economic activity. The changes we are making will allow Eden Park, New Zealand's largest stadium, to host more major events that bring significant benefits to the local and national economy.
Supplementary question. What do the new settings mean for Eden Park?
Mr Speaker, under the new settings, Eden Park will be able to host up to 12 large concerts and 20 medium-sized concerts per year as permitted activities without needing resource consent. That's up from 12 currently, which interestingly were not permitted to be from more than 6 different artists or acts. The changes also enable a wider range of events, including exhibitions, displays, markets, fairs and cultural and community events. Concerts can take place on any day, must finish by 11 and can run for 8 hours. That's a significant increase on the current maximum of 5 hours on a weekday and 6 hours on a Saturday. And nighttime sports games will be permitted on any day, including Sundays, provided noise standards are met.
Supplementary question. When can New Zealanders expect to see the benefits of these changes?
Mr Speaker, the good people of Auckland don't have too long to wait. The changes will be in place in April 2026, just a couple of months away. We know that this will deliver tangible benefits. For over 3 years, the last 3 years, 14 Auckland shows, including Coldplay, not a great band, and Pearl Jam, a very good band, generated $33.7 million for the local economy, nearly 500,000 attendees. There'll be so many concerts, it'll be over to many people to pick who they like. These common sense changes will enable Eden Park to operate like a modern world-class stadium.
Supplementary question. What feedback has he seen on these changes?
If Don McGlashan can sell out Eden Park, I'll be the first one in the mosh pit. No, probably not for Don McGlashan. Mr Speaker, there's been a significant amount of support for these actions. Unsurprisingly, Eden Park Chief Executive Nick Saunton said it's a historic day for our city and our country. And I also want to quote local Kingsland pub owner Steve Gillette, who said it's going to be a huge difference for local businesses, and I know that the local business associations are very supportive of this. And the good Deputy Mayor of Auckland, Desley Simpson, real boost for jobs, hospitality and local businesses, help secure Eden Park's future as a truly world-class venue.
Question number 6, Taku Te Ferris.
Tēnā koe te pika. To the Minister of Health. Does the Minister agree with the former Minister of Health's statement that, quote, I want to see IMPBs with the ability to have commissioning authority. I will empower local health decisions and Māori health providers with more autonomy than they have had for some years, end quote. If so, why does the Healthy Futures Pai Ora Amendment Bill remove statutory functions from iwi Māori partnership boards?
The Honourable Simeon Brown.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I agree with the Honourable Dr Shane Reddy, who was very clear that IMPBs should be providing advice on the health needs of Māori across the country, and they should not be involved in the procurement of health care services. That's why we're strengthening the Hauora Māori Advisory Committee and clarifying the role of iwi Māori partnerships boards. Local IMPBs will continue to engage with local Māori communities about their health needs, aspirations and health outcomes, and provide that advice to the Hauora Māori Advisory Committee. That advice will then support decisions made by the Minister and Health New Zealand's board. This is about putting patients back at the centre, ensuring the voices of Māori communities are clearly heard where they can make the most difference.
Supplementary. Given the removal of statutory functions from iwi Māori partnership boards under this bill, how do decisions such as dismantling Te Ako Whai Ora align with the government's promise to give Māori more autonomy and commissioning authority over their health outcomes?
Well, Mr Speaker, the government's been very clear that we believe in having one health system and we have a very clear focus on our health targets. And ultimately, that is what will drive better performance and better outcomes for all New Zealanders, including Māori. And I would just point out to the member that when the previous government removed the health targets, vaccination rates for Māori 2-year-olds went from 89.3% down to 64.8%. Our focus is actually on improving immunisation rates, and we're pleased to have seen improvements on all of our health targets.
Supplementary. How does the Minister justify this bill in light of statements from Te Kāhui Hauora o Te Tauihu and other iwi Māori partnership boards that this is, quote, another assault on Te Tiriti o Waitangi and, quote, further proof that the government is not listening and is not interested in equitable outcomes for all?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I say to that member, our government is focused on improving health outcomes for all New Zealanders, and the outcome of the previous government's removal of the health targets had an incredibly poor result on Māori. As I just said, the vaccination rate for 2-year-olds for Māori went from 89.3% down to 64.8%. So whilst the last government was focused on restructuring the health system in the middle of a pandemic, we are focused on improving results for all New Zealanders, including Māori.
Maoria mena kapakingi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. How many times, if at all, did the Minister personally meet with iwi Māori partnership boards before introducing the Healthy Futures Paiora Amendment Bill, which removes these statutory functions?
Well, I've engaged with the Hauora Māori Advisory Committee. I've had meetings with independent iwi Māori partnership boards, and I'm happy to answer that question in writing.
Maoria mena kapakingi. No? Supplementary question from Tamapota.
To the Minister of Health. Can the Minister let us know what this government has been doing and is doing to improve the 2-year-old Māori immunisation rate?
Well, Mr. Speaker, this government has reintroduced our health targets, which is refocusing the health system on delivery. We've seen an improvement in the outcome of that target for Māori children. It's now up to 68%. It still has further to go. We've also invested in the immunising our tamariki program, which is putting vaccines in the arms of Māori children up and down our country, working with Hauora Māori providers to deliver services across the country in communities to make sure that we're actually getting the outcomes that we need.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the Minister accept that moving iwi from statutory partners to advisors of a minister-appointed advisory committee weakens the Crown Māori partnership under Te Titi o Waitangi?
No.
Question number...
Here's the answer. Sorry, Mr. Speaker.
Well, he can repeat it, but just the answer.
No.
Question number 7, the Honourable Barbara Evans.
Vena Kavakalevu, Mr. Speaker. To the Minister of Finance, does she stand by all her statements and actions?
The Honourable Nicola Willis.
Mr. Speaker, yes. Supplementary. Is a youth unemployment rate of 16.5% a sign of a growing economy?
No.
Supplementary. When she says there are 15,000 more jobs, is that a net increase or loss, given there are 32,000 fewer jobs since she took office?
Mr. Speaker, the member is confused in the difference between unemployment and employment. Unemployment is looking at the ratio of those who are actively seeking work and those who are able to find it. Employment measures how many people are in work. The 15,000 figure corresponds to employment, which is to say that there are 15,000 more people in jobs in the latest quarter for which we have data than there was in the quarter before.
Supplementary. How can she be trusted on growing the economy when unemployment continues to rise and the Reserve Bank here today now forecasts unemployment to stay higher for longer?
Because, Mr. Speaker, the actions our government has taken have supported the economy to be stronger than would have otherwise been the case, and the counterfactual is real. It is a government that would have kept taxes higher, meaning that 1.2 million New Zealanders would be $60 worse off a fortnight. It is a government that would not have done any of the savings or consolidations that we have done, which would have meant that fiscal policy would have supported inflation to be higher and interest rates to be higher. It is a government that would have opposed fast-track legislation which is supporting the creation and sustenance of thousands of jobs.
A point of order, the Right Honourable Chris Hipkins.
Mr. Speaker, the current Minister of Finance has no responsibility for actions that an alternative government may or may not have taken had she not been elected to the office of the Minister of Finance. This isn't about what the previous government did, it's about her assertions of what a re-elected Labour government would have done. She A, doesn't know that, and B, has no responsibility for it even if she did have a view on it.
Why is she talking?
And please don't interrupt a point of order when it's being taken. I think the point is that the question itself was one that invited that sort of answer by asking how a minister could be trusted. And I think that's right on the edge of what's reasonable. And I think the answer in that event was reasonable, but we'll go to the next sub.
How can she claim that, quote, inflation is looking largely under control, unquote, when inflation increased for the last 5 quarters and the Reserve Bank has now forecast for it to increase faster?
Because, Mr. Speaker, context is everything. It is the case that we have come from a period where inflation was out of the target band for 3 years, reaching a high of more than 7%. It is also the case that the Reserve Bank in their monetary policy statement today say that they think it is highly likely that inflation will be back in band in the next quarter.
Supplementary. Will she take responsibility for any increase in interest rates, given she always has taken credit for bringing them down?
Mr. Speaker, as I outlined in my answer to the primary question earlier, it is the case that the government takes responsibility for whether or not our fiscal policy decisions support or hinder the Reserve Bank in its job of fighting inflation. Our first legislative action as a new government was to make it crystal clear that the Reserve Bank's mandate is to fight inflation, and we've consistently been their mate, ensuring that rather than pouring fuel on the inflation fire, we've had sensible fiscal policy, which was not the case under the previous government.
Question number 8, Paulo Garcia.
Mr. Speaker, my question is to the Minister of Immigration. What update can she provide on the Active Investor Plus visa?
The Honourable Erica Stanford.
Mr. Speaker, less than a year after it was refreshed, the Active Investor Plus visa has been an incredible success, with a pipeline of $3.39 billion in investment and growing. Already $1.05 billion has been invested, with a further $2.34 billion expected to flow in the next 6 months. Investments are supporting growth across key sectors including tech, healthcare, aged care, horticulture and digital media. And the over 570 applications from around the world show there is strong confidence in our direction, and I'm proud that we have delivered a visa that is attracting incredible investors who want to contribute their capital, skills, knowledge and expertise to support New Zealand businesses.
Supplementary. Why was it important to refresh the visa?
Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, the investor visa introduced last term was overly complex and too restrictive in some places while being too permissive in others. It also didn't reflect the realities of either investors or the investment ecosystem. This resulted in just 116 applications and around $70 million in investment in New Zealand over 2.5 years. This meant that the New Zealand investment sector and businesses were missing out on access to valuable capital. It needed to be completely refreshed, and I'm proud of the work that we've done with the experts in the immigration and investment sectors to redesign the visa. And after only 10 months, we've received 573 applications valued at that $3.4 billion, and this is a game changer.
Supplementary. What feedback has she received on the new visa settings?
Mr. Speaker, we've received great feedback on the new settings. For example, last week, MA Financial Director Enda Stankard said that the $40 million investment in Queenstown's largest hospitality group, which Active Investor Plus played a key role in, was one of the first examples of a serious investment being made and deployed into a New Zealand business. Immigration Advisor David Cooper heralded the changes as a turning point for New Zealand's economy. These policy changes recognise the immense value that these individuals bring and puts New Zealand back on the global investment map.
Supplementary. What difference is the visa making for New Zealand?
Mr. Speaker, over $1 billion invested in New Zealand already, with another $2 billion expected in the next 6 months, provides incredible opportunities for both new and established businesses looking to grow and to employ more Kiwis. The huge success of this visa has already created more higher paying jobs for New Zealanders. For example, Super Energy has received AIP investment from Motion Capital and is a climate change focused venture capital fund. The investment will help support community energy projects installing microgrid solar for schools, businesses and community groups. And with this investment, they've created more high paying jobs in New Zealand. The $2 billion of investment in the pipeline will do so much more of exactly this.
Question number 9, the Honourable Dr Megan Woods.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Energy. What is the estimated life cycle cost of the LNG terminal compared to the projected levy revenue over the 15 and 20-year life cycles described in his cabinet paper?
The Honourable Simeon Brown.
Mr Speaker, on behalf of the Minister for Energy, the life cycle cost of the LNG terminal is subject to commercial negotiations. However, I can say that the levy will be designed to cover both the capital and operating cost of the terminal. Independent advice shows that the cost of the levy will be significantly outweighed by the reduction in cost to consumers, who are better off by $50 per year.
Supplementary question. What are the specific significant caveats provided by respondents through the procurement process that led him to caution Cabinet that costs should be considered indicative only?
Mr Speaker, on behalf of the Minister for Energy, there is a procurement process that the LNG terminal is subject to, and as we go through that process, ultimately that will determine the final terms and conditions. In regards to the independent advice, as I said in my primary answer, the cost of the levy will be, the independent advice shows the cost of the levy will be significantly outweighed by the reduction in cost to consumers by approximately $50 per year.
Supplementary question. Is there potential for the gas tax to be even higher for households if the fiscal risk to the Crown identified in his Cabinet paper of delayed levy recovery or cost escalation occurs?
Mr Speaker, the independent advice shows that the cost of the levy will be significantly outweighed by the reduction in cost to consumers, who will be better off by $50 per year. We are going through a procurement process at the moment, which I think is due to be completed later this year. But ultimately, we're doing this to address the dry year risk and lower prices for consumers. And I encourage the opposition to get on board.
Point of order, Mr Speaker.
A point of order, the Honourable Dr Meekin-Woods.
Mr Speaker, that was a very specific question pertaining to the Cabinet paper and a fiscal risk that was identified in the Cabinet paper, and the fact that there could be through either delayed levies or it being cost escalations. It was asking the Minister if there was a risk to consumers of higher taxes. He didn't address that. He talked about the scheme generally, but given it's specifically drawn from the Cabinet paper, I think the Minister needs to at least address that.
Well, I think he already had addressed that in the previous answer. The Minister may want to make it clearer.
Well, Mr Speaker, as I said in previous answers, this is subject to commercial negotiations. We're going through a process.
Supplementary question. Is the government's backup plan to A, raise the levy, or B, fund from general taxation if the unknown commercial revenue referenced in his Cabinet paper does not eventuate?
Mr Speaker, on behalf of the Minister of Energy, our focus here is on solving the dry year risk challenge, and to do that rapidly, we're going through a procurement process at the moment, subject to commercial negotiations. But what I can tell a member is independent advice shows the cost of the levy will be significantly outweighed by the reduction in cost to consumers, and I encourage the member to get on board.
Supplementary question. What are the other levy-setting mechanisms his Cabinet paper references to recover any escalation in costs with the LNG terminal?
Mr Speaker, on behalf of the Minister for Energy, the government has agreed to go through a procurement approach. That is subject to commercial negotiations. We've said there'll be a levy on the industry, that ultimately the detail of that will still need to be designed. But the independent advice, and this is the good news, is that it shows that the cost of the levy will be significantly outweighed by the cost to consumers, who will be better off by $50 per year.
Supplementary question. Why should a family already struggling with their power bill have any confidence they won't be forced to bail out an LNG white elephant through higher taxes just so the Minister can look like he's doing something?
Well, Mr Speaker, on behalf of the Minister of Energy, what I'd say is we're actually focused on solving the energy challenges this country has, whereas her policy, when she was in opposition in government, was to build a lake in the top of the mountains which wouldn't deliver a single bit of energy till 2037 and put at risk thousands of jobs and power prices hitting $800 a megawatt hour. We're not prepared on this side of the House to do that. This policy will reduce power prices for consumers, and I encourage the opposition, get on board.
Question number 10, Carl Bates.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Tourism and Hospitality. what recent announcements has the government made about supporting major events in New Zealand?
The Honourable Louise Upston.
Mr Speaker, last week I announced a suite of events covering all the way from the Bay of Islands to Tekapo as part of our government's $70 million major events and tourism package. The events cover sports, food, culture and innovation running from May to December this year, providing something for everyone and driving economic activity and confidence throughout the country. Tourism and major events are a crucial part of our government's focus on economic growth. More world-class events means more customers, more visitors, more jobs, and of course, a growing economy.
Oh, very good. Supplementary. What events are being funded by Events Boost?
Mr Speaker, this second tranche includes over 15 events, from the thrill of the solo Trans-Tasman yacht race in Opua to the world-class culinary experiences in Wellington, dazzling Matariki celebrations in Aotearoa, the Deaf International Basketball Federation World 3x3 Cup in Auckland, and epic running festivals in Tekapo and the Nelson Tasman region. These events showcase the best of New Zealand and promise unforgettable experiences for visitors and locals alike. Where there are existing events being funded, investment will support new elements and attract more participants and international visitors to New Zealand. In total, we will be supporting over 70 events, either directly or indirectly through the major events and tourism package.
Supplementary. What benefit does she expect to see as a result of this announcement?
Mr Speaker, when major events come to town, the economic ripple effect is huge. For example, for every dollar spent on a live performance, $3.20 is returned in benefits to the community. Events don't just bring more visitors and economic benefits, they bring life and energy to our cities and towns, creating vibrant communities and unforgettable experiences. That's why we've invested in an exciting calendar of events, bringing vibrancy to our towns and cities and giving even more reasons for visitors to choose New Zealand.
Supplementary. What feedback has she seen on this announcement?
Mr Speaker, the feedback's been fantastic. Wellington NZ CEO Mark Oldershaw has said, the funding represents a significant and timely boost for Wellington's events sector. It plays a pivotal role in Wellington's wider economy, boosting jobs and spend across hospitality, accommodation, retail and tourism, while infusing the city with energy, creativity and atmosphere. Tourism industry Aotearoa CE Rebecca Ingram said, I'm delighted to see some of the events I know and love, alongside new events being given a boost. That combination is what keeps our events calendar exciting and relevant. Mr Speaker, we are setting the stage for an extraordinary year. These events will bring vibrancy to our regions and deliver lasting benefits for communities and businesses across New Zealand.
Question number 11, Tiana Tuyona.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Climate Change and reads, has he seen the Copernicus Climate Change Services report, recent finding that 2025 ranked among one of the hottest years for the Western Pacific region? And if so, what actions has he taken to ensure Aotearoa is committed to ambitious climate action?
Mr Speaker.
The Honourable Scott Simpson.
Mr Speaker, on behalf of the Minister of Climate Change, no.
Supplementary. Does he accept that reducing emissions in Aotearoa ensures New Zealanders can live in a more stable climate and ensures that our Pacific neighbours are not faced with increasingly severe impacts on their infrastructure, biodiversity, food security, public health and economies?
Mr Speaker, on behalf of the Minister, yes.
Supplementary. How does he reconcile his statement, if at all, that the government remains committed to our domestic and international climate change commitments with the Minister for Resources' decision to shut down the possibility of New Zealand signing up to a roadmap away from using fossil fuels at the annual Global Climate Summit last year?
Well, Mr Speaker, on behalf of the Minister, I'd simply advise the member that the government, this coalition government, stands committed to its international climate commitments and its domestic commitments, as has been previously stated many times.
Supplementary. Did he raise any concerns with the Minister of Foreign Affairs or the Minister for Pacific Peoples when the decision was made to cut $100 million per year from New Zealand's annual Pacific climate aid budget?
Mr Speaker, on behalf of the Minister, I don't have that information to hand, but if the member wishes to put it in writing, I'll provide the answer for him.
Somebody question.
Right Honourable Winston Peters.
Why is he answering a question from someone who comes from Rarotonga to a country called New Zealand?
Just hold on. Do not call out or make any other noises while a question's being asked. Point of order.
Members in this House are equal. For a member of the House to stand up and question whether someone's entitled to ask a question because of their country of origin is pure racism, and you should have stopped him at the beginning.
I most certainly did not hear that in the opening of Mr Peters' question. I will review the Hansard. Who spoke then? What are you saying?
You just said that he was from Rarotonga and he's got Māori whakapapa.
Excuse me. I didn't hear, I said, and I said I'll review the standing orders and I'll take action as a result of that. Mr Peters, if you want to continue your question without any sort of gratuitous comment against any other member of the House.
My question completed, then people will see the logicality of what I'm asking. I'm asking why he's answering a question to do with a country's name from somebody who came here from a country called Rarotonga, a realm country of New Zealand, and decides without any consultation with the New Zealand people that he will change the country's name.
No, that's, sorry. That's not an acceptable question at all. And
Point of order.
And that is I want that to be the last time that those sort of questions are directed so personally at members of this House.
Point of order.
Point of order, Te Anō Tuiana.
Perhaps to assist the House, I would encourage the Minister to look further afield and to recognise the whakapapa of others who also have whakapapa to the Tai Tokerau as well, which would make this question incredibly valid and relevant.
I'm not sure which question you're referring to. Your own question is valid. There's no question about that. We'll move on to... Eh? Oh, you got a supplementary? Sorry.
Yeah. Do I ask that question again? Do I get to answer?
Yes, you
didn't
can.
really answer it.
Yes, you can.
Okay. Supplementary. Did he raise any concerns with the Minister of Foreign Affairs or the Minister for Pacific Peoples when the decision was made to cut $100 million per year from New Zealand's annual Pacific climate aid budget?
With respect, Mr Speaker, on behalf of the Minister, I did answer that question.
Got lost in the last couple of 5 minutes. Supplementary. Why at a time when rivers are running through homes in Banks Peninsula and the ocean is on the doorsteps of families in the Pacific, is this government choosing to funnel billions of dollars into roads and a gas import facility that will lock us into more climate warming emissions?
Well, Mr Speaker, on behalf of the Minister for Climate Change, the answer is very simple, because the coalition government takes a pragmatic and sensible approach to climate change issues, and I invite the member and members of his party to adopt the more practical approach maybe of some of their predecessors like Rob Donald and the late Jeanette Fitzsimons.
That's right. Question number 12, the Honourable Kieran McAnulty.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. To the Minister for Infrastructure, does he stand by his statements following the recent the release of the Infrastructure Commission's National Infrastructure Plan?
The Honourable Chris Bishop.
In context, yes.
Supplementary. Does he stand by his statement that, quote, where we can build durable consensus we should, end quote, and if so, will he support Labour's call to require all government infrastructure projects to go through independent assurance via the Infrastructure Commission's Infrastructure Priorities Programme?
As a general proposition, I am in favour of greater assurance. The Infrastructure Commission is not equipped to do all infrastructure projects that go through the Crown books right now. They're a small agency, and they would not have the capacity or financial resource to do every project. But it is also true that we have already started a process around strengthening assurance capability inside the government between the Treasury and the Infrastructure Commission, and I'm happy to talk to the member around some changes that we may wish to make there, because I think it's in everyone's interest that we get better value for money from what we spend.
Supplementary. Is the Minister aware that during Scrutiny Week last year, in fact, the Infrastructure Commission indicated they did have the capacity, and in particular they felt that NZTA's infrastructure project should go through that process?
Well, I don't have those comments that they made offhand, but the investor management system run by the Treasury across that basically collates every investment the government's making, which is billions of dollars every quarter. It is definitely true to say the Infrastructure Commission does not have the capacity to do that right now. That's not to say that in the future they couldn't with extra resource, and as I say, we're giving some consideration to how we might get a better arrangement between the Commission and the Treasury, and I'm really happy to talk to the member offline around that. When it comes to the Transport Agency, as a Crown entity with its own balance sheet and with its own funding stream through fuel taxes and road user charges, historically the arrangement has been that they make their own investment decisions in the same way that Kāinga Ora, for example, makes its investment decisions as a Crown entity as well. Is it correct that there are better? Is it true? Is it possible that there are better ways around that? Possibly, and we'll give that some consideration.
Supplementary. Does he therefore disagree with the NZTA commissioned Kanofsky review, which states, quote, NZTA does not have a rigorous independent investor assurance process, end quote, and if so, why wouldn't he therefore take up the Infrastructure Commission's offer to do that work?
I think as a general proposition, it is true that NZTA could have been better in the past and could be better in the future around value for money of transport investments. It is true to say as a country we spend a lot of money on infrastructure, but as the Commission points out, we are in the bottom in the OECD for efficiency of spend, and we all need to do better.
Take three here.
Supplementary. Thank you, sir. Does he therefore agree with the National Infrastructure Plan's recommendation to, quote, align investment expectations with available revenue, end quote?
As a general proposition, yes. We'll be responding to the plan as a government as required by statute in June. But it is true to say in transport that available revenue far under, or available demand for transport spending far exceeds revenue. And that is true under this government, and actually was true under the previous government, in which Crown loans, borrowing and capital injections have been put into the National Land Transport Fund at a level at which now fuel tax revenue is about 50% of transport spending, and of course that crowds out capital that could be used for other things, which I think is the Commission's point, and that is something that the country will have to grapple with.
The Honourable Winston Peters.
Is spending $228 million on Auckland Light Rail without a single metre or piece of track to show for it an example of good infrastructure spending? The ferries are coming.
The government's views on previous light rail projects are well known. I would just say that one of the ways in which we get into issues like light rail is that promises are made that far exceed capacity to cost or pay, and the point the Infrastructure Commission has 56 billion. Oh, that was the cost, I think, of your twin tunnel plan at the last election across the harbour. So you know. So the point the Commission has made.
Yeah, everyone it's not across.
It's a serious issue.
Conversation.
The point the Commission has made is that everything has to be paid for, and as a country, we have to prioritise.
Supplementary, the Honourable Kerry McLaughlin.
He at least therefore accept that having NZTA projects independently assessed by the Infrastructure Commission could help give the sector the certainty and assurance that they've been asking for and help prevent a situation where promises were made to the tune of 56 billion and yet there is no clear plan on how to pay for it. Shall I start the question again?
Well,
No, you finished it.
There's a range of important transport projects underway right now. We're required to, as a government, respond to the National Infrastructure Plan in June. We'll be doing that, and we'll be engaging with the opposition as part of that. I think the Commission's plan is a wake-up call for many people across the Parliament and, frankly, the country, that we've got to lift our game collectively when it comes to infrastructure.
Right Honourable Winston Peters.
Does the Minister agree that the rail sector, which has spent 61 cents in every infrastructure dollar on maintenance and renewals in recent years and is now forecast to spend 75 cents, is the standout example of good asset management thanks to a no-nonsense approach?
The rail sector has done a better job than others when it comes to maintaining its assets. It is also true to say that there is significant catch-up renewal work required in both Wellington and Auckland to maintain what we have in terms of the metropolitan rail network in both those centres, and that is another demand on the Crown books that successive governments have had to deal with and will continue to deal with. It's also the case that the metropolitan rail networks in Auckland and Wellington play a significant role in public transport in both cities, and we're looking forward to CRL opening in the second half of the year, date to be TBC exactly, and we're looking forward to that opening.
I think you've used up all the available supplementaries.
Yes, questions, so I thought I'd try.
Yeah, I do. We're over time. That concludes oral questions.
Live coverage from the House of Representatives will resume at 7:30 p.m. An uncorrected transcript of today's oral questions is available at www.parliament.nz.
Good evening, members. When we broke for the dinner break, we were debating Jury's Age of Excusal Amendment Bill. The call is number 9, National Party call.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Rima Nakle.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's a pleasure to rise as we come to the end of this bill before it becomes a law, before it becomes enacted in the history of legislation. And I was sitting here, Madam Speaker, before the break when we heard members from the other side joking and mocking the substance of this bill. And it saddened me, Madam Speaker, because essentially what they're mocking is our support of seniors. And here on this side of the House, and well, we're all supporting this bill. Thankfully, many people came to their senses. But what it said to me was we're mocking the idea that our senior citizens still have a role to play in civic duty. Well, that's not a joke to me, Madam Speaker. It's not a joke. And someone said across the House that why didn't the minister put it in the revision, make a revision bill and something or rather. Well, it made me think about Dr. Duncan Webb's bill that's in the ballot box right now. Regulatory Standards Act, Repeal Act. Madam Speaker, what does it even mean? But not only that, but I say this fondly, Dr. Duncan Webb has really got this reputation from us on this side of the House as opening a bar called Webb's Wine Bar. And so this just fits quite simply into it, that he wants to whine about things that are good, but what is he showing in response? But Madam Speaker, I digress, and I don't want to digress too much because this is a very important subject. Madam Speaker, what we're doing here in essence is we are amending the Juries Act 1981. That's the principal act that Mr. Carl Bates, the excellent local MP for Wanganui, is aiming to change with his members' bill, Madam Speaker. And I reflect on how Mr. Bates spoke to us about where did he get this idea to submit a members' bill where we change the age of excusal, the automatic age, from 65 to 72. And I remember quite clearly my colleague and friend Carl Bates explaining that it was when he accompanied the Honourable Paul Goldsmith to a district courthouse or local district high court, and he listened to the staff talk about what changes can we make as a government. Well, actually, they answered questions along the lines of what changes can we implement as a government to make things work more smoothly, to help them with their court load, because that is something that's very important to our government, Madam Speaker. And since we came into government 2 and a little bit years ago, we've been focused very much so on how do we work on the court load that we have, which has been colossal. And we've been making excellent changes there that have resulted in excellent results. And lo and behold, Mr. Carl Bates, my colleague, who is a very good listener, heard their pleas, saying, well, it's pleas to them, saying, please, this is something that we can do because we need more people to be there for jury duty. Because what was happening, Madam Speaker, is that our fellow citizens at the age of 65 were being able to have automatic excusal from jury duty. Now, we've heard across the House about what effects this has had, and different people have shared different stories and different opinions about things that are not even this bill in substance. But to these staff members at the High Court, they said this would be, well, they said, or they alluded to, that this would be something that would help with the workload. And Mr. Carl Bates thought, you know what? Let's make this into a members' bill. And yes, this type of change can happen in other ways as well. But one of the avenues available to us backbenchers are members' bills. And to his good fortune, it was pulled out of the ballot, just like mine was pulled out of the ballot in the early stages of 2024, where we changed the rules around people in jail contacting the victims of their crime. Yes, that's a small change with a ripple effect. And this here today, what we're going to be passing, and thank you to the support across the House. Will be a small change with ripple effect, as Carl Bates heard from the staff themselves at the High Court. Now, Madam Speaker, as I was saying earlier, this bill amends the Juries Act 1981. And interestingly, before the changes in 1945, if I recall correctly, to change the age to 65, the age of excusal was 60. And it just goes to show how we're following the trend where we are changing and adjusting with the modern world. Life expectancy has gone up. In 1981, I was 1 year old, but Dr. Duncan Webb was probably 103. In 1981, the male life expectancy, no, he's 27 at heart. The male life expectancy was about 70 years old, Madam Speaker, and for females, it was about 76 years old. Fast forward to today, men live to approximately 80 years old, women to approximately 83 years old. As we've heard, Carl Bates mentioned a number of times, life expectancy is changing, and so we should change with it. New Zealanders are living longer, are living, for the most part, healthier lives. And so we should be encouraging our older and wiser New Zealanders to contribute to their communities well beyond what some people think is the traditional retirement age. Madam Speaker, I think of my beautiful mother. She's about 73 years old right now, and just over the weekend when it was St. Valentine's Day, she was once again in the family florist going hard, preparing flowers for about a week for that special day. Our older people are not, their life and their contribution to society does not stop at the age of 65. And that's something for me that is really important. Seniors, honouring our seniors and respecting and valuing our seniors is something that's extremely important to me, and something I've learned through this journey. It's extremely important to my colleague, Carl Bates, as well. Now, the MP for Wanganui said this in his speech, in the third reading speech today, and has mentioned this before, that this bill does not compel anyone between the age of 65 and 72 to serve if they have valid reasons not to serve, Madam Speaker. And under the Juries Act, the Principal Act, individuals may still apply for excusal or deferral for health reasons, Madam Speaker. They may seek excusal due to their caregiving responsibilities, due to employment hardship. These all remain valid grounds, Madam Speaker. The discretion is with the registrar. This bill, as we've tried to encapsulate a number of times, the bill simply removes the automatic entitlement to opt out of jury service at the age of 65 and lifts it to the age of 72. The expectation becomes participation, Madam Speaker, unless there is a legitimate reason otherwise. In thinking about what I'd like to contribute on this bill and in this reading, of course, one goes to the history of jury and jury service and what it means in our society. And it really is something to be proud of, that we are part of a system where jury service is one of the foundations and the cornerstones of our justice system, Madam Speaker. And the way, if we were to zoom out and think about it in a practical way, it essentially ensures that serious criminal matters are determined by a cross-section of our community. And some of us in this House have been around in those legal arenas where we witness ourselves when jury members are chosen. And it's quite interesting and it's quite fascinating, the different components that are taken into consideration when different members of our society are being chosen to contribute to jury service, Madam Speaker. But Madam Speaker, this is a good bill. This is a simple bill that goes a long way. This is not about compulsion. It's about expectation. And for me, it's a lot about saying, I love our seniors. I make no secret about that. I learn a lot from our seniors, and they can contribute a lot to our civic society with their civic duty, Madam Speaker. Congratulations to my friend Carl Bates, and I commend this bill to the House.
The Honourable Dr Deborah Russell.
Two brief points to make on this bill. We fully support this bill. It's a good bill. We're in strong support of our seniors being more involved. But if there's anyone out there who's over 72, 73, 74, 75, get out your pen and paper, type up an email, carl.bates@parliament.govt.nz, and write him a letter and ask him why he's being age discriminatory against those 73, 74, 75, 76-year-olds, 80-year-olds. My dad's real sprightly. He could definitely get on a jury. I reckon there's a whole lot of people out there that should write a letter to Carl Bates and ask him to widen his bill. Second point is, Rem Manakli said that what changes can we make to improve lives? Well, I think they could do better. I think they could do better because there are many older people out there, people over 65, who can't afford a doctor right now, who can't afford to buy food right now. There are many pensioners right now who live on soup and they don't have decent nutrition because they can't afford to feed themselves under this national government and this cost of living crisis that they live under. They can't maintain their own properties because of the increase in climate change and the inability to pay for insurance when you're on a fixed income. Those are the problems that seniors are facing. But don't worry, if they're worrying about that, they can sign up to a jury and it'll be good as gold.
Paulo Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to contribute to the jury's age of excusal amendment bill in the name of Carl Bates, MP for Wanganui. Madam Speaker, the bill changes two aspects of the Juries Act 1981. It allows for the registrar to move the age of excusal from age 65 to 72, and it changes the age of excusal from 65 to 72. For those people who are just tuning in to Parliament TV Live, they would probably have experienced someone in their families or themselves would have been summoned for jury duty. The changes that this bill makes accomplishes a few good things. One of them is that it recognizes the value of our seniors in that it shows that the belief in seniors that they can continue to perform jury duty and contribute to the civic duty of being engaged and involved in the process. The bill also enables the system to access a wider range of people, which allows for a more diverse a jury in situations where they are needed. Madam Speaker, the idea of excusal essentially is that by age alone, people who used to be 65, now it's moved to 72, could ask to be excused from jury duty. It does not mandate that they must excuse themselves. For people who continue to want to be involved and contribute, they can always do so. But that age also, the changing of the age allows for people to continue to be involved. And I think that that's an important thing for seniors to have that opportunity to continue to be involved and contribute. At the same time, it allows them to also consider being excused, to be excused by valid reasons that they may have, but not have to explain and just use their age to excuse them from jury duty. Madam Speaker, the change also simplifies the complexity of the summons process, where people who are summoned, may be summoned beyond the age of excusal, which used to be 65. And then they would just return and say, I am not able to go because I'm already 65. The summons, the sending of summons will become far less complicated because it will widen the age where that excusal will not be as quickly used and as simply available to everyone. So it also makes the process much more stable in the sense that people can be relied upon to be able to carry on and be involved and contribute as jury, even if they have already reached 65. Madam Speaker, that openness to a larger pool of jury members will be good for the system, and it will facilitate the hearing of cases with this wider pool of jury members. Madam Speaker, this is a good bill. It makes good changes, and I commend this bill to the House.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and firstly, congratulations to the member. It looks like your bill's going to get through, and it is one that we support. I did just want to note, at Select Committee there was a lot of conversation about whether we were discussing a right or a duty, and of course this is one of those areas where it's both. But in truth, this bill doesn't create a new right. There was always the ability of people to serve beyond 65. What it does do is impose a new duty on our older New Zealanders. And so I do think we need to recognise that that is indeed what this bill does for all those older New Zealanders who might want to write to Mr Bates. And that potentially the other issue here is that there might be an additional administrative burden for those people between 65 and 72 who now need to go to the trouble of persuading essentially that they have a health-related matter by which they should be excused. So it is a new obligation that's being put on our older residents, and one that might result in more administration. Now, I've said I'm voting in favour of this bill. There's a reason for that. For me, there was a time in 2024 when the government considered increasing the threshold for juries. That's because we already have a large number of people serving. We have an increased number of an increased amount of time that people serving on those juries are there for. So we do need to solve that issue. This is one of the ways in which we can do that. So while it is an increase in duty, I do think it's warranted. So again, congratulations to the member, and I commend this bill to the House.
Grant McCullum.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, it is great pleasure that I rise to take the final call on this bill that was brought into the House by my very good colleague Carl Bates, the Member of Parliament for Whanganui. It's great achievement, right? That's quite an achievement to get a member's bill through the House. But in the bill, obviously, the official name is Juries Age of Excusal Amendment Bill. Well, I kind of was thinking, actually, I'm just wondering really if it's really more about a Bring Back the Boomers bill. I mean, you know, honestly, we're finally going to be able to get a broader range of very successful, intelligent contributors to our society on juries. And that's what we want. Because we're getting a lot of advice here from the back of from behind me over my shoulder. The Member of Parliament for Mount Maunganui, it will be shortly, Tom Rutherford, who is, you know, I just have to correct a few things. He was alluding to the fact that you know, that we would be struggling to contribute, but really, actually, the boomers are the ones that have built this country, right? And I want to give some examples of how the sorts of people that are now going to be eligible, potentially, or will to go on to juries and contribute. Some really, really famous people. I mean, probably one of the most defining moments of our boomer generation was, I think it was called the underarm experience. when a bloke called Brian McKechnie, he would be great. Just think of what he'd be like on a jury. You know, he was a man under pressure. He had to face a ball, underarm, made a huge headlines around the world, and it was great. It was great to see. He would be outstanding on a jury. And another thing, actually, Brian McKechnie was involved. See how good he would be. And another very famous incident for his generation to add to jury service, because he was the man who kicked the winning penalty against the Welsh in 1978 after Andy Hayden dived out of the line out. Another great boomer experience. Great boomer experience. But actually, I'm wondering that the makeup. I googled famous baby boomer politicians, right? Unfortunately, for some reason, my name didn't make it. There must be something wrong with the Wikipedia search. But anyway, so if you were going to put together a jury of famous baby boomers, I mean, there's a real. Just imagine this for a jury, right? We would have Dame Jenny Shipley, the first female Prime Minister of New Zealand. What a great achievement. What an absolutely outstanding achievement. She would make a great juror. She would make a great juror. But then actually, the next quite famous lady, it'll be interesting to see how these two would get on in a jury, would be, of course, Helen Clark. You know, I mean, the opposition would have to acknowledge that she wouldn't be too bad on a jury. Right? Yes, she was number two. She was number two off the rank in terms of being a female Prime Minister, right? And then other famous politicians that would fit that bill would be a bloke called John Key. He wouldn't be bad, would he? What a great Prime Minister he was. He'd be a great juror to add to the sense, show why this bill is so important. It's so great to be able to extend that age to allow people like Sir John Key to contribute to a jury service. Then you would have Bill English, of course. Bill, you know, the guy that actually knew how to run an economy. So he would do a great job at running a jury. Unlike, you know, some finance ministers of more recent times had no idea about running an economy. But then the person to unite the jury, who had that special skill of uniting groups of people, is a bloke called David Cunliffe. His name's popped up as famous. Just imagine him trying to unite and work together in a jury situation. Now that would be interesting. You know, that would be quite a mix. Look, now, so that's quite a collection. In all seriousness, though, it's important that we allow people of experience and knowledge to be on juries. And that's what this bill will do. And I must commend my good colleague Carl Bates for that, because, you know, when you've got some tough decisions, that life experience, like for some of the people I've mentioned, that life experience would be invaluable to bring to a jury service, to actually really consider and think about it. I mean, it'd be outstanding, actually. And actually, it's interesting. Some of the people that have shaped our society more than anything, famous baby boomers, they might not qualify. They're from overseas, but a couple of people called Bill Gates, Steve Jobs, and Jeff Bezos. Maybe, you know, their ability to bring that sort of things to the jury would be amazing, but unfortunately they don't qualify. But I just wonder, as we work through passing this bill, it's really going to allow people in this country of that age group to continue to contribute to society, which I think is really, really important. Really, really important. And in a way that helps make great decisions around people who turn up in front of juries. I think it's really important. I mean, so the whole purpose of it is outstanding. So, but actually, one person I would like to mention is a colleague of mine who seems to take a lot of pleasure in denouncing my contribution to his radio show, and that's a bloke called Jamie Mackay, who took a lot of pleasure. And when I went to see him the other day, I dropped in. I actually mentioned this bill. I thought he would make a good juror, Jamie, very good juror. But unfortunately, actually, the jury just might be out on him at the moment, because he then proceeded to give me a hard time on his radio show, because when I went to stay with him, unfortunately, I wasn't able to actually deliver him a nice bottle of Pinot Gris, which is preferred drink, but I did give him a screen cleaner. These are very useful things. Baby boomers were the first to come bring these into the House and utilise them. Absolutely outstanding pieces of addition, and that would be very helpful in a jury space when you're trying to work through all the evidence. And it will be in your screen. Your screen got a bit dirty, and you could have one of these screen cleaners, right? You know how they work? The member for Ringatiki. Well, it's very simple. See, only boomers can do this. So you squirt it on, and then you wipe it off, and it does the job beautifully for you. Okay, so look, I really do feel that the member for Whanganui with this bill has got a really done a great achievement. Great achievement. Many people will go through their time in Parliament and actually never get a bill drawn out. Never get one drawn out at all. And unfortunately, it's not very fair, but the member for, where do you go? Upper Harbour, is it? Upper Harbour, he's got a life jackets bill, and congratulations to him, because that's a very, very good bill that needs that really does need to be proceeded through, because society will benefit hugely from that. So I just remember the really good opportunity here to continue the people those people who got time. The time to give themselves and contribute to juries, that boomer generation, the ones that really have helped build this country. When you think about it, it was the baby boomers that have done so much for this country. After the war, they helped rebuild it with all the various great sporting achievements, all the great economic achievements, the baby booming farming generation have done a fantastic job. I mean, after all, we are built. We did back in the day. It was all about the sheep's back and shearing, but now, and then we moved into the dairy booms, and that kind of lines up. The dairy boom, the baby boomers helped lead all that, and they've really helped define our country's success, and they deserve the opportunity to continue to serve if they wish. And that they wish on juries, which I think is a really, really good thing. And I'm looking forward to the day when I might even get invited to be on a jury. I've never been invited to be on a jury. I'm very disappointed. When I heard my young colleague at the back here, Tom Rutherford, made it onto a jury. That was a great achievement, Tom. I mean, just imagine how much better your decision making would have been if you were a boomer. Just imagine that. You would have made much better decisions. Look, ultimately, thank you to my fellow colleagues. Thank you to the Justice Committee, who clearly did a great job with this bill, an outstanding job to bring it into the House and pass it all the way through. And we've now got the situation, we're about to pass this very important bill. Some of the members on the other side actually made fun of it. Well, for those of us who are boomers, this is a serious matter. It gives us the opportunity to actually contribute to the legal system, because we can bring that level of common sense and knowledge and experience all the way. And, Madam Speaker, it is with great pleasure that I commend to the House the jury's age of excusal amendment bill. Thank you.
That was a very long bow, Mr McCallum. The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Jury's age of excusal amendment bill, third reading.
I call on members' order of the day number 2.
Sale and supply of alcohol sales on Anzac Day morning, Good Friday, Easter Sunday and Christmas Day amendment bill, second reading.
Before we start, I'll just interrupt the member. Before we start, this is a time debate, so we've got 2 hours, 120 minutes, or until we've exhausted all the speakers. What I would ask the whips to do is to let me know who wants to speak from either side, and I'll try and get a balance of support and opposition speakers. So if you could indicate which way they'd like to speak. Thank you.
Speaker.
The Honourable Kieran McAnulty.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the sale and supply of alcohol, sales on Anzac Day morning, Good Friday, Easter Sunday and Christmas Day amendment bill be now read a second time. Madam Speaker, I'm really pleased that we have got to this point. There have been many attempts previously to have a bill that looks to adjust the rules around liquor licensing at Easter that have not made it to Select Committee and therefore have not made it to a second reading. And so I want to start this contribution by acknowledging the work of the Select Committee, the Chair, Andrew Bailey, and members from across the House who contributed to consideration of this bill in the exact spirit that I think the general public would like to see. There were those that supported it, those that didn't, and those that were on the fence, but everybody actually contributed. They listened to the submissions with respect and they took on board the feedback. And in fact, I, as the member sponsoring this bill, support every single recommendation that has come through that process. I also want to start by acknowledging Cameron Luxon, because of course he had a similar bill that was put to Parliament that did not progress to the committee, select committee, and did not progress to a second reading. This bill, of course, is a lot narrower than that, but nevertheless, he engaged with parliamentarians across the House. He put a lot of work in, and I think it's probably fair to say the arguments that he put forward were in people's minds when they came to consider this bill. So fair's fair, and I want to acknowledge the work you put into that. The reason I put this bill forward is because I've always felt uncomfortable with the idea that for the majority, the vast majority of the year, liquor licensing in this country is determined on health grounds, but for 3.5 days of the year, it is determined for other reasons. And for 3 of those 3.5 days, it apparently appears to be determined by religion. Now, regardless of whether people are religious or not, that is an interesting situation to be in. So the question that I think we all need to consider is, why is that the case? And really, the only answer is because it's always been that way. And is that really a reason to keep something? Is it appropriate for liquor licensing to be determined on the grounds of religion rather than health, which is the reason for every other day of the year? Now, the argument about religion is one that came up in submissions quite regularly, and whilst I disagree with the positions put forward, I want to acknowledge and respect those that contributed through that process. The irony from my perspective, Madam Speaker, is that the vast majority of Christian religions actually don't prohibit the consumption of alcohol on Good Friday, Easter Sunday or Christmas Day. And yet we have these rules almost assuming that it is sacrilegious or blasphemous, if you like, to do so, despite that being contrary to the practices and the rules. It is also important to note that this bill does not propose anything other than simply treating the days that are mentioned as any other day of the year. Now, when you consider those that work in the hospitality industry, which has had a hard time of late, and supports this change and hopes that it can be enforced by Easter, and by the way, there's actually a chance that that might happen. There are two, if the bill passes today, there are 2 more members' days scheduled. As long as there isn't another bout of urgency that pushes that out, there is a chance that this bill could come into force the day before Good Friday. And that would be a really good boost for those hospitality businesses that are looking forward to a good trading Easter, where their staff and those business owners won't have to go through the farce that they do every other Easter, where not only are they doing their normal job, but they are monitoring what people are eating, at what time, and how many drinks they can serve, relevant to the number of meals that they've had. Is what they've ordered constitute a substantial meal? Is a pizza a substantial meal? A roast probably is. What about a plate of wedges? What about loaded wedges versus wedges? This is where we're at. And this is what people that are working in the hospitality industry are having to deal with every Easter. Members will note that the bill as recommended, and as I've indicated, I accept all recommendations that have come through the Select Committee process, is more narrow in scope than was originally proposed. The original proposal was that those businesses that are already able to operate on those days would be allowed to do so under normal conditions. The rationale for that was a pragmatic one, in that all previous attempts to change any other aspect around trading in Easter have not passed. If we want to change the liquor licensing, I wanted to keep it as narrow as possible, and so I wanted to avoid a debate around where do off-licences sit, etc. And the reason I originally proposed those that were already able to operate is because off licences like your bottle store can't open, but supermarkets can. But once we started looking into it, it was actually far more complicated than I anticipated. Not uncommon with members' bills. We don't have the resources as members to get people to go out and do the research and all that sort of stuff.
The Justice Committee.
That's right. The Justice Committee sorted that out for us. But what became apparent is that the delivery service, the off-licence delivery service, which is a relatively new thing, currently the rules are that you can order it on these days, but they can't deliver it until the other day. Now, even though I was saying that the intention of the bill was for those businesses that can already operate, they can already operate, so we'd actually be allowing delivery of alcohol on those days, but off-licences still couldn't open. It was getting very complex. Now it is straightforward. On licensed premises, bars and clubs will be able to operate under normal conditions on Good Friday, Easter Sunday, Christmas Day, and the morning of Anzac Day. The reason I've included the morning of Anzac Day is because RSAs, whilst they are allowed to operate on the morning of Anzac Day between 4 a.m. and 1 p.m. to allow veterans, after they've attended an Anzac service, to come and have a drink with their comrades, those RSAs can't sell to members of the general public unless they apply for a special licence. Now, in many smaller communities, this is a real community event where everybody comes, not just members. And being able to save RSAs the hassle of applying for a special licence so that veterans can share a drink with their comrades as well as their family, as well as their community, will save those RSAs a lot of work leading up to Anzac Day and save them having to do it every year. For those that might fear that this is loosening things too much, I want to make one point, that actually we are also, one of the recommendations is that we're also adding an additional requirement to RSAs. So clubs are allowed to operate without a duty manager. It's an exemption that exists only for clubs. But what we've said is that given that we are proposing to allow RSAs to operate to the general public between 4 a.m. and 1 p.m, on that time frame only, because they're serving the general public, they should be required to have a duty manager like any other on licence. I think that is a fair trade-off, and that was something that came through the Select Committee work, and I support that. The key thing here for me, Madam Speaker, is that the advice we got at Select Committee was that the proposed changes will not increase alcohol harm. If anything, a consistent approach to the sale of alcohol will add not only consistency, but will ensure that the rules are being applied from a health perspective like they are all the other days of the year. I respect those that think that that feel that these days are extremely important, and I respect those that feel that we shouldn't make any changes. But I would just ask them to consider the pragmatic approach that we have taken as a committee to make the changes to apply to those businesses that are already operating, so that there won't be more workers working that are already working. They'll just be able to do it like they do every other day of the year. It'll be a massive boon to the hospitality industry, who are fully supportive of this bill. I thank those that have supported it at first reading and hope that they will again, and I would encourage members respectfully to consider whether they would support it at the second reading. Thank you.
Rima Narkley.
Speaker, sorry, it's my friend. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is the first time I've stood up to speak so far in this bill, and I want to say from the offset that I will be voting no again, and no there's a number of. I want to start off by saying a personal blanket rule that I decided when I became an MP, because I thought about a number of situations that I'll be thrust into, and this is one of them, when we're voting on bills with respect to access to alcohol. Now, Madam Speaker, I drink alcohol. I enjoy a drop of wine here and there, and other things as well, ouzo, but it doesn't mean I'm not an alcohol police and I'm not the fun police. But coming from South Auckland, seeing the harm that access to alcohol does to many of our families in South Auckland, that's what drove me to this decision that as an MP, as a blanket rule, personally, I will be voting against bills that allow extra access or more access to alcohol. And I'm grateful. I'm grateful to the National Party for allowing me, because we are a broad church, for allowing me to have this conscious vote as well. And so I would like to say to the member, and interestingly enough, one of the strongest points I got from the member's korero just now is that apparently the lack of access to alcohol on these days appears to be determined by religion. And yep, I've got the ash on my forehead. It's Ash Wednesday for Catholics, and for Anglicans we observe this. But I want to say that although I practice my faith personally and I know about my relationship with God, for me, overwhelmingly, my decision to vote no is about extra access to alcohol. But about these days that are apparently religious days, Madam Speaker, who are we trying to kid? About 66% of people in New Zealand don't observe these days because they're Christian religious days. They happen to be originally formed on those beautiful foundations, but it's okay. We're in a society where most New Zealanders don't necessarily observe them for those Christian values, but they are observed. They're observed in a sense that they, for the most part, are public holidays. And when I was reflecting on this bill, and I discussed it with some close family members, and I remember one of them got particularly frustrated and said, why do we have to, on these few days, give extra access in earlier times to parents? Why can't they just hang out with their kids fully engaged, 100%, instead of thinking, where can we go now to get an early drink? And that really resonated with me. I thought that's kind of hitting the nail on the head for me. Not only that in South Auckland I see the harm that access to alcohol brings, but also I see children that oftentimes are neglected by their parents. And I'm not saying the parents are inherently bad people, but they come with their addictions, they come with the abuse of whether it be alcohol and drugs, and as a result, their children are neglected, Madam Speaker. And this is why I feel very strongly about access to alcohol and access to drugs, because I've seen firsthand children that are neglected because their parents are in a very unfortunate situation where they're addicted to these substances. And Madam Speaker, I didn't grow up like that. I'm very blessed that my parents didn't have these addictions. We had alcohol openly in our home. The first time I tasted whiskey, Dad gave me a sip. I was 5 years old and I didn't like it, so I don't drink whiskey. But yes, and that's what Lebanese people do. The Christians allow their children a little bit of access. So it's not a big deal to us. Oh my goodness, when I turn 18, I'm drinking alcohol. But other families are not like that. And so I do not support this bill because I want the kids to have full access to their parents on these little few days that are left where there are some restrictions on alcohol, on buying alcohol and alcohol consumption. I want the parents to be fully engaged instead of thinking about leaving or going somewhere earlier so they can have a drink. And I don't want extra access to alcohol. I'm sorry for the businesses that find this frustrating and tedious, but for me, what's more important is kids having their parents fully engaged. And I'm sorry to the member across the House, I know you're fighting fervently for it, but from me personally, I do not commend this bill to the House.
Cameron Luxon.
Speaker, I rise in support of this bill, and I want to start with the select committee process, which I personally wasn't a part of, not being a part of the Justice Committee, but my ever-reliable colleague Todd Stevenson did listen to submitters and did the hard work engaging and working through these issues carefully, and I know that he engaged well with Kieran McAnulty, the honourable member who, we won't go down that track again, but who has been extremely helpful in conversations about how this is going through the committee. Submitters came forward, Todd informs me, with strong support for the bill, but they also raised quite a few concerns, and a lot of that focused on the distinction between on and off licences and how this would be affected by the proposed changes. And I think the member whose bill this is has outlined that quite well, his thinking through that in his speech given just now. There was concerns raised about whether having off licences trading on restricted days would increase harm, given that it involves unsupervised consumption, because who could trust adults to operate in this world and grow a sense of responsibility and be punished when they abuse that. As a result, the committee recommended amendments that remove changes related to off licences. In short, these reforms that happened at Select Committee narrowed it significantly, and I think that narrowing was unnecessary and quite disappointing, actually. Todd Stevenson's made it very clear that during the process that the original intent of the bill was the right one, and it has already been signalled with the Honourable Member in Charge that ACT is putting forward amendments at the Committee of the Whole House stages to restore the intent of the original bill. Because if we're going to fix something, we should just fix it properly. Now, stepping back, Madam Speaker, from the Select Committee, I'd talk about the broader ideas of this bill. The member has acknowledged religious concerns and also concerns being made about health. Now, it's not unknown to this House that I've previously had a member's bill on this topic. In fact, it's been alluded to. The health concerns about people having access to supply, the member in his speech said, look, these concerns about restriction, that it sort of didn't quite say what I want to say right now, which is if you restrict people on days from buying alcohol, they stock up. There is no drop in the amount of alcohol consumed. People stock up beforehand. And Madam Speaker, I don't know about you, but during the COVID madness, and there was a certain run on toilet paper. Now, I didn't partake in this run on toilet paper, but people overbought toilet paper. We had houses up and down the country full of toilet paper. Madam Speaker, do you think that it is healthy and helpful for someone who's got a troubling connection or relationship with alcohol to have piles of alcohol? I don't think that is healthy. I think we can make a pretty good supposition that that isn't an outcome that we want to see. And so allowing a stable and predictable supply, I believe, Madam Speaker, and there is evidence to show, leads to less harm. And I think the member whose bill this is might like to take a stronger stance on that in his defence of it in the future. The restrictions are relics from our past. They reflect an era when it was considered normal for the government to micromanage adults who could legally purchase a product. And by judging by some of the commentary, which, again, alluding to the bill that I brought through this House and the first reading speech, that is still alive and well in New Zealand. There are those who would quite happily go back to the times of micromanaging New Zealanders' lives. But thankfully for the people of New Zealand, and unfortunately for those who hold on to relics of the past, New Zealand finds archaic laws and we have the ability to change them. Today, licensed premises are allowed to open on these days and serve food. They can serve non-alcoholic drinks and they can essentially operate as usual, but alcohol is restricted in ways that just don't make sense. Adults being treated like children, told what they can eat, when they can eat, how they can eat. I talked to many people up and down this country during my engagement in the communities that are affected by this type of legislation when I was working on the Easter trading restrictions bill that I was working on. And I heard from people saying, I don't feel comfortable having to go up to people and say, that's enough, you haven't eaten enough. You've got people who are working part-time jobs, university students, young people on their first job, having to go out and talk to, a family who are out to enjoy themselves and spend time together on Easter, wider families, say, no, that's enough, I can't let you have any more, and it doesn't make any sense. Let me explain this crazy rule to you. It's not something that a young person working one of their first jobs or a part-time gig really wants to be going through. It's arbitrary, it creates compliance headaches, and it places unnecessary burdens on small businesses because it's not the big supermarket chains that feel the constrictions and constraints of these rules. Instead, it's the local cafes It's your favourite restaurant on the corner, and it's the family-owned bottle store that you go to. It's the hospitality operators who are already navigating on extremely tight margins. Most Kiwis who have ever run a business or dealt with compliance have a pretty low tolerance for rules that don't serve a clear purpose, and this archaic rule that we have in place right now does not serve a clear purpose. These rules are very hard to justify in 2026 in a modern, mature, liberal, democratic society. We trust people to vote, to drive, to run businesses, raise families and pay taxes, but for a few specific days of the year, apparently we don't trust them to buy a bottle of wine. I'm interested in something that's at the core of this bill. It's freedom. It's allowing people to, when you're licensed, engage in commerce and operate responsibly. This is something that we should be able to do under normal conditions, even on restricted trading days. If we can find common ground across the House on cutting unnecessary red tape and trusting adults, then I genuinely don't care where the ideas originated, because ultimately it's about practicality. But we do need to be honest. This bill is only a small change. It's part of an issue that needs wider reform. It nudges the settings in the right direction, but it only trims around the edge of the problem. It cannot end this conversation here. When I brought the aforementioned bill that I did to the House, it wasn't just about alcohol service conditions. It was about the wider issue of restricting trading hours themselves, because they are a root of inconsistency. Across the country, different rules were constraining the way businesses would operate with no justification other than, I want to stop somebody doing something. If we want this to mean something real in the real world, not just on paper, then we need to be honest about the scale of the problem. Hospitality businesses are already stretched. A minor tweak is not going to fix that. Unless we're willing to take a proper look at trading laws as a whole, we're just nibbling at the edges. We need consistency in this space. Consistency between shop trading hours and alcohol law up and down this country. This bill is a step, Madam Speaker, but it's not the destination. As a parliament, we cannot pat ourselves on the back for passing this while we ignore a wider trading regime that still creates confusion and unnecessary restriction. That conversation has happened but still needs to happen. Look, overall, I'm pleased with this bill, and I'm pleased that I hope it passes through the House today. It moves in the right direction. I urge all members to support it, and I look forward to the Committee of the Whole House, where ACT will be proposing amendments to restore the original intent and make New Zealand just that little bit freer. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Taharani Carter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Congratulations to the member for having their bill pulled from the biscuit tin. This is a personal vote, and our caucus are all on the same page, and we will be opposing this bill. The Greens have long fought for workers' rights. This bill would increase trading days, meaning workers have fewer public holidays, which means less time off with whānau, especially for low-wage workers in our hospitality and retail sectors. Although workers can refuse to work on Easter public holidays and Christmas, refusal to work in our current system, where workers have less power compared to their employee, is riskier than having a day off. As the Greens spokesperson for mental health and addiction and drug law reform, reducing alcohol harm is something I'm dedicated to. The Select Committee submission from Alcohol Health Watch had 3 key points. 1, this bill could further perpetuate the harm caused by alcohol. There is extensive research that tells us alcohol-related harm in Aotearoa is at unacceptably high levels and causes harm to some of our most vulnerable communities. 2, this bill would increase access to alcohol. This would further promote alcohol availability, contribute to off-licence harm, and could negatively impact our communities. And 3, the submission noticed the amendment bill should seek to minimise alcohol-related harm across New Zealand and prevent further harm from happening where applicable. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Miles Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to take a call on the sale and supply of alcohol sales on Anzac Day morning, Good Friday, Easter Sunday and Christmas Day Amendment Bill. I'd like to congratulate the member for having his bill brought this far, which doesn't happen often. So congratulations there, Mr McNulty. The first reading of this bill, I voted in favour of taking it to the Select Committee, but I did have some concerns as to some of the content of the bill, and I've had a good look at what the Justice Select Committee has recommended, and I am happy to see that a number of my concerns have been addressed, particularly around off-licence trading during those specified times. I think in an electorate such as mine, where there is a big tourist influence and we have enormous events over Easter in particular, one coming up is Warbirds over Wanaka. In the past, the hospitality providers in the area have not been able to serve alcohol with any of the food that they provide. So this will go some way to addressing some of the concerns that a number of my constituents have raised with me, and I've been lobbied by both sides of the argument, as I'm sure most of the House has. And I've given it a lot of thought, and I believe that really if you can't be organised enough to have your off-licence purchases organised prior to these few days, then you probably shouldn't be drinking at all, really. So as it stands, I think the amendments done by the Select Committee address a number of the issues that some of my constituents had, certainly address the issues that the hospitality providers throughout the western side of my electorate and the southern part of my electorate had concerns with prior to this bill being introduced. So, for example, I guess there are some differences in my electorate than to one of the previous speakers talking about hers, where a big portion of those that would be seeking hospitality during these days are tourists and are generally used to, in other countries, receiving a full suite of what's available from the hospitality providers where in the countries they come from, or a lot of the countries that they travel through. So I guess, Madam Speaker, I'm happy to commend this bill to the House, and congratulations to the member.
Tom Rutherford.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I just want to commence my contribution by firstly saying I personally don't drink alcohol. It's not that I've never drunk alcohol, it's just that I'm not old enough, says Erica Stanford. Point of order. We'll carry on. But it's not that I've never not drunk alcohol, but I've just made a conscious decision that it's just not something that I want to do at this time in my life. But, Madam Speaker, it doesn't mean that I can't look at a piece of legislation and think it's not about me, it's about we, and it's about New Zealand, and it's also about my community. And conscience issues like this are a little bit of a dilemma sometimes for local electorate MPs, because there's the way up between, do you stand based on your own individual principles and who you were elected to be in this place as a Member of Parliament, or do you stand based on the views of your community, or do you try to find some sort of hybrid in the middle and try and do that? And it's a little bit of a challenge you sometimes face on conscience issues like this. And so I took the approach to go down a different avenue, and I put out to my local community, I said, this piece of legislation is coming up for debate. It's going to be a conscience issue. and I'd love for you to get in touch with me to share your views on both sides of it. Not that I was running a popularity contest locally around I got 30 views on one way and 25 on the other, so I'm going to vote that way, but it's actually to ensure that the final position I landed on was in tune with how I thought the majority or most of my community was feeling. And for the most part, the people who got in touch with me said this is a pragmatic change that needs to happen. This way we operate at present in New Zealand is incredibly frustrating. It's frankly outdated for 2026. And the argument the member in charge of the bill rightly says, this argument of a substantial meal is very, very ambiguous in many, many cases. We think of, rightly so, and actually I was thinking about it while I was sitting here. I was thinking, what are some examples you could give in that case? You could go to a pub and have fish and chips, and that probably qualifies as a substantial meal. But what about, rightly so, if you had wedges? And then if you just had wedges, would that qualify? Probably not. But if you had bacon and cheese and sour cream and sweet chilli on it, does that then count because you've added to it? And that's the issue that many hospitality providers face across New Zealand, and I believe it's frankly outdated. Madam Speaker, on the Justice Select Committee, we heard from hospitality groups, business sectors, restaurants, cafes, bars, that got in touch and said, we'd love for you to bring about this change. And I credit the member in charge because he was very pragmatic about what may work, what may not work, what the intention was. I do recall him saying something along the lines of, I'll do anything pretty much to get the bill passed as long as we can get it into the right shape to make that feasible. And that's why I think the off-licence change and having that removed is actually something I'm really supportive of. Because when I stood in my first speech in the first reading, I said I'd support it to the Select Committee and I'd be interested to hear the submissions that were made. And after listening to them, I came to the view that I wasn't supportive of allowing off-licences under these circumstances to operate. I might not go as far as my colleague Miles Anderson to say you should be more organised or maybe you shouldn't drink at all, but the intent of the legislation is for our RSAs, our restaurants and bars on long weekends, to be able to serve to their patrons an alcoholic beverage if they so wish. Let's just remember it's a choice. Nobody is now saying that on Easter Sunday, because this may well be legalised, that you can, or Good Friday or whatever it might be, that you now are required to consume alcohol. We're just providing patrons with the choice to make it for themselves, and I think that's a positive step. One of the ones that really hits home for me, though, is the operations that our RSAs face every year on the 25th of April with Anzac Day. Many of them either have already special licences that they have, or they have to apply for exemptions, and it's a bureaucratic and onerous task that they have to undertake. These are the men and women who served our country. And actually just yesterday we passed legislation that allows Anzac Day to now recognise everybody who has served for New Zealand in conflict, which is a really positive step. So isn't it only right that if they want to recognise their service to New Zealand on the 25th of April, they should be able to do so in a way that they feel comfortable? But we've also put in a really pragmatic step through the Justice Select Committee, which was to say for RSAs to be able to serve alcohol on Anzac Day, they must have a duty manager present. And I actually think that is good practice and good lawmaking, because we're saying if you're going to allow alcohol consumption, then it is really important that you have someone there who is effectively responsible for the facilities that are operating and allowing that consumption to take place. In my view, Madam Speaker, this clarifies the law and makes it quite black and white, quite clear for people across New Zealand what now can happen and cannot happen. And as I said, I would support it to the Select Committee, and I was comfortable with the changes that we made on the Justice Select Committee. I actually have to say it was one of the most enjoyable pieces of legislation I've sat on with a Select Committee so far, because I felt the work of the committee really worked for the benefit of the legislation. It wasn't a political game of back and forward trying to get wins and scores on the board. It was actually about what's best for the legislation and what's best for New Zealand, and to try and get this right. And I actually respect people like my colleagues Rima Narkley, who, even though she's a member of the Justice Select Committee and has an entirely different point of view to me, still engaged in trying to get the legislation to some place that she might have been able to see workable. And I actually think that's a really important and healthy part of our democracy and the way we legislate in New Zealand, that we can have members of the committee who may not have an agreement to the legislation, but still want to engage in the process, rather than just saying, full stop, I don't support it, so I'm not going to bother or put any time. And so I credit Rima Narkley in particular for the way she worked on the legislation, even though fundamentally she didn't support it. Madam Speaker, the member in charge made a really good point around why it's important to differentiate between on licences and off licences, because in 2026, Uber Eats, DoorDash and many other food or drink delivery services are available to us today on our phones. And so why is it that you may prohibit, for example, supermarkets from being able to operate and sell alcohol, but you could hypothetically have Uber Eats deliver it to your own home address, and you could be able to collect it there, and trying to sort that out and making it clearer. And I think we've done that through the Select Committee. Madam Speaker, just in my last couple of minutes, I want to acknowledge those who made the time to submit to the Select Committee, who made the time to make their voices heard and to get in touch with us and to share their views. She found it really worthwhile, because many of them had worked their way through the legislation and said, just from what we've picked up or what we've seen in it, we don't think this may work the way you think it may work, or that you had intended for it to work. And they provided some really pragmatic solutions, which I think we endeavoured our best as members of the committee to take on board and to bring about pragmatic and practical change. Madam Speaker, as I said at the start of my contribution, my role as a local electorate MP, I feel, is to listen and understand the views of my local community, to be their representative in this place and to stand up for their views that they shared with me. The overwhelming feedback I heard was people in support of this legislation. That's not to say that I dismissed those who got in touch around the opposition, particularly those who got in touch based on religious points of view and how they feel around alcohol consumption, particularly on days like Christmas Day, for example. But it's just to say that this enables people to have choice. These people are adults. It gives them the opportunity to make a decision based on the circumstances for them. We recognise the harm that alcohol plays in our communities, and that's always something front of mind with this legislation. But this ultimately is about allowing people on days like Anzac Day and Good Friday to just make their own individual choices around whether they would like the opportunity to have a beer or a wine or something else if they like to enjoy the hospitality of our community. And so I support and commend this bill to the House.
I call Jamie Arbuckle.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to speak on this personal vote on the sale and supply of alcohol sales on Anzac Day morning, Good Friday, Easter Sunday and Christmas Day Amendment Bill. And some of the views that I'll express through this speech, some that are also would be expressed by my colleagues if they were here to speak tonight. But Madam Speaker, first to congratulate the member and just the way he dealt with this through the Justice Committee and being a member of the Justice Committee. It's highly skilled in a way, your experience of just trying to manage this the best you could. And it is a subject, and thinking about it today, how I'd even speak to it, that kind of pulls at your heartstrings because you're torn in different directions. But my reading on this, Madam Speaker, has been a little bit different from what some of the other members have spoken to. But my feeling through the Select Committee process was we actually heard the majority of people oppose this legislation change. And we heard, yes, from hospitality in particular, support for the bill, but through agencies such as Salvation Army, it was very clear how they opposed this extension to these 3.5 days. I want to say, Madam Speaker, from the start that there is a significance around these days, and I would never stand in this House and say that I'm a very religious person at all, but I respect the fact of where the tradition, especially around Easter and Christmas, comes from. And I think regardless of religious background or beliefs, we have, and I know from my childhood, we believe through tradition, if even it's not religion, just that those days hold significance. And for those thoughts, especially when I think around Christmas Day, it's for me Family Day. It's as simple as that. So it's around families spending time together. So the one disappointing thing I think I did take from, as we did try to massage this through the Justice Committee, was whether the bill was too wide or too narrow. And I'd actually say, and I've heard the sponsor of the bill say that this is a more narrow approach, but I'd actually say this is still quite a big bite of the cherry here, because we are talking Easter, Anzac and Christmas Day, and I thought maybe the member through Select Committee may have gone to the approach, and maybe if it got to this point of Committee of the Whole, of actually wondering of dropping out Christmas Day and Anzac Day, and not saying that would still get my support, but I think it would have been slightly different discussion if we were discussing just Easter and some of those abnormalities around the meals and trying to get the hospitality side around Easter sorted out. But, Madam Speaker, at the moment as we sit, the legislation as we have it, and in this bill, is really touching on licence, and I think that could got confused, and again to the member, that off-licence stuff, and obviously on Christmas Day we're not going to see supermarkets and that kind of stuff opened anyway, but it was trying to massage it through on licence and on those businesses that were already opening. But Madam Speaker, again, I would say through our legislation that we've got at the moment, even though it may frustrate some people, there is a balance there, and there is a balance between practicality and serving tradition. And in that sense, I think as much as some hospitality owners may struggle in aspects of the legislation, it does give that balance at the moment. At least on licence, you can have a meal and you can can buy alcohol. It's not like there isn't a way not to get that scenario. This scenario here opens basically the floodgates a lot wider than we already have. If we go to something like Anzac Day, that again, on Anzac Day, there is that ability for RSAs to get their members already have the ability to consume alcohol, and there is the ability for RSAs to have that special licence. And we heard through RSAs actually quite a concern, even though the member was trying to do the adjustments, that was actually the RSAs got into a routine of already doing that special licence and managing that situation. And I think for a lot of Kiwis, a lot of New Zealanders, that 4 a.m. to 1 p.m. in the morning, how important, if the licence can be obtained, the fact I don't think you're going to see many people wanting to sit in those situations consuming large amounts of alcohol anyway. To the hospitality industry. There has been a lobby around this, and I think all MPs would have seen that email today. And I understand what they are asking for, but you've got to ask yourself too that you've got 361 and a half other days of trade, and where do you draw the line? And I think where I stand, you draw the line in our tradition and in our values. And we already have, as I say, Madam Speaker, the balance of the legislation that is already in place. I do want to touch on, again, the South Asian Army and around some of the other submissions we heard around addiction and harm. And no one can take it away that alcohol is the number one drug for causing harm in our communities. And I think over time we understand and trying to add that opportunity for a lot of members of our community, this would actually make that situation, especially for those organisations that are dealing with this at the coalface. They are the people that are picking up and having to look after and treat people and help people. So again, I don't think that is the way to go. On summing up, Madam Speaker, I personally oppose. I know the member has tried very hard to massage this through, but again, I just want to make the point that this bill has not narrowed. It has actually widened. If you actually read even around the cellar door exemptions, we've now gone from restricted days being on Easter Sunday to actually opening that up to every day. So the restriction hasn't got narrower, it's actually got wider. So on that, Madam Speaker, I think the legislation as we have it at the moment, there is the balance, there is the practicality, and we are serving our tradition. It is significant days that we are trying to muddle with here, and from my point of view, we should keep what we've got and use that the best we can.
Stuart Smith.
Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to speak on this sale and supply of alcohol on special days, shall we call it in shorthand. Everyone's been congratulating the Honourable Kieran McAnulty, and he deserves the congratulations. It's a great bill, and it fits very nicely with my cellar door bill. And I think for me anyway, and I do respect the views of others, and that's why we have conscience votes. And I think this has been approached in a very adult way, this debate, and I think it's fantastic to hear the different views, and we should celebrate that. But in my view, I support this not only because it actually assists wineries and cellar doors and broadens it out a bit, but for me, the practicalities, which has already been touched on, are really quite important. And if you've ever been in that business, you find out how difficult it is to actually manage. And we are a tourist economy. It's one of our big export earners is international tourists. And they don't know what Anzac Day is mostly. It's not disrespectful, that's just what it is. While we are a country built on Christian values, we still are a Christian country, and I really respect and celebrate those values. But over time things change, and we're not as strictly observed by people as it has been in the past. And some other Christian countries have quite liberal alcohol laws. So I don't think the two are mutually exclusive. And I think this bill's been it's been obviously very well thought out, and I note that the member in charge has, I'd say, bent over backwards to make sure that this has been successful. The Select Committee has done fantastic work on this, and it's been cooperative, and it may be tightened a little more than perhaps the member would like, but I think it's in pretty good shape. And I just want to give you one small example, which I know that Miles Anderson, my colleague from Waitaki,
touched on the major event that's coming up at Easter in Wanaka, and in Marlborough, the classic fighters in Marlborough and at Easter. It's very frustrating for international tourists who've come around the world to celebrate these classic fighters in a wine region, our biggest wine region in New Zealand, and they're not able to go to a cellar or a winery to have a glass of wine on Easter Sunday. And so it's frustrating from that perspective, and you can explain it all you like to them, but basically it's impacted on their tourist experience while they're here, and I think this is going to fix that. And so I don't need to take up any more time in the House. I just want to congratulate you, Kieran. I know I'm supposed to use your full name, but I'm going to. And I think it's a great bill, and I'm supporting this with great pleasure.
Thank you. It is a pleasure to take a short call on this bill, which I will be supporting. And I did just want to make a small contribution to explain why I'm supporting the bill, and also just to correct a few comments around what the bill actually does and doesn't do. Can I congratulate my colleague, Kieran McAnulty, on a bill hopefully tonight getting successfully through its final reading. I just want to take a short time to speak to it. So I've supported this bill all the way through. There was one concern I had at first reading, though, which has been addressed, and I probably wouldn't have supported it tonight if this hadn't been addressed, and that was around, it's been mentioned by others, that was around the off licences, particularly supermarkets. And that is where real harm can be caused when we hear from people who have to mop up the mess as a response to people who have consumed too much alcohol. The ability for people to buy large amounts at a supermarket is a big part of that problem, and I do not support extending to supermarkets when they currently can't sell alcohol. So I think that has been a really good change, and that is why I'm continuing to support the bill. I just want to be clear, though, what the bill doesn't do. It doesn't extend trading days. I just want to be really clear that those who can operate and sell alcohol will be able to continue doing that. Those that currently can't operate and sell alcohol won't be able to. And so there has been some concern raised that this is from some members tonight, that this is going to extend out those trading days. It's not. Again, if it did, it would also lose my support for the bill. So I want to be really clear about that. All it does is say that if you want to buy a beer at a pub, you don't need to buy a massive large meal to go alongside it. And if you're a person who has literally decided that you want to pop in for a quick drink and you don't actually want to buy the enormous big roast, you're now going to be able to do that. And it's a small pragmatic change, which to me makes sense. What really makes sense is the changes around Anzac Day. And I do have to disagree with the members from New Zealand First. Attending Anzac Day events every year, as I'd say probably all of us in the House do. An important part afterwards is actually having the yarn and a wee drink. It's a day of the year where I normally leave my car somewhere and take a taxi home. It won't be this year, but it's election year, so it's a non-drinking year for me. But it is a tradition, and actually it's one day of the year where RSAs won't have to apply for a special licence, and I think that's quite a pragmatic, reasonable response that will ease some administrative burden on our RSAs on a day that's really important for veterans and those who support them, and where we acknowledge them. So to me, that's a really good change in the bill. I don't need to take up any more of the House's time, and I commend it to the House.
Tim Costley.
Thank you, sir. And look, bottom line up front, I'm standing to support the bill, and more wholeheartedly than my vote indicated at first reading. I voted for it at first reading, though I didn't get the chance to speak. But mostly because I think votes that come down to a personal vote like this that have a range of opinions deserve to get tested at Select Committee. I had some questions, and here's the day. I'm agreeing with Rachel Boyack, particularly around the off licence. And easy now. I don't think it was that bad. I'm agreeing with you. It's fine. Very cordial. But I think easy now. I think they deserve to be drawn out, and the off-licence was of particular concern. Now I guess cards on the table, if I go back 2 Easters, 2 years ago, we were away for the night with the family on Good Friday and went out for dinner, took the kids out for dinner, and it was a bit early to eat, and we said, oh, well, we'll just have a drink while we're waiting. And they said, well, you can't have a drink. I said, well, I'm going to have a meal in half an hour, but can we get a drink? No. I said, well, we were after some garlic bread as well, so, well, that's not really enough. And then we came into this weird negotiation where I was like, well, what about 2 garlic breads? It's not really, because you're getting 2 garlic breads and fries for the kids. Well, they're not drinking. And I just thought, this is crazy. You're going to sell me the drink eventually. I'm going to have a quiet gin on Good Friday eventually with my dinner. Does it really matter? So it seems crazy that in a country where tourism is one of our biggest exports, and we heard Stuart Smith speaking about the local experience in Marlborough, certainly on the Kapiti Coast, where we love seeing visitors come in and spend their tourist dollars in our region. It seems crazy that we would be putting people off. Now, I get that we want to hold some days as sacred, and I agree with that. I am right into Christmas and Easter being special days, and it was one of the reasons, again, I wanted to send Cameron Luxton's bill to Select Committee, but I didn't support shops just being open every Christmas and Easter, but I thought there were bits that were worth teasing out in there for the same reason. So I do want to keep these days as special, but as other members have said, if they're going to be open anyway, and they're going to be selling a drink anyway, what are we actually gaining by doing this? The point of difference I would make is I was less concerned about the supermarkets and more concerned about your other off-licences. The Bottle O down at the shops that was open, I would argue that potentially there's harmful drinking can come out of there. But if harmful drinking is the reason not to do it, I get that. That's a good thing. We don't want to see harm that comes from alcohol. I fully understand that. But they could have, if they're going to do that, they could have bought it the night before. They can buy it the next day, and I'm not convinced. And in fact, when I read the Select Committee report, the evidence that they are presented, and it's written in the Select Committee report, says that actually the impact on harm by passing this legislation is negligible, if any. And please correct me if I've read that wrong, but actually there is no impact to harm here. It was kind of maybe to make ourselves feel better, and they go and cover it up in the supermarkets, and we feel like we've suddenly hidden the problem for a day. But I'm not convinced that pragmatically it actually made a difference. Now, I support the change. In fact, removing the off-licence in total is something that gets my support for this bill, because I was worried about people on Anzac Day morning. I don't think you need to be going down to the local bottle shop to buy a drink. But I do think that it's completely reasonable that people would be able to have a drink on Anzac Day when they're at the RSA. In fact, and look, maybe it's a means for another member's bill to go into the tin, but it seems crazy that every RSA around the country where it's an official RSA has to apply for their special licence. Couldn't we just write in legislation? Maybe it can't fit in this, I don't know. If I get advice that it can, I'm happy to put an amendment paper on the table at the committee stage, but couldn't we just say that every RSA is allowed by law to sell drinks between dawn, parade and whatever the time is, 1 p.m? But they still need a special licence, I believe. Oh, they won't even need a special licence. That is fantastic. Oh, I vote for it twice in that case. Because it seems so nonsensical, and it's kind of our tradition. It's an Anzac thing, maybe not in the liberal way that Australians might like to celebrate it, but it's the right thing to do, and it's a way that a lot of people will actually spend time to remember their mates. And certainly I think of going to Anzac Day parades as a kid and seeing the old diggers in there, reminiscing over a beer. Sometimes it took people, maybe it's a generational thing, maybe it's not, but over a beer, people relax, they unwind, and maybe can share some of those memories and let their guard down just a little bit. So I think there is a pragmatic balance that we can find between recognising a day, keeping it as sacred, whether that's because of our Christian beliefs and wanting to support Good Friday and Easter Sunday, and Christmas Day, and say that these are special days for us. But at the same time acknowledging the reality that actually the bar's open anyway, the shops are, the restaurant's open anyway, you can buy the drink. There were just kind of rules that maybe at one point in time made us feel better about it, but didn't make a meaningful change. And I think this is a sensible way to address that issue. And then coming from the other perspective, which is the Anzac Day perspective, it just feels like the right thing to do. And it doesn't change. What I like about this compared to, say, the members' bill that ultimately didn't pass a few months ago is it's not carte blanche, it's not every shop can open, it's not tackling everything. It's very focused. And ultimately that's what I think should earn the support of all members in the House, but certainly of our communities. The consistent feedback I hear is there are some rules that just don't quite seem to make sense. And if we can work together and address that, then that's fine. I hear a few members down in this corner that maybe take a different view, and that's fine, and that's the great thing about a rare bill like this where we get to have a personal vote. Come and share our perspectives, speak truly on behalf of the community that we represent, but also to speak as members that were elected here, sometimes just to have an opinion and to stand up for the things that you believe in, to draw the line where you think it should be drawn, and in that process to work across the House to deliver good legislation. So that the Easter training bill didn't get through, but the more nuanced, focused bill about drinking, based on the speeches I've heard in this House, looks like it is set to progress, and I think that's a good thing. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to leave time for others to contribute, as I know there's a number who are keen, but I just want to reaffirm, as I think I probably won't get the chance to speak again on this bill as it moves through the stages, I'm giving my support to it, not because I don't hold these special holidays as sacred. As a serviceman, I hold Anzac Day as sacred. As a Christian, I hold Easter and Christmas as special days. But I believe that people that are going out anyway to a restaurant should be able to have a drink, whether or not the dinner has been served. I believe that you should be able to drink responsibly, as you would for any other day, noting that you have to have a responsible manager at the RSA on Christmas, and noting that it's really targeted on what you can do. And most critically for me was the removal of the off licences. I didn't want to see that. That went too far for me. I commend the work of the Select Committee in refining this bill, and it's now something I can stand with, put wholehearted support behind. I'll be voting in favour of this bill, and I commend it to the House.
Mr. Speaker.
And can I recommend the member only vote once? There is a standing order against plural voting. Carl Bates.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to speak on the bill this evening. I want to start off by just acknowledging the process that we have been through the Select Committee and the rational improvement to the bill that process delivered. And I think my colleague Tom Rutherford spoke very well about what that process was like. And I think when we are in Select Committee, when we aren't in our party colour corners, where we are able to ask questions and work towards an objective as a team, we end up with better legislation. And I felt the Select Committee did that. I felt the member, Kieran McAnulty, approached the Select Committee and engaged in that process really well. And I just want to acknowledge the member for that, and certainly learnt a thing or two about taking a complex, in that it isn't unanimously supported across the House, bill to the Select Committee and being willing to negotiate changes that would make it more palatable to the House. I think the RSA component of that is part of the bill that clearly has support across the House, and maybe as a standalone would unanimously find its way through the House, because I'm sure members are all and have all been at RSAs on Anzac morning where drinks have been consumed, and that is part of Anzac tradition here in New Zealand. I take potentially, though, a slightly different view to my colleague Tom Rutherford about being elected an MP and what the role of an MP is to do on a conscience issue. And that's not to say that he's right and I'm wrong, or vice versa. It's that I take the view that we are elected to this House as representatives, with people knowing who we are, what we stand for, where we come from, and the sort of approach that we're likely to bring to a discussion. And I think anyone that knows me and my part of the world knows that sometimes I bring the contrarian view to the table, but also that I am at heart a traditionalist. And I think that there is somewhere in the conversation about Christmas and Easter that I get nervous. And I get nervous that while it is rational, potentially, to make some of these changes, and while it is broadly acceptable to many members of this House, it's one step further towards views that have been expressed as part of this debate about why have any restrictions ultimately around Easter and Christmas Day at all. And that is a concern to me, Mr. Speaker. I think that there is a respect that we can have for differing views, for different perspectives around what built this nation. And on Monday afternoon and Monday evening, I spent time taking letters around to Chinese constituents and businesses, wishing them all the best for Chinese New Year. And it was really clear in some of the conversations I had with business owners of Chinese descent about what they would be doing if they were with their family, potentially in other places around New Zealand where family members were, or back home in China if they'd headed home. And a couple expressed to me that this was the time of the year that normally they would like to have travelled home and been with family. And it made me take pause around what some things do in the context of being at the fabric of a nation. And part of the fabric of this country is Easter and Christmas. And there's something special about Easter, and there's something special about Christmas. Now, for some of us, that specialness comes from a view we have as Christians. For others, it comes from a view of that being part of the fabric of New Zealand. I've spent time, as I'm sure other members in this House have, I've been lucky enough to spend time overseas, to have Christmas overseas, and experience Christmas in other places. And I was sharing with a colleague earlier this evening, I remember one Christmas day when I was living in South Africa where I met my wonderful wife, and we had our eldest son Angus. And Christmas Day, we'd forgot something we needed for Christmas dinner, and I hopped in the car and I went down the road and I bought it at Woolworths. And while I was standing there in Woolworths, looking at the team at the checkout, not many people in the Woolworths at the time, I just took a pause and went, if I was in New Zealand right now, I wouldn't be able to do this. And actually, that's a good thing. There is a good thing about us having times where we as a nation say this is part of the fabric of our country. And I know that this bill is not allowing that to happen, and I understand that. But there are New Zealanders who are legitimately concerned that any changes around Easter and Christmas take us a step further to the views being expressed while I'm standing speaking in this House, trying to be respectful about something that I know different people have very different views, and we should be allowed different views on. But there is a place, I believe, for us to say this is the way things happen, have happened, and will continue to happen here in New Zealand. So, Mr. Speaker, without going over the details of the bill that have been traversed widely by members already this evening, what I wanted to make sure was added to the discussion is that, in my view, and in the views of constituents that I've talked to about this issue, and in the view of many New Zealanders, you shouldn't, maybe is a better word, stand up in a debate in this House and simply say Christmas and Easter should be open slather. And I know that the member, and I acknowledge that the member has been, Kieran McAnulty, has been very respectful about the way he has traversed this part of the question through the Select Committee. But there are other members who have expressed the wider view on where this should lead. And I feel uncomfortable not standing up in the House this evening, along with some of my colleagues who share this view, and saying there is a line, and it is okay for us in New Zealand to draw that line and say, this is the way we do things here. And I, therefore, do not commend this bill to the House this evening. And I think, Mr. Speaker, I'll leave it there.
Lydia Susini.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to give a contribution, and for the past hour, I've been listening really closely to members across the House to provide a view according to the wishes of their constituents or their beliefs or their own personal circumstance. And so I really appreciate that we've had a really wide view of contributions. I do want to acknowledge my colleague, Honourable Kieran McNulty, for bringing this forward. And in the first reading, again, I listened and also had discussions with colleagues in terms of my own community. I'm just going to give you a little bit of background as to working in the space of listening to contributions when I was with council, and also just give you an illustration of what it's like in South Auckland, of what it's like in Mangere when we've had to deal with alcohol consumption, alcohol harm, workers' rights, and especially with our young people who unfortunately have had too much wide access. Some of them, our young people, have been quite creative as to how they have purchased alcohol, even though they're minors, and then a number of issues that they've, because of consumption and other things, that they've taken home, problems in the home, getting police involved, and so there's a whole sort of raft of issues. My experience with alcohol licences, off licences, on licences, in South Auckland and in Mangere, we actually have a big business community who are very responsible for the product of alcohol around trading laws and also the restrictions and when you have to request identification. So there's been a raft of issues. I was really interested in listening to members' contributions, understanding the conscience vote, because there is a place for alcohol. The community that I serve, that I come from, are quite religious. That's how I've been raised. In the church, in the community, with very strong views from parents, and then I've grown with a lot of professionals. So I just wanted to give a little bit of an illustration from where I've come from and the strong Christian background and also religion. And the reason why I say that there is a place for alcohol, because people in my family, people in my rohe, enjoy a bit of happy juice, whether that's low beers, low alcohol beers and the like. And once upon a time I was in that case, but I no longer consume alcohol. I'm having a few health challenges. I wanted to get up and raise just the strong beliefs that I hold as a Member of Parliament, that some of those views are not reflected by members of my community. So I've had quite a wide conversation as to the impact of the legislation. I also was interested in the Select Committee and also just listening to some of the contributions, but also the amendments. So I really appreciate that my colleague, Kieran McNulty, has had a very open conversation, and I've listened to also as to why he's brought this bill forward, and I really appreciate that there is always another viewpoint. I will be voting against the legislation, in particular because of my strong views. I arrived here in Parliament because of the support from my community and also just the different things I've done to my journey to get here. So unfortunately, alcohol has been quite an awful topic to deal with in my local community. I've seen far too many bar fights. I've seen far too many young people in my local community really affected and really impaired their decision making. But I do stand because members of my own family really like happy juice. And so we call it happy juice because we restrict our young people that are not of age to consume. I think and I welcome the contributions that I've heard across the House from members that do support and that members who will be voting against. I welcome that in this process of a conscience vote, that members get to have the opportunity to say their views in a respectful way. Up and down the country, it's really helpful to listen to those views because not everyone lives in South Auckland. So it's really helpful to understand the pros and cons and then be able to come forward and stand and be able to give a contribution because of my personal beliefs, and I've listened to the wishes of constituents. Māngere has a very high youth population, and so members of police who do an amazing job in my local community. Last weekend, I attended the Pacifica Wardens dinner to acknowledge the service that they do. The Māngere Pacific Wardens has been going for nearly 40 years. One of the things that the Wardens shared with me last weekend was the severity of our young people in terms of when they've had alcohol consumption and the like. And it's not just that type of substance that they are taking. There's much more things worse than alcohol. And listening to them in terms of safety of our community members, and it's actually quite unfortunate that in my electorate office, we've still got a number of off licences which we seem to have the biggest issue with. But I really appreciate and I want to acknowledge the work that my colleague, the Honourable Karen McNulty, has done. I've really appreciated listening to all the contributions. However, one of the things in my local community, I have an obligation to serve our young people. And our young people have got some big challenges in terms of their decision making, in particular when they consume alcohol. So that might not be relevant for the bill. But I wanted to stand and just acknowledge every contribution in the House tonight, acknowledge my colleague for all of his work in the community, and also talking to our members as to why he has brought forward this bill, as to his views, and it's really helpful to understand. However, given that I have quite strong religious beliefs, I appreciate that getting the opportunity to stand up and give my contribution. Thank you.
I just want to clarify for members, I think the previous speaker mentioned this was a 2-hour debate. Every second reading is a 2-hour debate. Being a personal vote, then there was allowance made for sharing of the speeches to make sure everyone got the opportunity to speak who wanted to speak. It doesn't have to go 2 hours, it's not a timed debate, just so if members were keeping an eye on the clock. But of course, the 2 hours will mean that we'll be voting at about 10 o'clock from the time we started. So just members to make sure we're all working off the same knowledge base. Todd Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Look, it gives me pleasure to rise tonight and speak on the sales supply of alcohol. Sales on Anzac morning, Good Friday, Easter Sunday and Christmas Day Amendment Bill. Quite a title, Mr. McAnulty. I want to say first up, you will be getting 11 votes from ACT in support of this bill tonight. I hold the proxies for our entire caucus. And so again, you should take some delight maybe that ACT will actually be voting for a Labor member's bill tonight. And again, thank you. I want to say, yeah, Roger Douglas would be proud. I want to say, again, I was lucky enough to be on the Justice Committee. Again, I actually sat by Mr. McAnulty quite a few times when he would come to the Select Committee when we were hearing evidence and discussing his bill. And I do want to say he, engaged constructively. Again, I think earlier in the night, my colleague Cameron Luxon obviously talked about a disappointment that he didn't get his own bill up, but we do see this as an opportunity to advance freedom and advance making New Zealand just a little bit easier to do business and live your life the way you want to. So that's, again, why we'll be supporting it. As we indicated actually in the Select Committee report, and again, as Cameron Luxon said earlier, we will be putting some amendments at the Committee of the Whole House, which again, I know Mr McAnulty, we already signalled that earlier, and that's of course our prerogative, because we do have a concern about this off-licence, on-licence issue, and that's been well canvassed tonight. And in fact, during the Select Committee process, we actually discovered, because again, we last year actually passed Stuart Smith's bill related to wineries and then being able to sell alcohol. Yep, sell a doorbell. And so we actually discovered if we didn't make some changes, we would actually undo the good work that we'd done last year. And so we actually are in the situation that the bill that's coming before the House tonight actually does allow off-licence in very limited circumstances related to wineries. And again, being from Central Otago and Southland, that's obviously a great advantage. But that we also have I have the concern, and again, I think many towns and communities around the country have the concern that actually a supermarket that sells alcohol actually will have a problem, because again, in Queenstown it can trade on these days, but it'll have to kind of close its alcohol section just on these days. So again, that's again where we see some issues, and again, we'll see what we can resolve in the Committee of the Whole House. Another thing I picked up tonight, and I just want to make sure that people are crystal clear, and I'd actually ask the Greens to maybe reconsider their position, because no one is going to be forced to work any more or any less than they already are. So again, this bill was, and again, we talked about this in the Select Committee, these are businesses that are already opening. Employees are already turning up to work. They are already going to be there serving their community, and that might be a restaurant or a pub that is already going to be open. So they're already there. They're not being asked to work anymore. But what it does mean, and again, Cameron Luxon talked about this and others tonight, and I think, in fact, the member in charge talked about it, they're not going to have to make arbitrary decisions about whether people ordered enough food or didn't order enough food. So I just want to be clear, no one's going to be working any more or any less than they already were. And so what we're just trying to do is actually make it easier for these businesses to operate under less restrictions and actually just carry on like any other day of the year. The other point I would kind of make is there's been a bit of talk tonight about respecting people's beliefs and ways of what they think. And look, we're an ACT, we totally agree with that, right? We actually that's what our party is actually about. People living their lives the way they want and having been able to think about things differently maybe to others. But having your own views doesn't mean you should actually impose those views on others. And that's where we have obviously issues with these restrictions, because we're saying absolutely, if you don't want to go out for a drink on Christmas Day or Easter, that's absolutely your choice. But if I choose to, or my colleague Cameron Luxon chooses to, or someone else in this House chooses to, they should have that option. And if a business chooses to be open on those days and serve people who want to take that up, they should be. So again, we very much see this about freedom and choice, and it doesn't mean we're going to be disrespecting the way others think about issues or want to approach issues, but we don't think you should be forced to live a particular way. The other thing just want to cover off too is, again, obviously we're not dealing with trading restrictions, but we didn't actually, in Cameron Luxon's bill, we actually didn't touch Christmas Day. That was actually out of scope for his bill. It's in scope for this bill and Anzac Day, but it was literally around trying to actually sort out Easter Sunday, which is a very confused, or Easter holidays, Friday, it's actually the Good Friday and Sunday, very confusing across the country. So again, in a sense, Mr McAnulty's bill actually goes a little bit further, which we're quite comfortable with dealing with Christmas Day and Anzac Day. And again, there's been a bit of talk about Anzac Day. I mean, I think, again, a lot of us in the House will actually attend our local Anzac Day commemorations, turn up for a drink, which is all great. But again, I think that's people choosing to actually partake in that. And I think that's a really actually strong illustration of why we actually want more freedom. Interestingly, obviously, Anzac Day has now become a really great celebration across the country, and people choose to partake. We don't force them to partake, and what we're doing is actually allowing them also to enjoy a drink on that really special day. So I'm not going to go on too much more, because I think, I've kind of ensured that ACT's position is on the record. We are for more freedom. This bill is in the direction of more freedom, and so we look forward to continuing its debate through the Parliament, and we look forward to delivering you 11 votes tonight, Mr McAnulty.
Vanessa Winnick.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I wasn't certain that I would take a call on this bill in the Anzac Day, Christmas Day, Easter Day alcohol amendment bill, because I actually, or special days, shall we, is another way of putting it, because I actually found myself quite torn around this initially. Part of my instincts as a medical professional is to immediately try to think of every way we can to restrict people's access to alcohol because of the harm that I've seen through my professional career. Even just everyday people who you wouldn't expect struggle with their addiction to alcohol, and then we see the impact in the community. However, this bill is not about this. This bill is about personal freedoms and choice, and that is actually one of the underlying values of the National Party, and one of the things that I hold very dear and what brings me to this side of the chamber, because I believe in autonomy, and that individuals should be able to make their own decisions. And when it comes to choices around alcohol, for people who are adults, even though they may make decisions that we don't agree with and approve of, or think that they should be making different choices, the key thing is that is their choice to make. The imposition of the moralistic views of other people, whilst I respect people's, their values and the position that they hold from a religious or other point of view. For me, those have benefits in their own way, but applying those perspectives to other people's choices in a society where we are actually we consider ourselves to be quite we're not actually that bound by religion, although it is a part of our society. We are a secular society, and that's something that we value. And that's something that I've always valued. Even though I would consider myself a Christian, I would not consider myself a particularly good practicing Christian all the time, and I wouldn't hold those positions over anybody else. And I think that having the ability to make your own choices in life is a key part of being an adult and a human. So it is strange to me to be agreeing so much with Cameron Luxon over here. Often we often disagree on many things, and so but again, this is a really interesting debate where we do get to see where people stand. Another reason that I was a little bit torn on this debate, of course, is around the Anzac Day things. And I personally have never brought a drink on Anzac Day. I've had quite a few though, to me, it's not about. I've never been aware of whether there's a licence or not a licence or what's going on. Well, we started, dawn with the rum and the coffee, and it goes from there. I don't have many good stories that I can tell from Anzac Days because, not all of them are worth telling, and I can't remember all of them. So that's not necessarily a good thing. We do have culture within the Defence Force of overconsumption sometimes. And so I have been tossing up where I stand on this. But when it comes down to it, ultimately, for me, it is about personal freedom and choice. It is about actually respecting the autonomy of individuals to make those choices for themselves. It's about the fact that this bill is not going to increase alcohol-related harm. It's not something where making these changes has done anything, or restrictions in this way has done anything about alcohol behaviour. It doesn't do anything about the amount that people consume. It doesn't do anything about the fact that in our society we have a poorly set up response to the medical problem that is addiction in this country, whether that be through alcohol or other drugs. We have insufficient services to be able to deal with people with chronic addictions, and that's not going to be fixed, or it's not going to be influenced in any way by this bill. So when it comes to talking about the harms of alcohol, I don't believe it's a relevant point to this question. When I think about what does my community think, well, my community of Banks Peninsula is an extremely varied and cross-section of New Zealand. They're also a really engaged electorate, so we had the highest enrolment at the last general election and one of the highest turnouts. And so I know that there will be many of my constituents who actually will be interested in what's going on and watching these debates, and they'll be wondering where their local MP sits. And I will be voting in favour of this bill this evening, and although nothing related to alcohol is simple, this is a bill where I think it's more clear to me where the direction should go, and I hope that there's enough support around the House to be able to get this through this evening. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
It is my intention to take 2 more 5-minute calls, and then we'll go to the vote. Mark Patterson.
Mr. Chair, look, at one level this is a pretty innocuous bill, taking a bit of the sand out of the gears of commerce on Christmas, during Easter and Anzac Day morning. So you could look at it that way, but to me that is a very esoteric way of doing it. Freedom of choice. This is about more than this. There's nothing sacred anymore in this country. Is there no day that we're not prepared to commercialise to the hilt? Are we making that much sacrifice under the status quo? We are a nation built on Christian values. We do have reverence around Anzac Day and the remembrance there, as we absolutely should. But these days, whether you're religious, whether you're not, these are the values that we have inherited and we're cultivating, and we're the stewards of now. And Carl Bates made the point earlier around the slippery slope element to this. There will be bracket creep. I recall the debates in this House over the end of life choice bill, which of course the stakes were much, much higher. But inevitably, we've now got a member in here wanting to expand the scope of that bill. This is what will happen. This is bracket creep. And so for me, it's a line in the sand. I don't see there's any major imposition with the status quo. And I like a drink as much as anyone else. And in fact, with the member himself that bringing the bill, we've enjoyed the odd tipple. Only an orange juice with you, Mr. Speaker. But that's not the point. It's not a great sacrifice that we make under the status quo. I think our values are worth more than that. There's those 3.5 days where the world it doesn't stop, but it slows down a little bit. And I think that's a good thing. I think that's something we should cherish, and it's something we should protect. And I think to grease the wheels of commerce just a little bit more, or to go through to take some esoteric freedom and choice argument is completely missing the point. And that may be moralising, but I make no apology for that. I will stand up for what I believe is an essential part of New Zealand's culture, our values, and certainly my values. So that's why, despite I know the good intention of the member, I will be voting against this bill. I will be moralising, and I make no apology for it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Cameron Brewer.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I know there's a lot of people keen to talk on this tonight, but I think with a surname like mine, Mr. Speaker, I come in here with a very open mind to this debate. And on balance, this member's bill, I see it as pragmatic, as moderate, as sensible, and frankly as overdue. I know some of our very good friends over here have talked about open slather and commercialisation to the hilt. But this is fixing up a couple of anomalies that have been there for too long, particularly pertaining to our service men and women and Anzac Day. So, Mr Speaker, one thing I would like to commend the committee on, other than all their hard work and conscientiousness, is that they have, quote, recognised submitters' concerns about the potential increase to alcohol-related harm. Quote, we therefore consider that the existing off-licence restrictions should be retained. And so we are very much talking about the on-licences operators here, and that they are still able to operate under their normal conditions, that it removes the substantive meal requirement, and it supports RSAs with costly and often time-consuming their special licences processes. And frankly, the RSAs, given the often ageing membership of them, given the often ageing state of their assets and the soaring operational costs to run our RSA clubs up and down the country, they need every help that they can get, and the last thing they need to be is tied up in knots trying to get a special licence every year just to have a tipple on Anzac Day. And so, Mr Speaker, this is long overdue, and it's part of the spirit of Members' Days, and I think it joins the suite of Members' Days bills recently that have helped to tidy up our sale and supply of alcohol legislation. We reflect back to Ian McKelvey, a great member for Rangitikei and a former National Party MP, with his picnics at racecourses amendment bill, and that people could BYO into country racecourses for those courses that have 3 meetings or fewer every year. And Stuart Savion Smith, of course, he had his cellar door members bill, which too was pragmatic, moderate and sensible. And so again, tidying up the sale and supply of alcohol legislation, and there has been obvious support in the sector for this tidy up, clarifying trading restrictions and service restrictions across those 4 last restricted trading days, not opening it up, but just enabling those that are open anyway to serve their patrons in a sensible way. And let's not forget that this is one of the most, if not the most regulated sectors that we have. And frankly, we want to encourage people that if they're drinking, arguably the safest place to be in many instances is at an on-licence, and all those restrictions of normal trading days remain. Hospitality New Zealand have described it as the current restrictions and anomalies are not fit for purpose, that they are a point of frustration and confusion, and they have urged parliamentarians, as almost a clear majority, I suspect, will tonight and will go on to the third reading, to supporting this bill. But, Mr Speaker, as others have mentioned, there is other work to be done around tidying up legislation on these 4 restricted days, so there's not so many inconsistencies and anomalies. And as Cameron Luxon from the ACT Party has alluded to and tried with his own
the
private
member's
members'
time
bill,
has come to an end.
I commend the bill.
Member, just a reminder, we've been operating on, shall we say, on the edge of standing orders for some speeches now. I've determined, as I said before, there would be 2 more 5-minute speeches, and unfortunately I'll be sticking to that. So I've determined that the subject of this vote will be treated as a conscience issue. In this case, I know there are members who want a personal vote, and I am prepared to accept one. This is the process we're going to follow. I'm going to put the question, I'm going to announce the result. At that stage, any member can ask for a personal vote. The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. A personal vote is called for. A personal vote will be held. Ring the bells. The ayes will cast their vote in the lobby to the right. The noes will cast their vote in the lobby to the left. Abstentions will be recorded at the table. All votes and abstentions will be recorded by the clerk. Proxy votes will be marked as such. Members present in the chamber or lobbies must cast a vote or abstain under Standing Order 1481D and must not leave before the vote is announced under Standing Order 1511.
9 seconds, that will. I'll be doing the
No, that's not.
bells are stopped.
Lock the doors.
Lock the doors.
Voted. Oh, that's really interesting. Sorry.
All right, the House is resumed. The noes are 54, the ayes are 67. The question is agreed.
Balanced supply of alcohol sales on Anzac Day morning, Good Friday, Easter Sunday and Christmas Day Amendment Bill, second reading.
This bill is set down for committee stage next sitting day. Unlock the doors.
Unlock the doors.
All right, the House stands adjourned until 2 p.m. tomorrow. Have a good night, everyone.